All right, folks, we are live. We are live. Here's John. Mute my mic right quick. All right, everybody, welcome. It is Kiss Night. Sorry, I was talking to John. Welcome. And let's get this chat pulled up. All right. Get up. Everybody's going to leave the seat. Get down. Dun, 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 da, 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 do, 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 da, da, da. Dun, 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 dun. Out. All right. Da, 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 da. Kiss Night. Ba, ba, da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Dun, da, 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 do. Get up. Do, 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 do. Get up. Da, 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 da. Get down. I watched Gene Simmons on some kind of random interview. It's this really strange guy interviewing him. Gene Simmons is like, what the F am I doing here? Seems like he's pretty accessible to get if you probably pay him enough money for him to show up and do something. Thank you, Ed. See you later. All right. Mm-hmm. Do 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 da 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 do 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 bum ba ba da da da. All right. No, wow, it just came in the store. Ace Frehley, Rip It Up just came on in the store shuffle. Rip It Up, or whatever it's called. Tear It Up. It's off his solo album. Rip it out. Get it on. Rip it up. Rip it out. I like that one. I remember I was on a road trip one time to West Tennessee buying records, and that was about 5 years ago, 4 years ago maybe, and I listened to all 4 of the Kiss solo albums, and I made a determination Ace was my favorite, and then probably Jeans. Okay. Here we go. Let's start with some random dollar start auctions that are totally unrelated to Kiss. Okay, this is Little Abner. Actually, let's not do those. We can do those different night. Let's actually do some stuff that is Kiss and other stuff. This is actually a really tough to get sleeve. This, but it's unfortunate. We opened it up and the disc was literally shattered. Very unfortunate. This is a really tough to get 1975 Brazil. I mean, this would be $100, $200 item, I think, if it had the disc. Unfortunately, the disc was shattered, but that's still such a tough picture sleeve to find. It's a 1975 Brazil Dressed to Kill. 75 Brazil Dressed to Kill, and that's going to go up in A, sleeve only, a $35 start. Sleeve only, $35 start. That is very difficult to get. That's in slot number A. Okay, I mean, I think it would be $200 with the record in it. So track down the disc, and you got just a loose disc, and you got an awesome piece there. $35 start on that one. We got Bill Kissholm already in the chat. Thank you, Bill Kissholm, already in the chat. Here's a Kiss poster. This didn't come from Bill's collection, but we had it laying over here. I tried it the other night. This is original 1985. Kind of see a size there. That is going to go up in slot number B. That's also going to be a $35 start. $35 start on that. So there's 2 Kiss items for you. Oh, man, we got the Kiss stuff coming. There's 2 Kiss items there for you. Let me roll this crate of vintage stuff out of the way. And buddy, do they got some good stuff tagged for us tonight, buddy? Holy moly. I've got other stuff tonight, of course. It's not Kiss auctions. Last week, we kept that slot D over there open all night for non-Kiss stuff. And we'll be doing the same again tonight. But as y'all know, tons and tons of Kiss stuff, okay? This is going to go up in slot number D. I'm going to go ahead and put this in D. David Bowie's Starting Point. Near Mint, it's on the Blue London label. And then David Bowie's going to go up for a $25 start. Let's put that way over there in D. Let's put that way over there in D. Let's go over here in C. And C is going to be C this in slot C. Let's go ahead and run this Kiss Asylum, which is an 85 euro. And this is an 85 euro nice copy. That's on the Black Mercury label. It is EX Plus condition, and that's Kiss Asylum, and that's a $25 start. $25 start. So there's your first 4 Kiss auctions. A sleeve, a poster, an LP, and then there's David Bowie. And we are officially rolling. I did post a couple videos this morning. That's how we're going to get the show started. And I'm ready if y'all are ready. And happy Monday. Invoices went out today from last week. Please pay your invoice and please pay no more. Please pay your invoice and please pay no more. And definitely don't pay any less. So I need to go up front and grab that crate. I need to pause. I need to pause the music. We got some, sounds like AC/DC in here blasting now. Nothing wrong with that, eh? Nothing wrong with that. Oh, man, excuse me. Holy crap. All right, not now, and pause. All right, got that taken care of. Where are those crates from this morning? Should be 2 crates up here that I posted for this morning, unless they already took them to the back. They may have already took them to the back, which is okay. Let me go back there and see. Seth Hackett, 7-inch picture disc. What do we have here? Volbeat. Got some stuff here Tanner's pulled. I'll go ahead and grab this. Christmas time is here again. Christmas time is here again. All right. Here we go. All right. Okay. Okay. Where's everybody watching from tonight? I'm always curious about that. I always love to see where everybody is tuned in from. Let's see. Where's those morning crates at? Huh. Let's see. Did they already kind of push those back here? Let's see. There's Kiss Potato Head. There's the Kiss van. Kiss Potato Head, Kiss van, and Kiss belt buckles. There's Sunday's leftover new vinyl. Okay. And Sunday's leftover no bids. There's 1 crate full of Kiss records. There is another crate full of Kiss records. Here's some books, not Kiss, just random books. This is auctions, not Kiss, but it's metal that could very well, most likely, go up tonight. And then here's this morning's videos. I have found them. Okay, good. They already moved them back here. All right, so if you're just tuning in, the first auctions of the night are up, and you honestly hadn't missed anything. So we're ready to get full speed and back to and going with normal schedule programming here, okay? All right. Let me open this up. All right. All right. Over here we got this. All right, and let me close out all of my apps. I had to overnight some Monster Energy drinks. All right, and then we need Coletco, and then let me open up this. Yeah, we do have some crates of new vinyl tonight. And I need to run through the back. We sold Live, Cannibal Corpse. Okay. Just a few. You take that out. That goes here till we can find. Okay. All right, so first thing is this. Here's tonight's auctions. This is a 1975 Brazil picture sleeve, no disc. Okay, just a sleeve. 1975. It's the Dress to Kill EP. And this is a $35 start, no disc, okay? No disc. This is slot number 2. It's another random Kiss poster I found. This is 1985 original. Looks like from, should be around the, I see those colors in the corner, and it automatically makes me think Asylum, right? But Kiss logo at the bottom, and it's rolled, and it's near mint. That is a $35 start, okay? $35 start. This is a Euro OG Asylum. This is Black Mercury label with the original inner sleeve. That's at $28. And then David Bowie over here is with Kelly Wlodarczyk at $25, and that is a final call, okay? That is a final call. So let me put this right over here, and we're ready to go. I'm going to start showing this, And everything in here is available and available to purchase right now, including Alicia Keys Songs in A Minor. Alicia Keys is a double LP orange marble vinyl, $39.99 on that. Megadeth Super Collider, Megadeth is $36.99. And Monster Magnet, God Says No. Monster Magnet is $36.99. And then Agin Deeper Trend Volume 1. Agin Deeper Trend is $29. David Gilmour On an Island. David Gilmour is $33. And John Anderson, and that is his solo album. It is on green vinyl. Earth, Mother Earth, that's $39.99. And then Stevie Wonder, Signed, Sealed, Delivered, I'm Yours, $36.99. Kelly Vlodarchik got David Bowie. Thank you, Kelly. That's so to you for $25. Appreciate that. All of a sudden, the Brazil picture sleeve has a bid. Asylum has a bid. And now final chance on that poster. Final chance on that poster. Next is going to go up in slot number D over here. This is the Megadeth. This is the Megadeth Countdown to Extinction picture disc, okay? This is going to go up for bid in slot number D. This is the Megadeth Countdown to Extinction picture disc, Symphony of Destruction. That is a $35 start on that. Also, we have Chris Cornell Carry On. Chris Cornell's a double LP, $44.99. That is first time ever on vinyl, and it's an official press. Pink Floyd, Dark Side, wish you were here. Animals, Wall, Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon remaster, $36.99. There are 5 crates of new vintage records. 5 crates of new vintage records. Chris Whitley, Living with the Law. Chris Whitley is $39.99. And then Fastway. Fastway is a music on vinyl. That's $39.99. All right. Ron Whitmore gets the first Kiss item of the night. Thank you, Ron. If that had the disc with it, it would have sold for literally at least $135. So maybe you can track down a disc for that. Thank you, and that's sold to you for $35. Dress to Kill, $45. Picture sleeve only. That's sold to him for $35. Okay, appreciate that. We got that done and taken care of, and that means this poster is a buy it now for $35. No less on that because we got to pay extra for a tube and postage. So one Kiss poster going in the no bids. That's $35 on that. $35 on that. Next is happening right now. I have going up for bid. I have Creatures of the Night. And this is a Netherlands pressing. This is a Netherlands pressing. This is an 82, and this is EX. And there's only one in fair condition. Now, fair means absolutely horrible. This is an EX copy. It has the original sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on that. And then Jeff Church snipes the Kiss poster. This is sold to Jeff Church for $35. Thank you, Jeff Church. The Kiss poster is sold to him for $35. Sarah, you were second on that one. Also in here, we have Accept Blind Rage, double LP orange vinyl. That's $44.99. And looking at the top view, Asylum's at $34. No bid yet on Megadeth. Looking for a $35 start on Megadeth. And let's go ahead and put up another auction in A. And next auction in A shall be Kiss Animalized Japanese. And Kiss Animalized Japanese is 1984. This is near mint. This is near mint, and it has the OB and insert, okay? So this is going to go up for an $85 start. The vinyl is near mint and pristine. I'm not even going to say near mint minus. I'm going to say near mint pristine on this one. It has the OB, which also doubles as the insert, and that is an $85 start. Keep in mind, Animalize is in A, Creatures is in B, and then Asylum's in C. And if you want to lock in a bid on that Megadeth before I make it a buy it now, it's a $35 start. It is Kiss night, folks. Oh, do we love it. We all do. Even some people that don't like it love it. They love just to watch. The Cure Disintegration, $49.99. Sepultura Roots, this does have a little bit of a seam crackle. Sepultura Roots is $54.99. And then Helmet, meantime, $34 on Helmet. Live Mental Jewelry is sold to John Farrell. Thank you, John Farrell. That's sold to you for $34.99. And we have All American Rejects, Move Along. All American Rejects is $36.99. And Kraftwerk, that's a live unofficial, $38.99 for Kraftwerk. Okay, Megadeth is a no bid buy it now. That's for the Countdown to Extinction picture disc. And that's a $35 buy now on that. Countdown to Extinction picture disc. Let's put that away. If anybody wants it, it is available. That is an official release, by the way. For the longest, before those seen those reissues, they were heavily bootlegged on those, okay? Welcome, everybody. Got a lot of really cool KISS stuff to sell tonight. Got some surprises, and I'll be here late, okay? We'll probably be going through posters and random stuff as late as 1 or 2 a.m., so I hope y'all are ready to stay up late. I have KISS posters I'm going to be going through. Last week, we found some killer stuff I didn't know we had, both from Bill's collection and other stuff as well. I mean, I have other KISS posters tucked away from years past. You know, I mean, it's not like we had a shortage of miscellaneous KISS stuff before we bought Bill's collection. So we got a lot of stuff. Okay? All right. And then what condition is Creatures? It's EX Plus. EX Plus on that one. And this is a Netherlands press. This is a Holland. This is not a U.S. edition. This is a Holland press. Let me show this to you right here. This is the label. This is a Netherlands press. A little bit tougher one to get here. Creatures of the Night. So I don't think this is going to have the 501 deal. Any CDs late tonight? I doubt it. Tonight we'll be going through KISS stuff late tonight. We'll probably be going through posters, and we'll probably be going through miscellaneous, whatever I can dig up, old and new. So that's a Holland. That's a Netherlands original. Asylum's a Final Call to Sean Drake for $35. Kelly Wlodarczyk got All-American Rejects. That's sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk for $36.99. Ace Frehley picture disc is $38.99. And then Peter Criss picture disc is $38.99. We're about to hit a pocket of new and sealed KISS stuff. Let's put up another auction over here in D. And this is going to be Volbeat going up in D. Volbeat, Rock the Rebel, Metal the Devils, a 2012, also a Netherlands. And that is a picture disc for Volbeat. And that's going to go up in D for a $25 start, okay? $25 start. Ric Flair is $95, by the way. I'm going to put him right down here for a second. Ric Flair, $95, all right? When I come back, it looks like I'm going to go ahead and sell that Asylum. I need to go ahead and get this poster off my table that we sold because I am running out of space already, believe it or not. And somehow, that's not good, right? I'm already running out of space. We're 5 minutes into the sale. So let me push some of this out of the way. And let me lay this poster here. Let me lay that empty 45 sleeve there. And let me get some stuff restacked. I'm probably going to go ahead and bring this rack closer to me. Let me push some stuff out of the way. I'm a professional at doing that. Always pushing stuff out of my way over here. Let me move these vintage crates. And this. I'm just going to go ahead and move this rack until I can better store, because I'm going to be tagging a lot of probably random miscellaneous. Get this thing a little bit closer to me right here for right now. Thanks everybody for tuning in early, and hopefully you've got plans to stay here all night. We do have new vinyl to go through, and as in like new arrivals. I'm going to park this crate right here behind me for right now. Bring that a lot closer and then kick it out there so I can walk through here. All right. All right, so let's sell C, and then A's a no bid for $85, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and sell Asylum. That was sold to Sean Drake for $35. Thank you, Sean Drake. That sold to you for $35. Appreciate that. Let's put that away. Thank you, and that is gone. And then over here, Animalize is a no bid, and Animalize is a no bid, and that is going to be over here for $85. That's a Japanese Animalize with Obi, near mint, minus, and pristine, okay? All right, so let's put Animalize away. Thank y'all as always. And KISS. What is KISS, and what is the grade? Creatures is an OG 82 Netherlands. OG 82 Netherlands, EX Plus or better. There's only one in the United States that's in fair condition. Volbeat's a $25 start. Volbeat's a $25 start, okay? All right. Can you do KISS posters a little earlier? Some of us work tomorrow. Well, we always do posters, and we always guarantee that miscellaneous will be sold whenever vinyl's concluded. So kind of to show posters, we got to completely stop selling vinyl. There's almost no way to show vinyl and posters at the same time, believe me. So whenever we're done with vinyl, that is me going through most of the auctions and me going through all the new arrivals and me going through all the discount bins, we'll start posters immediately. But there's almost no way to show them because they have to be checked, looked up, unrolled. People want measurements, pictures, condition, notes at the bottom, pinholes. And showing a poster literally completely stops the show. So we have to do it at the very end when we're done with vinyl. And we have about 200 KISS auctions we're going to try to run tonight. When we're done with all those, we will definitely be bringing out the posters. They're never really shown early. I wish I could. It's just physically, logistically impossible. 1981, OG, the second press of KISS Elder, and this is a $90 start. $90 start. That's a Japanese pressing of Elder, and that's going to go up in slot number A, okay? Next auction over here in C is the following. This is going to happen right now. This is the Paul Stanley Japanese. This is a 78 Japanese. This is near mint minus. It does have the Paul Stanley Obi. The Obi has a little bit of a tear, or what is that, a crease or a tear? Maybe it's been repaired, one of the two. I think it might have been repaired, yeah. Looks like it's been repaired. It looks like it had a tear there, and it's been repaired. But this is near mint minus. No poster, but it has the inner sleeve. That's a $45 start. Okay, also Carnival of Souls. That is $36.99. KISS Unplugged is $46. We're into the new KISS reissues right here. Dynasty's $33. Psycho Circus $33. Monster was $36. And then Dress to Kill $36. Those are all the 2014s. Instead of the picture disc, these picture discs are actually Italian. They're 2006 Italian picture disc. Now, if you know these, they were probably literally manufactured this year. So these 2006 Italian, these were probably made this year. They're just, that's the version that they still have in print. Just like these 2014s, they're still made new, okay? All right, and so everything, all the KISS stuff is the new pressing. So I doubt this is not going to be the OG pressing of Monster, okay? This is the most recent. Most of the, if we have new KISS stuff, it's all the stuff that's in print that I can order new. All right, Volbeat did not get a bid. This is a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on Volbeat, Rock the Metal, Metal the Devil. That's a $25 buy it now. So no bids are Volbeat, Animalize, and Megadeth picture disc, okay? Doodad wants Psycho Circus. That's so to Doodad for $33. There's our current auctions. Elder over here, Japanese pressing of that, is going once and going twice. And this is a $90 start. $90 start on the Japanese Elder. That's over here in A. And then Paul Stanley's a $45 start. Stones albums will be in this week. Yeah, Stones albums will be in this week. Volbeat is sold to Raw Vein for $20. Raw Vein for $20, okay? All right, appreciate that. And then our next auction in D is Legend, the best of Bob Marley. And this is the one they did as a 2018 US. That's in gold vinyl. And Legend, the best of Bob Marley, is a $20 start. Legend, the best of Bob Marley, $20 start on that. So here's what's left in here. KISS, Monster, Dress to Kill, Dynasty, Unplugged, Carnival, and then Peter Criss and Ace Frehley picture disc. And then Kraftwerk, Helmet, Sepultura, The Cure, Accept, Fastway, Chris Whitley, Pink Floyd, Chris Cornell, Stevie Wonder, John Anderson, David Gilmour, and GND Bertrand, Monster Magnet, Megadeth, and Alicia Keys, okay? That is all new and sealed. I got one more crate like that to go through. I'm really just looking for one record that sold, and then we are done and ready for our newest stuff. And yes, I will try to go through all the new stuff as fast as possible tonight so we can get into KISS posters as soon as possible. There's already people, I've already seen at least 3 to 5 people that say, Chad, I've got to go to bed in 20 minutes. Can you go ahead and show all the KISS posters? Well, if you got to go to bed in the next hour, you're going to be able to see a lot of KISS albums, but if you can't stay up past 7 o'clock Central Time or 8 o'clock Central Time, Probably not going to see very much unless you catch the replay or the leftovers tomorrow. Otherwise, it's probably going to be all gone or already gone through. But if you can stay up just a little bit later than that, you're going to be able to see it, okay? Over here, we have Ace and Peter, so to Jim Kleinback. Ace and Peter. Stone's album will be in later this week. I forgot to tell them to ship that, okay? Forgot to tell everybody to ship that, and that means we don't have it in yet. Don't worry. It will be here. We have Ace and Peter. These are sold to Jim Kleinback for $38 and $38.99. Both of those there. A didn't get a bid. This is the Japanese Elder, and this is a $90 buy it now. Let's put this right over here. That is a $90 buy it now. I'm going to slip this right over here. That's going to go in the no bid, so that's now a buy it now or best offer, just FYI. And then Creatures of the Night is at 70 with Ralph Venturino. Now it's at 71. And then Paul Stanley didn't get a bid. That's a Japanese, no poster. It's near mint. It's just $45 on that one. $45. How much is the Cure? The Cure is $49.99. The Cure is 40. That's Disintegration. $49.99 on that one. Elder 75. I'll do the Elder for 80, and I'll do 40 on Paul Stanley. 45 on Paul Stanley, 100 for Paul Stanley. What did I say? Paul 35, 45, Paul and Elder 100. Okay, so here's how it's going to work. Steve McGee, Paul Stanley will be 45, and Stanley Richmond Elder will be 80. That's the best prices on those. There was already 3 snipers. Please make sure if you want a Kiss record tonight, you bid on it. Otherwise, you're going to get sniped by somebody. Jeremy Merck gets Bob Marley for $20. Thank you, Jeremy Merck. That's so do you. It's going to be the same story with Kiss stuff tonight. There's going to be people wanting Kiss stuff all night. They're going to wait and try to snipe it for $5 cheaper, and they're not going to win the auction. Then you're going to be frustrated all night. Make sure if you really want something when it's up for auction, you 100%, definitely, without a doubt, go ahead and bid on it. That will actually move the stuff along faster, because I have it back here and I'm like, okay, nobody wants to bid on this. Nobody wants to bid on this. And then poof, there's a lot of interest. And then there's a lot of people like, holy crap, why didn't y'all just bid on it? I'm trying to get it for cheaper. And then all of a sudden everybody's like, oh my gosh, I better start bidding on these auctions. This is insane. Holy crap. Okay, here is Kiss Killers, and this is near mint. No insert except the Lyrican sheet, and that's a $75 start. Japanese Kiss Killers, that's now going up because both of those auctions sold basically for what they were up for. Steve McGee got Paul Stanley sold for $45, and Stanley Richmond got Elder for $80, okay? Thank you on that. They're still bidding on the Netherlands Creatures. That's up for bid. Let's try another one right over here, and this is going to happen right now. This is actually, stand by, this is actually pretty cool. This is actually a real 92 Euro Kiss Revenge. This is a real 1992 Euro Kiss Revenge with the original inner sleeve. And this is a $140 start. $140 start. None available in the United States. That's an OG 92 Kiss Revenge, $140 start. Bill Ward autograph has not went live yet. Bill Ward has not went live yet, okay? Let me jump over here. All right. And then okay. All right. There's that. And boom, boom, boom. All right, we're good to go. Sorry about that. And let me, had to send a text right quick. I still got other people over here It's really hard for me to run the sale and try to buy collections every day. It's nearly impossible, honestly. So I'm always multitasking during the first part of these sales. Yeah, family. Chad, you didn't call me. I told you to call me. I'm like, I hadn't called anybody. This is a 2023 Music on Vinyl Extreme 3, 3 sides to every story. This is a $45 start, okay? All right, so the first thing I have over here is this. Over here is, okay, so Kiss Killers is a Japanese OG $75 start. This is at $75. Revenge is an OG. That's a $140 start. And then Animalize is the only Kiss no bid, which is at $84. This is near mint. It's $85, okay? $85 on that. That's what's going on right now. Let me pull back up this video. I'm only looking for one more over here. Okay, so I got Dead Kennedys Bedtime for Democracies. That's $39.99. Dead Kennedys Plastic Surgery Disasters. And the other one is In God We Trust. All three of those are $39.99 each. I have David Bowie live in Astoria. That's called London Bye Bye Tata. That's $19.99. It is $44.99. It's a double LP. The live concert was in $19.99. The year 1999. The Strokes, Paris La Ville Lumiere. That's the Strokes live. It's on blue vinyl. $33.99 on that. And the Smiths, Hamburg 1984. The Smiths is $24.99. Slint Spiderland. Slint is $29.99. And Dinosaur Jr. Bug. Dinosaur Jr. Bug is $29.99. David Bowie is sold to Kelly Wlodarczyk for $44.99. We have Cramps, A Date with Elvis. That was $36. And we have The Modern Lovers, Rock and Roll with the Modern Lovers. That's on orange vinyl, $36.99. Husker Du, New Day Rising is $29. And then Dinosaur Jr. self-titled, $29. Radiohead Kid A, that's a Gatefold 2 LP, $39 on Radiohead. And Sonic Youth, Bad Moon Rising. Sonic Youth is $34.99. All right, so we're about to sell Killers then. Let's go ahead and make Revenge a buy it now. That's OG 94 Revenge, and that's $140 on that one. Let's put this right over here. Creatures is still getting bids. It's at $76. Tim Michael's about to get Killers, which is at $75. So those are still getting bids. There is an offer on Revenge, and Tom Kelly has Extreme right now for $47, just FYI. All right, next over here is Kiss, music from The Elder, and this is none for sale right now in the United States. This is an 81 Elder, Kiss, music from The Elder. None available right now in the United States on old Discogs, okay? This is near mint minus, very, very nice, and this is a $75 start. $75 start. It has just that generic inner sleeve there. Just a plain generic inner sleeve is what I have. It's a gatefold jacket, and that's a $75 start on Elder on that one. Okay, two offers on Revenge, $130 and $135. D-Kong, do you want it for $135? Tim Michael, you get Japanese Kiss Killers. That is sold to Tim Michael. Thank you. That is sold to him for $75. Let's get that put away. Let's go ahead and do another auction before I wrap up this first crate, or the first part of the recap for tonight. Let's go ahead and put up a Japanese Kiss Alive. And this one's near mint. It's a 76. It is on the Casbah labels. These right here. And this is near mint. It does have the Obi. And this is going to go up for a $95 start. Gatefold jacket, VIP 9517. It has this insert with it. And that is Kiss Alive, a $95 start, okay? D-Kong does get Revenge for $135. Thank you on that, D-Kong. Next is Radiohead Pablo Honey for $38.99. Patsy Cline Greatest Hits on pink vinyls, $29. And then we have the Paul Butterfield Blues Band. That is a music on vinyl press for $38.99. And Babe Ruth First Base. Babe Ruth is $38. That's a music on vinyl press as well. Couple jazz albums here back to back. The first one is John Coltrane, A Love Supreme, and that is on blue vinyl for $29. Final Call on Extreme for $50. Never mind, it just got a new bid for $51. Alice Coltrane with Pharoah Sanders. That's Journey into Sachimandanda. That's on orange vinyl for $33. And then we had Bad Brains, the Omega Sessions for $29. Cannibal Corpse Vile. This is sold to Michael Malliot. Thank you, Michael. That's sold to you for $36.99. Radiohead in Rainbows is $38. And then Pixies Bossa Nova is $29. Also, Van Halen Live in New Haven. Van Halen is $44.99. And that's a 2LP live. That is an official release, okay? All right, first thing is Chris Bryant on BB, and that's for Bad Brains. That's sold to Chris Bryant for $29, and Joseph McCormick got Alice Coltrane for $33.99. All right, so Alive is an A 76. That is a $95 start. Over here, Creatures is a Netherlands. That Netherlands pressing is $81. It's EX. It's a final call. Elders, a Italian OG. 75, none for sale in the United States, and then Extreme 3 is a music on vinyl, and that's at $52, okay? A lot of these foreign pressings tonight, you might see comps, you might see stats on them, but when you really put a magnifying glass to it, you'll find out most of those are overseas, most of them are not available in the United States, and most of them are typically in pretty beat-up condition. So when you see some of these foreign pressings, if you're one of these completists on collecting these KISS foreign copies, I'm probably not telling you anything you don't know already. So a lot of them rarely come up for sale in the United States, and a lot of them rarely come up for sale in high grade. So you'll be looking at comps, and you'll be like, wait a minute, and then you'll be like, oh, that's why that's $75, because there's none for sale in the United States, and the last copy sold was VG or Fair, and it sold overseas 2 years ago for $50 or something. Keep that in mind on these. You'll be seeing some new world records set tonight. You'll see some stuff sell tonight for the highest it's ever sold. You'll see some stuff sell tonight for the cheapest it's ever sold. You'll be that determining factor. Okay, here we go. New bids on everything except the Live and Extreme. That means we're about to go ahead and end those. Let's go ahead and knock out this stack over here of new waiting list. And Ed's got this sorted really cool for me now. He's done a really good job getting all this stuff sorted. So we got pre-orders in some crates, and then we got waiting lists because he's doing those. I don't have to worry about getting my old laptop out and tagging stuff anymore. They're already tagged. So this crate is just a few waiting lists that came in. I'm about to show these righty now, just a few waiting lists that came in. And let me knock these out. And it looks like it's about time to close the board. I'll go ahead and show these right quick. And these kind of records is the deal, like if you want one, great. And let me make him a note. I just thought of something. These are ones that came back in. And then if we need an extra one, if we need an extra one, great. I'm going to text him that. He's probably listening, but I'll make a note. We can order another one, okay? For example, the Allman Brothers Collected, that was a wait list for Danae De La O. That sold to Danae for $54.99. We had Stephen Douglas on the wait list for J.J. Kell Naturally, music on vinyl. That sold to Stephen Douglas for $36.99. We had Dennis Lynch on the wait list for Art Blakey. That's $33.99. And we had Rick Peabody on the wait list for that Pretty Reckless on Poltergeist colored vinyl. That is sold to Rick Peabody for $39.99. All right, A through C are done. Kiss Alive is a buy it now for $95. Let's go ahead and put that away. Kiss Alive is a buy it now for $95. Thank you on that one. And that is being put right over here in the no bids. Creatures, one of our first auctions of the night, did just sell to Ralph Venturino for $90. Thank you, Ralph Venturino. That is done, and let's put that away. And then Kiss Music from the Elder is sold to John Morris for $75. This is sold to John Morris for $75, okay? Thank you, John Morris, and that is sold to you. They're still bidding on Extreme 3. Looks like we need 3 new Kiss records. I don't think anybody's going to object to that. And let's put those up right now. We're doing a lot of these really tough to get foreign pressings early. Let's pull out a Dynasty, another Alive, and let's do a Destroyer. And look at some of these S's on these. Very, very cool. First, here's Dynasty. And this is a 79 German press. It mentions the 5-colored poster on the front. No poster, unfortunately, but it does have the original sleeve. And take a look at this right over here. This is Kiss Dynasty on this German label. Very, very cool. And the vinyl is very nice. EX, okay? EX on the vinyl. And that's going to go up for a $45 start. That's a German pressing of Dynasty. Now over here, this looks really cool. This is, look at that. Holy moly, that's cool. This is a German press as well, a 75 German press, okay? It is a VG record, and as you can see, some of the laminate is starting to peel off of it, which I think I've had one of these before, and that's a common occurrence, okay? These are kind of like laminated covers, and as you can see, it's starting to peel a little bit. Very common. I don't think I've had one of these in a long time. This is a 75 German VG condition, and right now there's 0 for sale in the United States of America, which sounds about right, okay? That is going to go up for a $55 start. Kiss Alive, $55 start on that. And then here is Destroyer. Destroyer is a 76 German, VG Plus on this one, a $45 start, okay? So $45 start, Kiss Destroyer German, Kiss Alive German. Look at those logos from the top view. How unusual, right? That's very, very eye-catching. Okay, so, and what's weird is this is a German press, but it has the regular logo, and then these are also German editions with the regular S's. So these are unique because they're German with alternate. This one's unique because it's a German press, but S. But I think that's a German press, maybe intended for U.S. market. I'm not for sure, or maybe markets elsewhere in Europe. It could be like a German manufactured record, but it was made to be sold in elsewhere in Europe. I don't know that for certain, but that probably sounds plausible why it doesn't have the logo. You know, there's German records that could be made for the United States. There's also German stuff made for other parts of Europe. I don't have an exact answer on why that's the original logo. A is on black vinyl. It's black vinyl near mint. Black vinyl near mint, and bids have already lit up for the other ones, okay? Brad Waits is still the high bidder on Extreme at $61, okay? Brad Waits is still the high bidder on Extreme. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to mark some of this stuff right here, and we're going to keep rolling. So we got everything tagged from that. Okay. All right. So, first thing in here is a Kiss, or excuse me, I'm calling everything Kiss. Scorpions Love Gun puzzle. 500 pieces. This is officially licensed jigsaw puzzle. That is $24.99. $24.99 for the Kiss puzzle there. I have 2 available. I just don't have a price tag on them, but that's about to change right now. What is today? The 13th, all right? So we have sold hundreds of puzzles here over the years during these live streams, and I really need to take inventory and lock down some more because they're one of our best sellers here and in our stores. So $24.99 for the Scorpions Love Drive puzzle if you don't have one of those. Up at the top, here's a quick update. This is a German Dynasty. This is a German OG Alive and a German OG Destroyer. This is VG, lower grade vinyl, a little bit lower grade jacket. This is VG Plus, and Extreme is near mint or presumed, it's sealed or presumed mint. And then Dynasty's EX over there, okay? All right. We have Korn. This is self-titled, and this is $56.99. This is $56.99. That's Korn, a music on vinyl pressing. That's Love Gun, not Love Drive. That's Love Drive, not Love Gun. Chad, that's Love Drive, not Love Gun. Chad, did you mean Love Gun, not Love Drive? That's Love Drive, not Love Gun. Did you mean Love Gun, not Love Drive? George Strait, Pure Country. This is on red vinyl, $38.99. Everything in here is new and sealed, including NWA's Greatest Hits. That's a double LP, $38.99. And Americana Collected, just $33.99. It's a music on vinyl, limited edition 2000 on red vinyl. That has America, the Allman Brothers, Poco, the band, Gene Clark, Big Star, $33.99 on that one. And Toby Keith, 13 #1 hits. Toby Keith is $29.99. Stephanie Hill on George Strait, that's sold to Stephanie Hill for $38.99. Are we really done on Kiss Destroyer? This is at $50, okay? It's a German. Look at this, very cool. Very cool to see that. $50, VG Plus copy. Are we done? David Tate has it. It's a final call. They're still bidding on Kiss, and Dynasty's at $55. They're still bidding on Extreme 2 as well. Also over here, Soul Asylum, Grave Dancers Union. Soul Asylum is $38.99. Grave Dancers Union, Soul Asylum is $38. And then Black Flag Damaged. Damaged is $29.99. $38.99 on Soul Asylum, by the way. I need to get a sticker on that one. All right, and there it is, and boom. And then there's that, and we have the Great Cat. Beethoven on Speed, limited edition 1000 on red vinyl. That is $34.99. And this is Incubus, A Crow Left of the Murder. That is the music on vinyl pressing at $39.99. All right, C and B got relatively new bids. And final chance on Dynasty, no poster. It's at $55. It's with T-Mac J, okay? Also over here, we have Korn, Life is Peachy. That one was $38. And then Stabbing Westward, Wither, Blister, Burn, and Peel. Stabbing Westward was $36. And Disney, Ultimate Hits Volume 1 and 2, that's on green and blue vinyl, $29.99 on Disney. Has everybody done me a favor and shared this everywhere you can? Have you shared it, like, you know, in maybe your Kiss group, or tag some of your Kiss fans? I'd greatly appreciate that. Bob Riger gets Incubus. This is sold to Bob Riger for $39.99. T-Mac J gets the Dynasty. Thank you. That's sold to you for $55. When you see the boxes start turning yellow and orange, I sell stuff after 2.5, maybe 3 minutes tonight on some of the Kiss stuff. If I'm trying to move it fast, or if it's been up for a while, and if it's been up for like 2 or 3 minutes and then finally someone places a bid, I'm probably going to go ahead and sell it to them, and that's going to encourage everybody else to go ahead and place their bids early, because you're like, man, Chad, I was going to bid on that, and I was waiting to snipe it. And then somebody bid, and it's been up for a long time. It's taken up very valuable real estate back there. I could be selling something else. So there's a pro sometimes to bidding. I might just go ahead and sell it to you if it's been up for a while. Here is Kiss Unmasked. This is near mint, and this is the Obi that doesn't mention the sticker, okay? So there's some Obies that mention stickers, and then there's some that doesn't mention stickers. And this one doesn't mention a sticker, so that means it's complete. It's near mint with the insert, and Unmasked is going to go up for a $65 start. Japanese Unmasked of Obi, $65 start. Wow, really cool deal here on the Destroyer, or on a live. That is sold to Ralph Venturino for $75. Ralph Venturino on that for $75. Thank you, and let's put that away. Appreciate that. That is done, and that was a 75 German VG condition, and that is sold to Ralph Venturino for $75. They're still bidding on Destroyer, which is now at $70 with Anthony Resta, and Gavin Jones is going to get the Extreme 3. Boy, that was up for a while, but sold to Gavin Jones for $68. Gavin, have you bought from us before? Gavin, have you bought from us before? Okay. All right. And then there's that. And let's put this away. Let's jump over here and grab another LP. Got some cool stuff to put up, like Indeed, like Judas Priest Live. This is an 87 OG 2LP, a nice. Priest is going to go up for a $45 start. And let's run another auction in B. And here we go. Let's do this right here. I see something very unusual here. Double platinum, a 2LP 1978 Taiwan. Now, there's only one. So from what I'm seeing here from the Discogs report that Kyle's given me, there's only one that has ever sold in VG Plus condition. And that was back June of last year. And then this one is EX, which the one that did sell was VG Plus, and there's only one for sale in the United States, and it doesn't have a cover. So that's how tough this is to get. Did y'all hear that? Only one is sold ever, and there's only one for sale, and it doesn't have a cover, and they're asking $170 for it. This is not easy to get, and listen to this grade, which is unusual for a Taiwan record. A strong EX. Usually Taiwan records, typically they're bootlegs. This is a bootleg. Okay, this is unofficial. Okay, this is unofficial. This is unofficial. Mostly all Taiwan stuff is unofficial. So this is unofficial. I can't believe Discogs even allows you to sell it on there. That's unusual. So, but typically Taiwan records look completely trashed. You know, I mean, they come out of the factory in VG condition. So this is EX. It has the sleeve, and that's a $250 start. $250 start. I can't believe Discogs even allows that for sale. That's unusual. Okay, let's go back up to the top over here. And Brad Waite's got the Disney record. That's sold to Brad Waite's for $29.99. Hey, Chad, just want to tell you that I enjoyed your eBay auctions, and I won 3 items. Do we need to go ahead and pay via eBay or be billed through here? You go ahead and pay on there, and then we will put it in your order. Okay. We'll put it in your order here if you want to pay on there. And if you do that, I'll leave them a note ASAP, okay? All righty. So anybody else? What's this? Was new vinyl. And this is Stabbing Westward. We have Korn. We have The Great Cat, Black Flag, Soul Asylum, Toby Keith, Americana Collected, NWA, Korn, Scorpions, and Scorpions. And Kiss Night is here. Soak it up. Because after tonight, we'll have 6 more live streams, and I guarantee we'll have people on begging, just absolutely begging for me to just show a Kiss record. Just to show a Kiss record. So take it in while you can tonight. There's going to be about 7 hours. We've only been live for 56 minutes. There's going to be about 7 more hours of Kiss auctions and Kiss stuff. So don't go anywhere. I would not even blink. I wouldn't breathe. I wouldn't try to use the bathroom. I'd get some kind of diaper on. I would do something, okay? B is a $250 start. Priest is a final call at $45. Destroyer, the German, OG's at $72. And Unmasked is at $70. Okay, Unmasked is at $70. If you Google Collect Company eBay or Collectco eBay, you'll find us. That's the easiest way. It's nearly impossible to search a handle on eBay, but if you just Google Collect Company, you'll find it. We had 70 auctions go off last night. About the only thing on our eBay page is high-end autographs. That's about the only thing on there is just high-end autographs, including the signed Ace Frehley Les Paul. Yes, we have a custom edition. The real deal, a Gibson Les Paul, not an Epiphone, signed by the Spaceman, signed by Space Ace, signed by Ace Frehley. It's for sale. I'm ready to make a deal with somebody. Here's another crate of new vinyl. Okay, we got new bids on all 3 Kiss auctions. Over there in D is Priest Live, final chance at 45. Okay. I also have this big old thing that looks like a... Oh, yeah, and Bill Kiss Home had some guitars. I think we got a Gene Simmons bass and a couple of those signed Paul Stanley Kmart guitars, which I need to really get out and try to sell. If not tonight, then maybe next week. But there's that. All right, here we go. And here's new vinyl that came in for tonight. Korn, The Path of Totality. Korn is $44.99. That's a music on vinyl press. The Seeds Deluxe Edition. That's a double LP, has bonus tracks on it and an 8-page book. The Seeds is $44.99. And we have Annihilator. That is Set the World on Fire. That's a music on vinyl press, $38.99. So Sean Holford has went ahead and locked in a bid on the Taiwan Double Platinum. And like I said, unusual grade, an unusual record. That's at $250 with Sean Holford right now. Unmasked is at $77 and Destroyer is at $75 with Anthony Resta. Priest is a buy it now for $45. Let's go ahead and get that off the table. Priest is a buy it now for $45 if anybody wants that. Danae DeLeo gets the Seeds. That's sold to Danae for $44.99. Let's open up back A and let's put up another auction and let's keep going. So I got some like bonus stuff over here. Quite a bit of metal. It's actually a whole crate of metal that got shifted in with some other stuff from Thursday, and I didn't even know we had it over here. It was like straight priced metal and auction. So I figured a lot of people that watch Kiss Night is probably also interested in 80s metal. So here's a 2025 Exodus on the bloodshot colored vinyl, and that is sealed Exodus for a $55 start. Judas Priest is sold to Tim Rory for $40. Dave Deckenberger, you're second on that one, and Sean's got about 30 seconds left on the double platinum. Now That's What I Call Country, volume 17, $24.99 on that. And then Opeth, Ghost Reveries, double LP with booklet and poster, $46.99 on Opeth. And then Steve Earle, Austin City Limits, live in Austin, Texas, $33.99 for Steve Earle. And I am selling Sean the double platinum. Wow. Thank you, Sean. Might be a while before we see one of those come through again in that grade. And that is sold for $250. Thank you on that. And that is done. All right, now let's get into another one. Very cool record there. Let's put up another auction in slot number B. And yes, that's obviously going to be a Kiss auction. And I have going up right now a Japanese Creatures of the Night. This is near mint. It is the initial first pressing that mentioned the 3 bonus items. The only thing this has is the obi and the insert. It is near mint, though. A typical pristine Japanese pressing, $85 start on that. $85 start on that. Blackstone Cherry is a music on vinyl press, and Blackstone Cherry is $34.99. And over here, this is a music on vinyl, $34.99. Next is Def Leppard Mirror Ball. That's on white vinyl. Originally a Walmart exclusive, a triple LP, 24. Just $24.99 on that. Steve Earle is sold to Jeff Colgrove for $33.99. And Now That's What I Call Outlaw Country. Now That's What I Call Outlaw Country. A double LP, $24.99. Atomic Rooster. That is a music on vinyl press. Atomic Rooster, $38.99. Wow. Unmasked Japanese still getting bids. Creature now has a bid. And Destroyer is at $80 with Anthony Resta. Exodus is a $55 start. No bid on that yet. We have over here, Now That's What I Call Country Classics, the 70s, $24.99. Okay. First thing is Danae DeLeo on Atomic Rooster. That's sold today for $38. John Griffin gets the Def Leppard. Rob Clean, I will post you on a waiting list if that's okay. We can have these in by Friday. So John Griffin gets the Def Leppard for $24.99. Brandon Jones gets the Outlaw Country comp. What happened to that? Right here, this is sold to Brandon Jones for $24.99, and Greg Gallier got Blackstone Cherry for $34.99, okay? There's that, and Rob Clean does one on that waiting list. So Creatures of the Night has a couple of different editions. It depends on what obi. You see right here where it says 3. So certain versions came with bonus items, and then certain obis, I think you'll see, and it omits those bonus items right here. There's literally a list with bonus items. This has only the insert. Now, some later issues that are also technically, quote, OGs didn't have those bonus items, from what I understand. So it just depends on what obi you have. So some can be OG and not have bonus items and technically complete. This one does, this particular obi does mention bonus items. So you really have to look at what obi you have on some of these Kiss releases. Stone Sour is a music on vinyl press, $44.99 on Stone Sour. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan is the expanded edition. This has bonus tracks, 11 extra tracks on Couldn't Stand the Weather. That is $56.99 music on vinyl press. Exodus, Bonded by Blood is of no bid, $55 buy it now on Exodus. That is the 2025 Bloodshot colored vinyl. We're about to sell Destroyer for $80, and we're about to sell Creatures for $85. Next auction is going to go up for bid in D. Where's my other crate at? I've got some, I think I've even got some like sealed, really stuff that doesn't go together with Kiss, like maybe even some jazz over here that's sealed. So we'll see if the jazz people are still paying attention, even on a Kiss night, right? So here's the Night of the Cookers, live at Club La Marshall, and that's with Freddie Hubbard, Lee Morgan. Now, this is sealed. You cannot identify what pressing unless you open it. I believe it's a 77 when I did the research on it. I believe it's a 77. That is sealed, and that is a $10, excuse me. Well, yeah, 10, 15, whichever. We'll do a $10 start. I meant to say 15. Night of the Cookers. That is sealed. Over here, we have George Jones on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Thank you, George Jones. That's sold to you for $56.99. And over here, Def Leppard was a 3 LP. That is correct. Can I see the Creatures of the Night, Obi? Creatures of the Night is a 1982 Japanese, the limited edition, initial first pressing with the 3 bonus items. This does not have those bonus items, just the lyric insert. It's near mint, and it's a final call for $85, okay? And A and C are still getting bids. The Stone Sour have Love Gun on it. Stone Sour does not have Love Gun on it. That is $44.99. Loretta Lynn, Coal Miner's Daughter. This is on colored vinyl for $29.99. And Velvet Revolver Contraband. This is $46.99. A Music on Vinyl press, $46.99. And then the B-52s, that's new sealed. Also Music on Vinyl, $39.99. Astro Creep 2000. White Zombie. That's a Music on Vinyl press, $44 on that one. And I've got 2 copies of J.J. Kill Naturally. We've already tagged Stephen Douglas, I believe, on a waiting list. I got 2 extra copies. Those are new and sealed J.J. Kill's Music on Vinyl, okay? Larry Gonzalez gets Creatures for $85. Thank you, Larry Gonzalez. That's so to you. And that is done. And Lily McCurry gets the Stevie Ray Vaughan waiting list. We'll put you on the waiting list. We're still getting bids on Unmasked. We're still getting bids on Destroyer. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that's going to happen right. That's going to happen right now. Love Gun. And Love Gun, what happened to it? Love Gun is a 1977 Italian. None available in the United States. I repeat, none available in the United States. Kiss Love Gun. Just a jacket, which is really clean, and the vinyl's EX, and this is going to go up for a $55 start. $55 start on that. Screaming Trees, Uncle Anesthesia. Screaming Trees is $38.99. The Modern Lovers is $38.99. J.J. Kell was $36. Music on Vinyl. Jeremy Merck also on the Def Leppard wait list. And yes, make sure that Lillian went on the waiting list for Stevie Ray Vaughan Expanded. Okay, make sure we make a note that's that expanded edition. Silverchair Freak Show, that's a limited edition, 4,000 on red and black marbled, 39 on that. And then the Dictators, Manifest Destiny, limited edition, 750 on red, Dictators 74, and the Best of the Runaways, $33.99 on the Best of the Runaways. All right, Freddie Richards gets Unmasked, and this is sold to Freddie Richards for $89. Let's go ahead and put that away. Appreciate that. And then Kiss Destroyer is at 90 with David Tate, and that's the German, and that is a going a once, and that's now a going a twice. Let's add another Kiss auction for slot number A, shall we? And that is going to be this. Somebody asked me about bootlegs. Don't have bootlegs. I don't have bootlegs. Wow, this is unusual. This is Kiss, So we got this one as the 1974 second press. 1974 second press. It has the hop sticker advertising Kissin' Time Strutter, Nothing to Lose. Very interesting report on this one. So this one essentially only has one for sale in the United States, a VG Plus VG copy, and none have ever sold this particular variant. This is a 1974 second pressing Pitman, and it's actually really nice. The vinyl's EX Plus, and it has that really tough to get hop sticker advertising Kissin' Time. So this over here, this is Kiss. This is a 1974 second press Pitman, and we have, like I said, there's currently none sold of this particular pressing. That's unusual. And then there's only one for sale. So we're going to put this up at $275. That is now up for bid in slot number A. $275 on that. I love hop stickers. I love hop stickers. David Tate gets the German Kiss Destroyer. This is sold to David Tate for $90. Thank you, David Tate. That is sold to you. Okay, let's put that away, and let's go ahead while I'm putting stuff up. Let's go ahead and put another one up. Okay, over here, and this is going to go up in slot number C, and slot number C is going to be Alive 2, and this is a Canadian press. Alive 2 is a 77 Canadian OG, and this is near mint minus Canadian. Over here it mentions that contains 2 discs, kind of written in French, Canadian French. This is near mint minus. It has the book. It does not have the tattoos, stickers. I guess it's tattoos technically. That is near mint though, very nice. And it's actually, since one sold on Discogs, 2 years. So $45 start on that one. Let's go back up to the top and figure out what I left. First question is, what is Exodus? Exodus is bonded by blood. Bloodshot colored vinyl, $55 on Exodus. $55 on Exodus. What is in D? D is the Night of the Cookers, live at Club La Marchelle with Freddie Hubbard, Lee Morgan, James Spaulding. It's sealed. There's no way to determine what year this is. Impossible. Impossible to determine the year, but you can guess, and I think it's the 77 version. I'm pretty sure it is, but it is sealed and it's never been opened. Tesla is in our cart and it will be shipping this week. So are some of the first batches of the Rhino Sound of 76. Yes, some of those are due in this week, 100%. Looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it, okay? So over here we have Kiss, the debut, $275 on that one. That one has the hype sticker on it. Love Guns and B, which was the Italian 77. Very cool. Let me show that label. That might change somebody's mind. Really cool. See all these foreign labels. This one's a $55 start. And then Alive 2 is just a regular OG Canadian that's nice and near mint for $45 on that one. My best price on Exodus, Kevin, will be $40. $40 on Exodus, Kevin. All right. Let me give y'all here on the top cam. Let's see here. One second, please. Let's see here. Me will let him know. I'm still here. All right. Okay. All those are no bids. 275, 55, and 45. Okay. There we go. So there's that. And let's jump over here. And did Kevin Deuce say yes on this? He never did say yes or no, so that's still over there. All those are no bids. And sorry, let me condense this over here. Let's get into some of the new vintage stuff. Still trying to buy some collections. About my first hour or two overnight, it seems like I'm over here texting people trying to buy more collections or just negotiate and back and forth until literally it gets too late probably to text anybody. Also, whilst trying to keep up with bids and run this stream. So there's that. And Deckelman needs 2 pack of top loaders. If we can get them in this week, I can do it. Yeah. All right. So this is $275. That's for the KISS debut with the hop sticker. This particular pressing has never sold on Discogs. It's EX Plus condition. The one listed is VG Plus. This one's not bad at all. Consider that at $275, or I'll listen to an offer. Kind of hard to find that one. It is sold to Michael Anderson. He just claimed it for $275. Thank you, Michael Anderson. That is sold to you. Love Gun got an offer for $45 with T-Mac J. Let's go ahead and roll it. This is sold to T-Mac J for $45. Thank you on that one. And then over here, Alive 2 is sold to Jim Kleinback for $45. Wow. Those were great deals on all those. They either got just minimum bid or just a little under it for the Love Gun. So let's put those away. Thank you on that. And Kevin says yes for 40. No, I said yes for 50. And then Danae DeLeo got the Seal Jazz album for $28. Thanks, everybody, for joining us tonight. Danae DeLeo got the Freddie Hubbard there for $28. Sold to Danae DeLeo. All right, 4 new auctions. I got other bonus stuff like that to put up in D. Let me pick out some more auctions over here. Trying to go for some really cool and unusual stuff early tonight, while everybody's on and paying wickedly close attention. So let's do a unmasked, a double platinum, a Japanese lick it up. That's going to be our next 3 here. I'm about to start running some KISS autographs, okay? So put down Justin Deckelman for our 2 top loaders, okay? 2 packs of top loaders. I actually think I got 1 pack in stock right now. I found those I ordered a long time ago to show for an example, and I never did use them. All right, so over here, this is a 1980 Argentine. A 1980 Argentinian press. And this one is a strong VG. That means it's pretty close to a VG minus, but it does have one pretty noticeable mark on track A5. So that's what's making it a VG. Other than that, it's pretty nice. This is going to go up for an $85 start. It does have that laminate top jacket. And if you notice, the cover is in, let's see, Spanish. That is a $85 start. $85 start on that. And then KISS Double Platinum. This is an 82 German double platinum. You can notice right here, it has the alternate S's, and it has this Polygram special price sticker on it. Not bad. EX on that one, 55 for that German double platinum. Now that's rolling. And then Lick It Up is the 83 OG. It does have that alternate cover, kind of the slip cover that went over the top. That is a $75 start. Some really unusual stuff there. Let me go over those prices again. So Argentinian Unmasked is going to go up for the $85 start. Double Platinum is German. It's kind of hard to see, but it has the German non-foil jacket, a little bit of a mark right there, and it has the Polygram sticker on it. And so that's 55, and then Lick It Up Japanese is 75. There you have it. We're about to go through some new vintage stuff for tonight. First, I've got another sealed Freddie Hubbard. This is called Freddie Hubbard Skylark. It is sealed, and it's on the Quintessential Jazz series, and that's going to go up in D for a $10 start. Michael Anderson, make sure you flip that exclamation mark and that B. Okay, if you flip that exclamation mark and that B, you'll see your bid show up, okay? And just like that, the board is lighting up with new bids. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in early tonight. I have already made a big dent in the first batch of some of tonight's KISS stuff. There's more where that comes from. Let me put this crate right there. Oh, my back. Let me put that right there. And let's see, this was tonight's new vinyl, right? Yep. And every once in a while, I might throw up a miscellaneous KISS item in D as well. I've got some belt buckles to run. I think I got the KISS van over here. I will say I haven't had a lot of time to do research on them, so I'm probably just going to throw them up and let them ride, okay? All right. John's got us some new vintage stuff over here. And let me take a drink of Monster. You got some cool bonus stuff. And yeah, let's get going. Okay, let's do this. Let's take a peek in this first crate of new vintage stuff John's got. See if this is the right one to start us off tonight. Of course, all of our vintage stuff, I used to do it just straight price, no more, no less. And then what I learned is, you know what? You know what? Let's just go ahead and take auctions on, or let's go ahead and take offers on it. So I started taking offers, and then later you may see them further discounted in flip crates in our private group in the mornings. And sometimes I do random half off. But if it's the first time showing a crate and there's something there you want, I would get it, because it's the month of July. And basically there's nothing left in this building from the month of June. So that's how fast we go through and turn over our inventory. So anything, we sell thousands of records every week. We price thousands of records every week. There is nothing left in this building, pre-owned vintage, from the month of June, essentially. It's all gone. It's all gone. So what I always tell somebody is, if you see something, now's the time to buy it. You can make offer. If you want to be patient about it, there we go. What's the guitar picks? Def Leppard. They're Def Leppard. I'm going to possibly sell those later. Okay? Let's run down these auctions one more time. This is OG Argentinian. OG Argentine. Nah. That's hard to say. $85 on that. Double Platinum's at $85. And then Lick It Up is an OG Japanese. OG Japanese. And that's, of course, that's the cover you're used to seeing, right? This came with like an insert that doubled as an alternate cover. Pretty cool. And that is a $75 start on that. Hold on, let me confirm that. I either said 75 or 85. That is a $75 start on that. All right. And then Danae has the sealed Freddie Hubbard. This crate here is a vintage buy it now best offer crate. So you can claim something at the price. You can make an offer. I may counter you. Don't take that disrespectfully. That's just what I do. I counter, okay? Or I might go ahead and take it. We can move stuff. If we can move through stuff a lot faster if we get into that rhythm of where I know where we need to be on a particular record. And I'm trying to find the Kiss 8x10s that I was going to run tonight. They were either down in a crate. I'm trying to find them right now. They were either down in a crate. Let's see if I moved them over here. Nope. I really wish I could locate those, because I had some killer shots of Ace, and I had some full band shots signed by Ace, which are great to have, because that means you could get them. You can still get them complete, right? Let me see what I got over here. These are just empty. These are empty boards and bags. Yeah, Tanner boarded me up some bags in case I sold extras. That's signed by Great White. That's signed by Exodus. That's a signed Ace. That's a signed Ace. That's that Boss Skaggs. There's Ric Flair. Exodus, Alive, and Animalize. That's the no bids. Is that those right there? Could that be it? Nope, that's the Megadeth. Okay, that's the no bids over there. Sorry, 1 second. All right, and then maybe they're slipped down in the Kiss crate, perhaps. If they were over here in the front. I could have swore it's in the stuff they photographed. I have a feeling I like tucked them down in something, like I laid them somewhere carefully, and now they're kind of hidden, which is unfortunate, because it'll be one of those deals where I'm like, well, I can't find the Kiss autographs. Stuff like that always happens. That's an empty box. Okay. What else we got? Nothing right there. There's that. They're just casually laying somewhere. Okay, let's go ahead and get started with this crate. I found them. I put them in the crate with the Kiss van and stuff. Oh, yeah, I got some awesome signed 8x10s coming up here. Look at that. Awesome. These are cool to have because, like I said, Ace is on them. And, you could get them finished if you wanted to, which would be really cool. So there's that. And then there's some really cool, I love those like that. And all these are JS8, okay? And a random Vinnie Vincent. So I got some really cool stuff there. There should be some very good bidding on those, okay? Okay, here we go. First thing, what's the no bids? Megadeth Countdown to Extinction picture disc, $35. Animalize was $85. OG Japanese near mint. Alive was $95. That was near mint. VIP 9517. And then Exodus is $55. Exodus is on bloodshot colored vinyl. All right, here we go. And everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. This is manufacture 1991. It's a 12-inch single. I've been throwing a curveball right off the bat. A Measure Response, manufacturers $12.99. That's a 12-inch single. Eurythmics Touch is $19.99. And we have King Crimson. And this is an 83 half-speed master in shrink wrap. Very cool. And that is $49.99. Also, Busboys, minimum wage rock and roll, $9.99. Now, I'm going to go ahead and make Lick It Up a buy it now for $75. Two people are trying to bid on these auctions right now, and they're not keying their bids in incorrectly. Okay, Ralph's just came in. So Joe Gabriel has unmasked Argentinian at $100. We're about to sell it. Double Platinum is at $110. Lick It Up is a buy it now. And there we go. So Ralph is in on both of these. Lick It Up's a $75 buy it now. They're still bidding on the sealed Freddie Hubbard over there, okay? Here we go. This whole crate is EX Plus or better. Topographic also wants on that Def Leppard mirror ball waiting list. First thing is Busboys. There's no condition notes on Busboys. $9.99. John Durden, if you don't want it, then somebody else was going to claim it, okay? Somebody else is going to claim it. Kiss has an offer for $60 and then a claim for $75. Larry, if you want Lick It Up, it's yours for $75. If not, it's David Tate's. John, Busboys will be $9.99. We have the High Fives. Welcome to my mind. The High Fives is a 1995 punk album, $29.99. John Durden does get the Busboys for $9.99 and the Untouchables. The Untouchables is $19.99. Larry Gonzalez gets Lick It Up for $75. $75 on that one, okay? We have 115 and 115. They're battling over that. And let's go ahead and get one of our first 8x10s running here. I think this is Sweet Ola. This is Ace Frehley, signed in silver paint pen, an 8x10, a classic pose there. What an awesome shot. And, of course, it's been JSA certified. That is going to go up for a $175 start. $175 on Ace. And that is now for, let me get this sticky note off the back of it. Looks like where Bill had it flagged or tagged. And there's nothing written on it, though. But that's a $175 start. Very cool. Look at that. And JSA has certified that one. $175 on Ace. Very, very cool there. All right, next thing is this. This is a buy it now or best offer crate. We've already sold a ton of unusual, rare foreign pressings tonight, and we got more where that came from, okay? We got a lot more. And guess what? We have enough Kiss stuff. We'll be mixing stuff in throughout this week, and we'll have another full incredible night next week as well, okay? So first thing I have is, this is Argentinian OG Unmasked, Argentinian, VG 175. This is German double platinum. This is German double platinum, a 1982, which is a reissue, but it does have the alternate S's and the polygram special price sticker. Those are both at 115. Ralph and Joe are battling over those, okay? Moving on. Next thing over here is this. William Drugovich put HI5. Is that an offer on something? The High Fives is $29.99 on that one, William. I'll maybe do it for $25, but I can't do $5. And then a lot of people wanted Animalize. No, that's an offer on Animalize. Animalize is still over here. Animalize has an offer for $60. Hodgepodge Vintage. Hodgepodge, let's do it for $70. Let's do it for $70, okay? William Drugovich gets the High Five, sold for $25. $70 on Animalize. That's for them, okay? Next is Dynamite, Johnny Walker, $12.99. I've got some kind of adult comedy albums coming up, okay? This is from these are from that North Carolina collection. Johnny Walker, Dynamite, $12.99. Red Fox is Sex Here to Stay. Red Fox is $14.99. And then the Best Party Fun, more Red Fox. That one's $14.99. And then we have this one, My Man, Wild Man Steve. These are some adult comedy albums, a lot of adult black comedy albums. $14.99 on those, okay? Very, very cool to see those. The next one, I think, has a pretty adult cover coming up, okay? So first is The Only DJ wants the Jimmy Walker. That is sold to him for $12.99. And then George Jones, I'm going to give you both of the Red Fox. But let me make sure and confirm that, okay? So quick update. Ralph, you're back out on these two. And now Ace. What an awesome signed 8x10. Richard Harris has that, or excuse me, Richard Davis has that for 180. They're still bidding on the sealed Freddie Hubbard as well. The sealed Freddie Hubbard is at $28 on that one, okay? So this is slot A, slot B, and slot C, and now we have a new bet on Ace. That is one of the most awesome solo shots we have of his. We have a ton of signed Ace. Of course, I got some like modern photos. I've got some just really weird, just looks like just bizarre almost kind of photos. And then I've got some with the rest of the band, and I think those will do really well tonight, okay? Oh yeah, and then over here, we have Gavin Jones claim the Megadeth. I forgot about that, Gavin. Thank you. This is sold to Gavin Jones for $35. I forgot to pull that. That's sold to Gavin Jones for $35. And I almost forgot about that. I'm glad you reminded me. Can I see the gatefold double platinum? You can. Gatefold double platinum. Gene, Paul, Peter, Ace. No kind of rare variant. I found out that some of them have like Gene, Paul, Ace, and Paul, Ace, Gene, and weird things like that go on inside of these gatefolds. And honestly, there's no telling how many I probably sold without really checking them. But you always need to look inside of a gatefold, a double platinum, because sometimes they have like mixed up images. And I think that's on the US, but it could be on the foreigns as well. All right, is there a signed Great White? That is actually a record. This actually came from Bill's collection. We've got it certified. This has never went up for bid. I could run this tonight, but it is a signed OG Great White. But yeah, we've had it certified, but that is honestly something I've never ran before, okay? All right, so there we go. Okay, over here, we've got second Rudy Ray Moore album. This blank belongs to me. The second Rudy Ray Moore album. That is $24.99. So both of the Red Fox records are sold to George Jones. One sold for $14.99. The other sold for $14.99. And John Lennon, live in New York City. And John Lennon is $24.99. Rudy is sold to Autumn Betts for $24.99. Colin was second. And we have James Taylor Flag. That one is $14.99 for James Taylor Flag. And Reverend Jesse Jackson, Our Time Has Come, a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Hodgepodge Vintage wants the Kiss Animalize for $70. Thank you on that one. And it is time to sell A and B. Unmasked is sold to Joe Gabriel, and that is sold to Joe Gabriel for $125. And over here, double platinum is sold to Joe Gabriel for $125. Thank you on that one, okay? Sorry, Chad, I did not mean Jimmy Walker, not Johnny. We do not have a claim for Johnny Walker or Jimmy Walker. Johnny, who is this? This is Dynamite Jimmy Walker. If anybody wants this, it's going back in the crate. It's $12.99, okay? $12.99. And then Danae gets the Freddie Hubbard for $35. Thank you, Danae. That's so deep for $3,500. Let's look at that Ace Frehley 8x10 again. Wow, I mean, yeah, you're not going to get a much better shot than that, signed like that. That is sweet. Kiss logo back there behind them. That's at $215 right now. That's at $215, okay? All right, there's that. And let's go back over here to slot A and B for more Kiss greatness. And let's introduce some other stuff here. I have another double platinum to run, and we're going to try a Hot in the Shade, okay? So first is Hot in the Shade. Hot in the Shade is a 1989 Vertigo UK, and right now there's none for sale in the United States. This record is in VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition. Hot in the Shade is going to go up for a $55 start. Excuse me. Then over here is double platinum. This is a tough one. Tanner wrote me a little book on this one. This is an 82 Colombian reissue. This is an 82 Colombian reissue. Did you hear me? Columbia. How unusual. Double platinum Columbia. This is a gatefold, and look at the gatefold. Look at that. Very, very unusual. Very unusual gatefold. How unusual. Very unusual. And then here are the two discs. Now, I hadn't got a grade on these. Yeah, so these are, I do have a grade. These are VG, maybe even VG minus. Okay, these are VG, maybe even VG minus, okay? So VG minus. Let's go ahead and put this up for auction. I have some stats. We couldn't find one sold except for on eBay 3 years ago. All right, so obviously a rare double platinum here. Couldn't find one on eBay except for 3 years ago on Terapeak, which Terapeak is an eBay server system you can use, and it goes back, I think, 3 years on eBay. So before long, you might not even find a result on eBay unless you go to PopSpsych. So pretty tough to get here, my friends. We've already sold one rare double platinum. I think this one's more rare. This is a $375 start. The spine is actually not that bad. It's got a little bit of a ding down here on the corner, and but other than that, so I would grade the cover VG, maybe VG minus because of the writing inside. Looks like there's a little bit of a pen scribble, and then the vinyl is VG minus. It looks like it could use a restoration. It looks a little dirty. It's a little dirty inside of there. You might can even clean this thing up. So at least the inside of the gatefold. $375, and that is a scarce double platinum. We may be done on Ace. It's at $255 with Richard, or excuse me, $225 with Richard Davis. $225 with Richard Davis, okay? All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is sealed Della Reese. I Gotta Be Me this trip out. This has never been open. It's on ABC Records, and this is Della Reese. It's a sealed. Looks like an OG to me based on this original Klein price tag, the shrink wrap, the weight of the vinyl. $10 start on that. $10 start. All right, let's get back over here. This is a buy it now or best offer crate, okay? A buy it now or best offer crate. Next is Little Richard's Grooviest 16 original hits. That is $24.99. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Savoy Brown Looking In. Savoy Brown is $19.99. That's called Looking In. We have Roy Buchanan Livestock. Roy Buchanan is $19.99, and Whitney Houston self-titled. Whitney Houston is $24.99, and Jimmy Buffett A1A. Jimmy Buffett $19.99. All right. So Richard Davis, congratulations on the ace. That is so to you for $225. Awesome shot there. Let's get that back in the board and bag. That was SR91433. Signed Ace Frehley, sold to Richard Davis for $225. $225 sold to Richard Davis. All right. Kind of gives me an idea where we can expedite some time on where to start the other ones. So let me go ahead and do this next band shot. Single signed by Ace. A chance to get this one completed. You know, in the autograph world, you get one item that could possibly be signed by the other four. If you already got Ace, you're going to have obviously the toughest one to get right now. So this is Ace signed 8x10. Really cool shot of the band there. JSA stickered and certified. We'll go ahead and put that up for a $195 start. $195, that's up for bid in slot number C. $195, that's now up for bid. Okay, first offer that came in was Stephen Douglas on Savoy Brown. Sold to Stephen Douglas for $15. Thank you on that one. Next is Robin Trower, Beyond the Mist. Robin Trower is $19.99. Roy Buchanan, that's what I'm here for. Roy Buchanan is $19.99. Also, we have Fetchin' Bones. Fetchin' Bones. Fetchin' Bones is $9.99. Galaxy 500. Galaxy 500. Crosby and Nash, the best of David Crosby and Graham Nash. $19.99 on that one. And then Derek and the Dominoes, Layla. And I think, based on what I'm seeing and feeling here, this is an OG pressing. That's Atco. It's a Presswell, has the original address, and beautiful vinyl. That's an OG Layla, $49.99. So George Jones is sold on the Robin Trower for $19.99. Quick update. VG Plus OG Hot in the Shade. It has a new bid for $67. This is OG 82 Colombian double platinum. $375 start. This is signed by Ace. $195 start. Della Reese has a new bid for $11. It is sealed. Now it has a bid for $12, okay? Moving on. This is crate number 1 of 5 of new vintage stuff tonight. While we're auctioning all this KISS stuff, I'll be putting up crate after crate of records like this. make offer. So even if you're not interested in KISS, I'm going to keep D back here reserved for a non-KISS auction, or every once in a while I've got some KISS miscellaneous to run, and then in the crate you're going to see all kinds of stuff, okay? Eric Clapton, this one's called Clapton, a self-titled album, $34.99, $34.99. Also, we have George Thorogood and the Destroyers moving on over. That's in shrink wrap for $19.99, and Charlie Daniels Band, Midnight Wind. Charlie Daniels is $24.99. Evangeline, Emmylou Harris. Emmylou Harris is $14.99. And Nazareth, this is called Full House or Snaz. This is in shrink with a hop sticker, $34.99 on that. And Van Halen, $51.50. Has the original on her sleeve. Clean, nice copy on Van Halen for $44.99. All right, I got to go ahead and end some stuff. Jim, just so you know, you're out on Hitting the Shade. Columbia Double Platinum, $375. Ace, $195, okay? $195. $195, okay? All right. And there is that. That is available for $195. Ace, full or a band shot there. Trying to figure out what to call that. I keep wanting to say fully signed. I wish, but that's $195. And then this KISS Double Platinum Colombian is $395. Okay, $395 or make offer. It's going right over here. If anybody interested, it's in the no bids. We've already sold the Venezuela tonight, and this one's going right over here. The only no bids are Exodus Bonded by Blood, which is sealed for $55. And also over here, I have a double platinum for I have a live for $95. Okay. All right. There's that. We need 2 more KISS auctions. That's over there. Plus, I'm going to go through all those sealed anniversaries tonight and try to reduce some prices. Okay. But first thing I have is this. I have going up for bid right now. What do I have? What do I have? Oh, yeah, I got this right here. I have 2. I'm going to go ahead and put up another signed album, and then I'm going to go ahead and put up this right here. Let's see what's up with this Dress to Kill, okay? I think it's an Obilus Japanese. So we have a KISS Asylum, which is it's actually, I hadn't even looked at the record. What is this? I thought, is this going to be a U.S.? Is this a foreign press? No, this is just a nice U.S. Asylum signed by Bruce Kulick, okay? I would say a VG cover, mostly because somebody wrote on the back. JSA authenticated, signed by Bruce Kulick, and that's going to go up in slot B for a $65 start, okay? It looks like a solid VG Plus or EX record, and that's up for bid in slot B. Slot C, I believe, is an Obilus. Yeah, this is an Obilus 77 Japanese Dress to Kill. So this is going to go up in C. No Obi, but near mint minus. Let me take a look at it. VEX plus. I mean, I don't really see hardly anything on it. And I'm just doing a quick glance. Of course, y'all typically know the quality for Japanese, right? $45 start on that. $45 start on that. Also, we have Styx Crystal Ball. That is $19.99 on Styx Crystal Ball. Cheap Trick, next position, please. Cheap Trick is $19.99. And Neil Young, this note's for you. Neil Young is $19.99. Jim Kleinback has Hot in the Shade. So did Jim Kleinback for $68. Thank you on that one. Also in here, we had Christine McVie in shrink wrap for $24.99. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that's going to go over here in A. Let me see what I got. Let me see what I got over here. Let's see what's going on with Gene. Gene is a 78 Japanese. Gene is a 78 Japanese. Also no Obi, but near mint, and that is going to go up for a $45 start on Gene Simmons, okay? That's up for bid in A. First thing is Alicia. Alicia S. gets the Styx for $19, and Alex Miller gets Neil Young. That's sold to Alex Miller for $13. Moving on, we have Emerson, Lake & Palmer Works. Emerson, Lake & Palmer is $19.99, and Gillian Lennon Velotte. Gillian Lennon is $9.99. The Animals Greatest Hits. The Animals Greatest Hits Live, that's $19.99. And we have the Concert for Bangladesh. That is this box set, really cool, nice and complete, $49.99. Della Reese is sold to David Gass for $16. Thank you, that is sold. That is sold. It's Tonight Kiss Night. Tonight we will be featuring 90%, or I guess technically 75% of our auctions tonight will be Yes Kiss. They will be over there in A, B, and C all night. There might be some buy it nows later with the anniversary stuff as I try to go through those again. But yes, in slot number D, pretty much, or A, B, and C tonight is going to be all Kiss auctions. Okay, this is Kanye West Donda, and Donda is a 4LP. It's in this solid black jacket. This is Kanye West, and it's a $25 start. $25 start on that. All the vinyl's been cleaned in MoFi sleeves. EX Plus. Any promos? I have probably already sold about 20 promos, and we've probably got 150 more to sell. Yes. I've already sold Bangladesh. I've already showed it. There's Red Fox Live in Las Vegas. $14.99. Anita Ward is $9.99. And then Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline. Bob Dylan is $34.99. Okay. Gene Simmons has a bid for $45. Final Chance on Asylum, signed by Bruce, for $65. And Dress to Kill for $45. Those are final chances. Okay. Any Kiss promos? Yeah, we've already sold a lot of Kiss promos from this collection, and there's more. I've got a couple laying around here that got tagged this week. There's a couple that got mixed in for this week's last week's auctions that were just going to run on like a normal Friday or something, or Tuesday. And I was like, whoa, let's not do those yet. And I've got a Japanese promo over here somewhere, and I've got a double platinum complete with the poster around here somewhere. Just stand by. Just stand by. I would cancel all my plans tonight. If you leave this screen, you're probably going to miss a Kiss rarity. Over here, we have George Jones getting Red Fox for $14.99. Sold. Dress to Kill is not a promo. No, it is not. Dress to Kill is not a promo. No, not a promo. Okay, let me step over here. Let me put this here. All right, I know what that crate is. I know what this crate is. Okay, I can push all this out of my way. Push that back for a second. I won't need that crate for a while. I won't need these for a while. That's metal. That's 8x10s that are signed, not Kiss. Here's 8x10s that are signed by Kiss. And let me slide this over. All right. There we go. Now I can get through here. All right, over here is the other stuff I was talking about. There's the Kiss promos, the debut promos. I've got those. I've got to let them know about this. And then here is that double platinum, which has the poster and all that, okay? And then somewhere around here is that Japanese, I think it's a white label promo of Destroyer. All right, here we go. So first thing I have is my crate is full. Let me swap those out right quick. And then let me put crate number 2 right here. All right. And then first we got Douglas Phelan getting Bangladesh for $35. And then the Animals. Live is $19.99, okay? All these auctions are done. So Gene Simmons is sold to Michael Hamburger for $45. That is sold to him for $45. Asylum, signed by Bruce Kulick, is $65. I need to actually get that in a new sleeve right quick. Let me get that in a brand new sleeve. That is buy it now for $65. And then Dress to Kill Japanese is $45, okay? And let's put that right in here. Kanye West is a no bid. That's a buy it now for $25. That's going to go right in there. Whoops. That's going to go right in there. Next auctions, right here, right now. I'm going to go ahead and put up these right here. So this is a 78 OG double platinum with the poster, okay? With the poster. Very tough to get. So here's double platinum, complete with the poster. There's the insert. Both discs are near mint minus. Both discs are near mint minus. It also has obviously the Platinum Award, and it has the strip. We had one of these last week on Kiss Night. And then here is the poster. And let's open that up and take a look at it. I don't know if we had it on Kiss Night or we just sold it. We sold it randomly one night. And of course, as y'all know, this is a tough item to get here. The poster that goes with double platinum, okay? There's Ace down here, Paul, Gene, and Peter. And that is a $275 start. $275 complete with poster. The cover's really nice. The Obi has a little bit of bleaching up here at the top, or what I call sun distortion. But other than that, it's really clean. That is $275 on that. That's up for bid in A. And there's the sleeve for it, or my outer sleeve for it. I think we sold one last week up in the threes. We sold one last week up in the threes. Next is a 1978, another Japanese solo album. No Obi, near mint with the insert. That's Ace Frehley and the inner sleeve. $45 start on Ace. That's Japanese. That's Japanese. And then we're going to try another signed Ace photo. And this one is really cool. Ace in the back doing his makeup. How cool is that shot? Another vintage shot of Ace. That is a $175 start on that. $175 on that. And then let's pick out another random auction for D. Let's jump back over here to the metal crate for a second. And let's try this right here. Let's try, I got some heavy stuff in here. A lot of Exhumer and let's try Overkill. Let's try one of the classic Overkill albums. This is Overkill taking over, a sealed music on vinyl press, a $45 start. So the Animals is $19.99. Here's what's left in this crate. The Animals, Bob Dylan, Anita Ward, not Anita Baker. Anita Ward is $9.99. Julian Lennon, Emerson, Lake and Palmer is $19.99. And then we had Christine McVie, Cheap Trick, Van Halen, Nazareth, Emmylou Harris, Charlie Daniels, George Thorogood, Eric Clapton, Derek and the Dominoes, Crosby and Nash, Fetch and Bones, Roy Buchanan, Jimmy Buffett, Whitney Houston, Roy Buchanan, Little Richard, Johnny Walker, Reverend Jesse Jackson, James Taylor, John Lennon, my man, Wild Man Steve, the Untouchables, King Crimson, Half Speed Master, the Eurythmics, and Manufacture. Oh yeah, Matt Bushy getting the Animals for $13. Oh yeah, Amenities getting Emerson, Lake and Palmer for $13. Those are sold and sold. And then looking at the top cam, double platinum does have a bid for $275. This is $45. That's $175. And then Overkill is $45. How much is James Taylor Flag? James Taylor Flag was $14 or $9. $14.99 on that one. Which Jimmy Buffett? A1A on Jimmy Buffett. $19.99. Price on John Lennon Live in New York City, $24.99. And then if y'all decide you want anything in there, let me know. I'm going to put that crate right here behind me. That was crate number 1 of 5 of new vintage stuff tonight. So let's go ahead and go through the next one. All right. And make sure you lock in your bids on Kiss stuff. There's virtually no bids tonight, just a couple. And I'm telling you right now, by the end of the night, they're going to be gone. So you can lock in a bid now. You can wait. You can take that risk. I got a Fat Boys auction coming up, just FYI. Got a Fat Boys auction coming up over there in D. And pretty much all the auctions that's running tonight in D will be stuff that's not advertised, okay? Just saying. All right. And then we got Jeremy Abrams getting the James Taylor. And then we have Derek and the Dominoes with a fair offer, and I'm going to go ahead and take it. So let me go pull that James Taylor, and let me go ahead and pull that Derek and the Dominoes. And that was a super clean OG, like Presswell, okay? All right. So over here, we have James Taylor. That is sold to Jeremy Abrams for $14.99. Stephen Douglas gets Derek and the Dominoes for $38. Joe DeGato, you were second on James Taylor. And Tony Ortego, I'll do 18 on John Lennon. Are y'all really going to let this double platinum, this rarity, sell for $275? And it is. He's already had it for 3.5 minutes. He bid early, and he's already been sitting on it for 3.5 minutes. I got to sell it. This is sold to him for $275. I think we sold one last week for $395. I think we sold the same record last week for $395. And that is done. That was complete with the poster. That is sold to Amenities for $275. Nice. All right, that one's done. And I don't know how many more I have with the poster. I may have a loose poster. I did have some parts and pieces from Bill's collection. I may have like a loose poster laying around, but who knows? We might find it tonight going through some tubs. That's sold a mini to $275. Devin Reese gets Ace Frehley. He's bid. Let's go ahead and sell it. Let's sell it to Devin Reese for $45. And final chance on the Ace Photo and final chance on Overkill. I'm going to go ahead and introduce 2 more, and then I'm going to end those auctions. So you have time to lock in a bid. This is going to go up for bid right now. This is, stand by, this looks like an unusual Alive 2. Yeah, Venezuela Alive 2. This is a 1978 Venezuela Alive 2. None for sale, none available in the United States. Now, this is typical condition from albums of this region. They're just like, I mean, to me, it's just like unbelievable, right? It's just like, you never see stuff from Venezuela or South America that's mint. I don't know, it's just like, they went through a heck of a journey getting these things to America, evidently. Kiss Alive 2. None for sale in the United States. The grade on this one, stand by. The grade on this one, I still see offers coming in from the last crate. The grade on this one is VG minus, okay? That's going to go up for a $45 start. $45 start on that one. And then next over here is in B, and this is Kiss Animalize. An 84 Colombian press, none for sale in the United States, an 84 Colombian press, and this one is VG Plus condition, $125 start, okay? Also, let's go ahead and sell C and D. Ace is a bot now for $175, and then Overkill over here is a bot now for $45. I will show what's in the no bid batch in just 1 second, okay? I will show what's in the no bid batch in just 1 second, okay? I know that always piques everybody's interest. All right, and then over here, I have this. Jared Inc. said Bruce Kulick for $45. I will say the signed Bruce Kulick for $60. I still need to get it in a sleeve. Tony Ortego says I'll take it. And that was on what? Tony Ortego says I'll take it. That's what Kramer said when they, remember when he got the coffee? They made him an offer. He said, I'll take it. He jumped up out of his chair. Let me put that right over here. Where the heck? I don't want to have to open a whole pack of sleeves, but evidently I have, let's see over here. Let me just open a new pack. This will give me a chance to show these. So over here, these are the packs of outer sleeves we sell. It's packs of 100 outer sleeves from Vinyl Style. And this is Vinyl Style outer sleeves. And if you want a pack, you can comment !S2. It's a pack of 100, and these are $29.99, okay? I've got packs of 100 outer sleeves. Those are $29.99, all right? And I was having to put Bruce in a sleeve. I'll take it for $60 if he passes, okay? Revenge and Self-Titled. Already sold, already sold. First thing over here is this. Jared Inc., Bruce Kulick, $45. It's yours for $60. If not, somebody else has claimed it. A has a new bid. Tony Ortego wanted John Lennon. And then we had a offer over here for Anita Ward and the Eurythmics. I'm still selling stuff out of the last crate. Y'all got me running around in circles. There's people rewatching the video from a half hour ago and still making offers on stuff. I'm like, holy crap. They're still making offers on stuff from a half hour ago. So here we go. And back over here. So John Lennon, this is sold to Tony Ortego for $18. Anita Ward is sold to Hendry Smink for $6. And Hendry gets the Eurythmics also sold for $15. Okay. All right. Bill Ward, Jake is working on it right now. I promise it will be live this week. It will be live this week. Yes. I just wanted to make sure it was perfect. I wanted to make sure it was perfect before we launched it. So yes, it's almost ready. It's almost ready, okay? We're going to have up the customer submission, and then we're going to have it where you can, go ahead and pre-order the album jackets and a poster, okay? I'm going to add stuff to it later. So here we go. We have Kiss and Nazareth. This is a 1990 compilation. One side is Nazareth and one side is Kiss. Very cool, very unusual. That is a $90 start on that. $90 start on that one. And let me check my grade on this one. Yeah, this one's really nice. EX Plus near mint minus on Vertigo. That is going to go up for a $45 start in C. And then I need another auction in D. And then we'll finally be ready for this crate. Holy moly. Let's get started. Here we go. First thing I have is Fat Boys Crushin'. Fat Boys Crushin' is the full album. There's no condition notes. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. It's OG Fat Boys Crushin', a $20 start, no condition notes. Here we go. Next thing is this. One second. Okay. Here we go. George Jones, first time live, gold stamp promo, George Jones, $9.99. Iron City House Rockers, have a good time, but get out alive. This is $9.99. I'd like some outer sleeves. Okay, I'll give you the instructions. It's exclamation mark S2. Just put that, exclamation mark S2. Road Gold, the very best of the Rolling Stones, $39.99. Oh yeah, and Jared Inc. passed on Bruce Kulick. This is sold to David Tate for $60. Thank you. There's no condition notes on anything in this crate. All are EX Plus or better. George Jones is sold to Mega Blast for $7. All right, over here, Alive is Argentina. No, what country was this? Venezuela. Venezuela Alive 2. This is Colombia Animalize. Looking for $125 on this. This is already at $50 and Fat Boys is already at $25, okay? All right, next is Elton John, Rock of the Westies. Elton John is $19.99. And CCR Royal Albert Hall in shrink. That's Creedence Clearwater Revival, $29.99. Johnny Winter, Third Degree. Johnny Winter is $19.99. Bonnie Raitt, Green Light. Bonnie Raitt is $9.99. And Canned Heat, Living the Blues. Canned Heat, Living the Blues is a double LP, $39.99. Nazareth, Loud and Proud. Nazareth is $29.99. Johnny Winter is sold at A.D. Leo for $13. And Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys. That is $19.99 for Traffic. Over here, Dark Horse. Dark Horse is a gatefold, $24.99. And James Gang, 16 Greatest Hits. That's a double LP, $29.99. All right, the Kiss Animalize Columbia. The Kiss Animalize Columbia is a $125 buy it now. That's going in right over here. Looks like Facebook was hung up. Stephen Douglas, I think your claim did come through. I didn't see a notification, though. Let's make sure whoever's tagging, please make sure Stephen Douglas gets a pack of outer sleeves. I don't know if his thing came in. I don't want him to be tagged twice, okay? All right, so make sure Stephen Douglas gets a pack of outer sleeves. And then David Gass, you were second on George Jones. Doug Wantz was third. Eagles, One of These Nights. Eagles is $34.99, and Alicia gets Animalized for $125. That's owed to Alicia S., okay? Alicia S. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is Alive. Check this out. 1980 Netherlands, okay? 1980 Netherlands. And this is going to go up for a $45 start, a Holland press, essentially. Very nice glossy jacket and very clean. This is a $45 start on that. $45 start. Wishbone Ash, New England. Wishbone Ash is $19.99. And Bob Seger, The Distance, in shrink wrap with the Shame on the Moon hop sticker. It does have the original inner sleeve. Very nice, $24.99. Who needs a pair of Kiss socks? $19.99. Kiss socks. Looks like it has Gene and Paul and the Kiss logo on the sock. Yep, 2025 Kiss catalog. Those are $19.99. $19.99 on the Kiss socks, okay? Also over here, we have Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. That's an MCA press, $34.99. Which canned heat? Canned heat is called Living the Blues. It's a double LP, Living the Blues, and this is $39.99. Very clean, very nice vinyl. This is a buy it now or best offer. Alicia S. gets Bob Seger, sold to Alicia for $24, and Danae DeLeo gets the socks. So to Danae DeLeo, please make sure those go in for $19.99, okay? All right, moving on. We have a final call on A for 71, a final call on C for 60, and a final call on D for 29. Alive just got a new bid for $50, okay? Everything in here is best offer. The Fine Young Cannibals, She Drives Me Crazy. That is $14.99 on Fine Young Cannibals. And Rick James, Stone City Band, Come Get It. Rick James is $19.99. I'm Rick James. Love is a merry-go-round. Jeannie James, G-I-N-J-I, James, 1971, $64.99. Unusual on that. And we have Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, one of my favorites of all time, $34.99. The Fine Young Cannibals was $14.99. I received a couple of the Japanese LPs I purchased from Coletco, and hats off to Coletco for that caliber of goods. Hashtag Magnus, hashtag buy all you can, hashtag thank you. Wow, what another great review. I love y'all leaving these great reviews in the chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Al Rocks You. And Wayne Carr, you get crushing. And this is sold to Wayne Carr for $29. Thank you on that, Wayne Carr. X-Wing gets Fine Young Cannibals, sold for $10. And let's put up another auction, okay? Let's do another Kiss autograph in D, okay? I'm going to try another Kiss full band shot signed by Ace. Okay, this is full band shot signed by Ace, $195 start. $195 start, okay? That is going to go over there in slot number D. $195 on that one. Also, Marvin Gaye, Midnight Love. Marvin Gaye is $29.99. Tim Michael over on Twitch. Tim Michael on Rick James for $15. And I am going to go ahead and sell that to you. Thank you on that. By the way, first let me do this. James Gang is sold, or not sold. It's a 16 Greatest Hits. It's a 2 LP Danae, $29.99. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. If you're new, I see some new bidders that hadn't got the win anything yet. Welcome to Coletco. $8 unlimited shipping. Tonight begins a new invoicing cycle. That's why he said hashtag buy all you can. $8 unlimited shipping means as much as you can buy, invoices go out on Monday. So we literally sent out some invoices today. Those invoices went out, and now people are buying some more. They've paid, and our amazing shipping department will be shipping out more later, okay? Or they'll be shipping out those orders this week. That's how things work around here. Sorry, I'm walking up front. If my mic is cut out, I'm walking up front to get a bottle of water, which I have done. So yeah, what I was saying is $8 limit shipping. You can buy with confidence. We do thousands of transactions a week. Thousands of transactions a week. Everybody here is a regular. This is, you don't have to worry about buying from us, okay? If this is, we're good to go. You're good to go. We're good to go. We just ask that you pay your bills. We'll get everything shipped to you quickly. Everything's guaranteed. We got great customer service people here. We do new releases. And we have 2 specialty nights. We have 2 specialty nights. We have Monday night Kiss auctions. I don't like calling it Kiss night, but it is. But I don't want people to think it's nothing but Kiss, because obviously tonight we've had a lot of different stuff tonight. And then Thursday nights we specialize in metal auctions. And same thing, that doesn't mean just metal. That means pretty much all night we have metal auctions. Now typically on Kiss night I can mix in a few extra things, like over there in slot number D. We've already had some rap. We've already had some jazz, because I know those people are watching too, and that way it keeps a little bit balanced. Metal night, it's pretty much nothing but metal auctions or hard rock. You know, sometimes we'll have Def Leppard and AC/DC and stuff like that. Classic rock, classic hard rock, as I like to call it. So that's what we do here, and we buy collections. I'm talking to 2 people literally right now during the sale trying to buy collections. And I want to remind anybody, if you're ever out there and you have a collection for sale, please call us, okay? I mean, this is not just me saying this, but I can't tell you how many times the last time we've went out and bought a collection and someone's like, wow, you've offered a lot more than what everybody else has. That always happens, okay? Not just saying that because I own CollectCo and we need to buy your records, but I'm telling you, like the last 5 people, they were like, wow, you've offered a lot more than everybody else. This is sold to Michael Anderson for $53. Alive is sold to Michael Anderson. We had a question on the track listing for D. Track listing for D. The KISS track listing was Love It Loud, Love Gun, Shout It Out Loud, Detroit Rock City, I Was Made for Loving You, and Rock and Roll All Night. The other side is a Nazareth compilation. Brian Connors has that for $66. Ralph Venturino has the Venezuela for $80. And then I'm going to go ahead and make Ace a buy it now for $195. Ace is a buy it now for $195. We've sold 1 Ace. There's 3 no bids, okay? We've sold 1 Ace, and now there's 3 no bids on those, okay? All right. Let's put up 2 more auctions before we go any further. Danae wanted to see this record right here. This is Genji James. It's on Brunswick. It's called Love is a Merry-Go-Round. It's OG $64.99, okay? The only thing bad about the shipping is the packing peanut. It smells like canned buttholes. No, it smells like popcorn. You can actually eat those. I don't know if you have a thing for eating canned buttholes or not, but you can actually eat them, and they dissolve in water. So what they are, they're basically unflavored Cheetos. Our packing peanuts are unflavored Cheetos. So good luck with that. All right, here's a 1976 KISS Hotter Than Hell Japanese, no Obi. KISS Hotter Than Hell Japanese, no Obi, a $55 start. $55 start. Here we go. Donna Summer, Bad Girls. Donna Summer is $14.99. And we have Joe Satriani, Not of This Earth. Wow, didn't expect to see that in there. Joe Satriani is $49.99. Who's eating canned buttholes? John Durden. He says he wakes up every morning and eats canned buttholes. A little odd, but I've heard him say some radical stuff on here before. Okay, next thing, let's try a KISS belt buckle over here. I think this came with like an anniversary. This came through the KISS web store, right? Yeah, I think this is a recent deal through the KISS web store. KISS Creatures belt buckle. I hadn't checked price. I guarantee we're going to get some bid activity with this starting bid. Are you ready? Are y'all ready? Here we go. Everybody ready? KISS Creatures glossy sparkly belt buckle, $1 start in D. $1 start in D. Have fun bidding. A and C are sold. Alive 2 Venezuela is sold to Ralph Venturino for $80. Thank you, Ralph. That is sold to you for $80. That was the 78 Venezuela. And then over here, this is sold to Brian Connors for $66. And that was this double Nazareth and KISS, or not double, but flip. A split is what I'm looking for, okay? All right, so $1 and go on the belt buckle. That's going to get a lot of bid. That might end up having, who knows? Who knows? Not counting ties, it's already had about 7 bids already. Next over here is going to go up in slot number A. And this is happening right now. This is KISS Animalize, another opportunity at a Venezuela press. KISS Animalize Venezuela. Let's take a look at it. KISS Animalize Venezuela. This one is in VG condition. Venezuela, a $35 start. This is Japanese Hotter Than Hell, a $55 start. Next auction. I wish I could find that dang promo. It's over here somewhere stacked up. It's underneath something. It's right here. I have found it. Phew. This is a white label promo of Destroyer. Oh, man, this is tough to get. This is near mint. Look at this. A white label promo of Destroyer. Whoa, as they say, whoa. This is a gatefold jacket. The vinyl's near mint, VG Plus or better cover, and this is a $250 start. $250 start on that one. Okay, where are we at here? No offers yet, right? Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. And we are ready to go. Okay, so I have, oh, this is cool. Tammy Terrell, $69.99. Of course, she did all those duets with Marvin Gaye. That took me a while to find. That's really cool. $69.99, Irresistible. Tammy Terrell, $69.99 on that one. I'm about to show the no bids. Yes, there's a Colombian double platinum available. First, Journey, Raised on Radio. Journey is $19.99. And then James Taylor, Mudslide Slim. James Taylor is $24.99. Charlie Daniels, Full Moon, $24 on Charlie Daniels. And Jethro Tull, Crest of a Knave. Jethro Tull is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Tammy Terrell, $55. Let's roll it. Yeah, that is... I collect a lot of Motown stuff. I've been upgrading Marvin Gaye records for years, and stuff like this is so hard to find in high grade. That is sold for $55 to Brent Robley. Thank you, that's done. Steve Worley gets Journey. That is sold to Steve Worley for $15, and Alicia S. gets Charlie Daniels, sold $24.99. The no bids. Starting bid on Destroyer is $250. There's only one ever sold for $320. This should get some activity. The belt buckle's at $38, by the way. The belt buckle's at $38. This has already got a bid for $250. This is about to be a buy now for $55. And Animalize is another Venezuela. It's about to be a buy now for $35 if no one locks in a bid. Here are tonight's no bids quickly. This is Overkill Music on Vinyl, sealed, $45. Kanye West Donda, just $25. That's like a really good deal. Dress to Kill is a 77 Japanese, no Obi, $45 near mint. The double platinum Columbia is $375. $375. I think I graded the disc VG minus. Exodus Bonded by Blood is on red vinyl for $55. And then Alive is a 1976 near mint, $95. 95, 55, 375, 45, 25, and then 55, okay? Or 45 on Overkill. That's where we're at. This is the anniversary on the belt buckle. Kiss Creatures, not belt buckle. This is the anniversary edition, sealed. Anniversary sealed, okay? All right, back to the buy it now best offer. Have I shook up my... Did I pour my mixture in here? I guess I did. Oh, boy, do I need some hydration. Y'all wear me to death on Kiss nights and metal nights. It's like a dang marathon for 8 hours. Non-stop reading, non-stop talking, non-stop selling, non-stop bidding. I might run these other belt buckles at $1 starts just to see who's paying attention. Popsicle flavor. Okay, here we go. Neil Young, Time Fades Away. Neil Young is $34.99. Donna Summer, Live and More. Donna Summer is $14.99. Sting, Nothing Like the Sun. Sting is $34.99. Bonnie Raitt, 9 Lives. Bonnie Raitt is $9.99. And check this out. It's not a first press, but it's a nice mid-70s, yes, fragile. Near mint in shrink with the sticker. That is awesome. One of my favorite bands, $24.99. Over here, Hotter Than Hell is a buy now, a Japanese press for $55. The no bids can be claimed immediately or make offer, okay? That is $55. I'll do Exodus for $50. Exodus for $50. All right. White Label Promo Destroyer. That's going to get some bids. Hodgepodge did lock in a bid on Animalize, and the belt buckle is at $50. Let's keep rolling here. Next thing is this. I got, nope. I've got, let's go ahead and run a bootleg. This is an unofficial unplugged on red vinyl, a bootleg, an unofficial. Okay. Listen to the starting price, $25, and it's sealed. A sealed red vinyl, unplugged, unofficial, a $25 start. Hotter Than Hell, $48. Jim, I like the number 50 better. You know why? Because I'm also selling $50 on Exodus to El Silverhorn, okay? Mike Kennedy, You Get Yes, sold for $20. Thank you. Next, The Rod Stewart album, that's his debut, $24.99. And we have the Police Synchronicity. The Police Synchronicity is $29.99. Synchronicity. The Beatles Early Years 2, $19.99. The Beatles Early Years 2. And Thin Lizzy, Bad Reputation. Nice. With the original on her sleeve, $34.99. Animalize is sold to Hodgepodge Vintage for $35. Thank you. Japanese Hotter Than Hell sold to Jim Kleinback for $50. Thank you. Next auction's going to go up for bid in slot number A. Where's my other signed albums at? Oh boy. Okay, this is weird on this, okay? You might be able to catch a bargain. We're about to find out. This is a bizarre autographed copy of Dynasty. It's got some cool vintage signatures, okay? Paul doesn't really sign like that anymore, and Gene definitely doesn't sign like that anymore. Now, something bizarre happened over here. It looks like, I don't know what happened here with Peter Criss. Maybe somebody was going to forge it, or maybe something was wrote there like a name and somebody tried to mark it out. But something was wrote there, and it doesn't even look like it says Peter Criss, and then somebody tried to mark it out, and it kind of messed it up a little bit. But good news is it's signed by Gene, and it's signed by Paul. There's no disc. You could find, this is just a regular U.S. Dynasty. You could find any kind of disc to put in that. But it's JSA. These are certified. Paul and Gene are both authentic. And, of course, Paul signs kind of similar to that now, but he doesn't kind of do this little foo-foo here. His P's a little different. And Gene definitely doesn't sign like that anymore. So a little bit different autographs on that one. No Ace, no Peter. And I'm going to put this up, dual sign, for a $225 start. Did you hear that? Just $225 on that one. Okay? $225. That is now up for bid, okay? Yeah, I wish I could make out what was there at some point. I don't really know. I don't know what happened there, but whatever it was, somebody wrote something that wasn't Peter Criss, and then they had to take it off. So Paul and Gene, and $225 on that. That's now up for bid. No disc in the sleeve, just the signed cover. This is a red vinyl unofficial of Unplugged. Red vinyl unofficial. It's at $30. Destroyer is a white label promo, $290, and the belt buckles at $60 with 78 Trans Am. This belt buckles at $60 with 78 Trans Am. Okay, back to the crate. I have Status Quo 12 gold bars, and this is $19.99. We had an offer for Donna Summer Live, and that was back here. Let's sell that to Danny Niscasiso. Danny Niscasiso, and that's sold, well, are you sure it's Donna Summer Live? Yeah, Live and More. That's sold to Danny in Niscasiso, right? Thank you. That's sold to you for $10. And we have Red Rose Speedway. Red Rose Speedway is $29.99. And Johnny Winter, and that is $19.99, okay? All right, so let's do a new bid just came in on Destroyer. B and D are definitely final calls. What's in slot number A? This is signed by Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons. Just the album. It's a U.S. album jacket of Dynasty, signed by Paul and Gene, okay? Signed by Paul and Gene. That is $225. $225, which if you break it up to it, that is, if you break it down, pretty good price for a dual signed vintage. Yeah, and that might have been what happened. Somebody might have tried to forge Peter on there, and they removed it. But Gene and Paul are definitely authentic, okay? So we have a lot of certified Kiss. Some stuff passed, some stuff didn't. So we've got a ton of Kiss autographs. Some stuff is good, some stuff's bad. I'm obviously only selling the good stuff. I'm only going to sell the stuff that is authenticated, okay? All right, anybody else want to make an offer on anything in here? We still got 3 more crates of new vintage stuff like this to go through. Holy moly. First, I'm going to go ahead and sell the belt buckle to 78 Trans Am for $60. Thank you, and that is so to you for $60. How about we run another belt buckle? What do we have here? Is this a real Pacifica? They didn't remake these, did they? Boy, I love these Pacifica belt buckles. This is a flashback, man. Here's a real, boy, is this in this good a condition? Holy moly, this is nice. That's definitely authentic. Holy moly, that's amazing. Look at that. Oh my, I don't even know what to start this for. Maybe I should let y'all determine the market. I said I'd do some crazy stuff tonight and do $1 start on belt buckles, but this thing here is a specimen. Usually that kind of glossy stuff gets kind of like rubbed off and destroyed. Wow, look at that. You would have been the dude wearing that in high school, right? Holy moly, look at that thing. Pacifica. This was a brand of belt buckles from out in LA back in the mid-70s. It's highly collectible. You should look into all the ones that they've made. Led Zeppelin, ZZ Top, Kiss, Boston, Rush. I mean, it's amazing, all the ones that's out there. That is a specimen. I'm kind of afraid to start at that low. I have full confidence in Kiss Army right now, okay? We'll see where this thing ends up. Are y'all ready? You ready? Here we go. Slot number D, a $1 start. A $1 start on the Kiss logo Pacifica belt buckle. That is a $1 start. We'll see where it ends up. Okay. Next thing over here is Margaret Gerhold offered $20 for the Rod Stewart. This is sold to Margaret for $20. Okay. There's that one. And Alive Unplugged over here is at $25. Unplugged is at $25. The Kiss belt buckle's already at $50. And Destroyer's at $375. All right, here's what's left in here. Johnny Winter, Paul McCartney, Status Quo, Thin Lizzy, The Beatles, The Police, Bonnie Raitt, also Sting, Neil Young, Jethro Tull, James Taylor, Joe Satriani. Joe Satriani is not of this earth. It has got a radio station sticker. It's $49.99. We have Donna Summer, Gingy James, James Gang, Marvin Gaye, Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. We have Canned Heat, Steely Dan, Wishbone Ash, The Eagles, George Harrison, Traffic, Nazareth, Bonnie Raitt, CCR, Rock of the Westies, Rolling Stones, and Iron City House Rockers. All right. And by the way, this is a buy it now for $225. Sign Dynasty by Paul and Gene, $225. Okay. $225. Guaranteed by JSA, and I also guarantee it to pass anywhere else. I guarantee it to pass Beckett. I guarantee it to pass PSA. Guaranteed, okay? Or your money back. Anything I sell is going to be JSA, and I also guarantee it to pass anywhere else. So if you want to get an additional certification, I guarantee it to pass Beckett or PSA as well. Of course, you'll have to do that on your own. Steely Dan 10. I'll do Steely Dan for 25. Steely Dan for 25, okay? 40 for Satriani. Let's go ahead and roll it. Nice pickup. Joe Satriani is sold to Al Roxy for $40. Has a WKDU, and it's a nice copy. That's sold for $40. The belt buckle's already at 100. The belt buckle's at 100. The white label promo Destroyer's at $375. Folks, this is rare. $375. What was the stats? Only one ever sold? Holy crap. Let's look at that label one more time. Michael Hamburger's had it for 1 minute and 33 seconds. Look at that label. Wow. 1976. Okay. Really cool. $375 on that one. $375 on that one. Unplugged is at $35. That's a red vinyl unofficial. And the CCR was live in Europe. That's the Royal Albert Hall concert. That's in shrink wrap for $29.99. Steely Dan is not OG. No, this is the MCA non-gatefold. That's the MCA non-gatefold on that one. Are you reeling in the years? Back, Jack, do it again. Wheels keep spinning round and round. Back, Jack, do it again. Down. All right, what do we got with Unmasked here? That's an unofficial. Let's wait on that. What is this Unmasked? Italy. Here we go. I like all these foreign countries we've been doing tonight. Of course, I'm a pretty deep collector when it comes to Zeppelin, Beatles, Rush, and Yes. And the hardest thing to find, y'all Kiss fans are very fortunate tonight. Finding a stash of foreign pressings like this, I could only dream of running across somebody who's collected Led Zeppelin like this, or the Beatles like this, or collected Yes like this, or even Sabbath. I mean, finding all these foreign copies, So difficult to get because they're never for sale in the United States. This is a 1980 Italian. 1980 Italian. This is unmasked. It is in VG condition, and that's a $55 start. Kiss Unplugged. Tracks. It has those four, those four, those four, and those four. 16 total tracks. It's red vinyl sealed. Okay? They're still bidding on Kiss Destroyer. It's at $376. Todd Barrios is at Whoa, what just happened on the belt buckle? I don't think he meant to bid that on the belt buckle, did you? Right? Is that a legit, did I miss something on the belt buckle? I think that's a miscue, right? I need to probably delete that. Is that legit on the belt buckle? Okay, that's not, okay, there we go. Let's back it out. So it goes back down to Jeff Brent for 101. All right? That goes back down to Jeff Brent 101 on that one, okay? Jeff Brent 101. I don't think this is a reissue on the belt buckle. It's got way too much vintage looking patina. It's got all the markings I've ever seen on a real one. I'm almost like 99 on this one, okay? I'm pretty sure sometimes they make markings on those. Okay, I don't know if we have somebody that's well-versed in the Kiss buckles on here to confirm that. Okay, it says Pacifica MFG LA Cal, as in California, 90245, and copyright 1977. Do we have an in-house Kiss belt buckle? I don't think this has ever been redone. If so, I've never seen them come through here. And usually on that kind of stuff, they make it very, very well known, okay? So I think that's legit. It's at 101, and it's a final call to Jeff Brent, okay? He's had it for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. We're about to sell it. Are we done? We're going to take that to 3 minutes and call it. All right, and then Steely Dan has sold a graph tracker for $20. That's sold a graph tracker for $20. Thank you, graph tracker. All right, I feel like there's enough Kiss Beyond experts on here. Usually if I slip up on something, they'll speak up pretty quickly, okay? I don't have to worry about messing up too much tonight. There is way too many knowledgeable people on here watching, okay? That's been doing this probably for as long as I've been alive, so I always feel pretty confident when I try to give the most accurate description first, but I always know if I slip up, there's enough people watching, I'll get corrected pretty quickly. So, all right, new bids are rolling in on the belt buckle. Not surprised there. We answered a couple questions about it. This is an Italian VG for 55. Unplugged is at 37, and the Promo Destroyer is at 400. No poster. No poster. It has this promo. That's actually, I don't know what that marking actually says. That's not the typical promo markings, so that says something there. Just a Japanese sleeve and then the insert. And the vinyl's near mint, okay? It's really nice on the vinyl. So, Wide Label Promo, pretty cool there. All right. So, there's like 3 people still bidding. Thin Lizzy was called Bad Reputation, $34.99. Thin Lizzy, Bad Reputation. All right. Let's go through another crate of new vintage. There's still 3 more crates to go through, counting this, of new vintage stuff, okay? Here we go. I have Eddie Murphy, Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. We have Chunky A, Large and in Charge. Chunky A is $24.99. Pink Floyd, The Wall, nice. I Have Become Comfortably Numb, $64.99. Nice. Roger Waters, The Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking. It is censored. This album has never been reissued. $39.99 on Roger Waters. And there's a Dirty Red Fox record. This is Red Fox Fun, $14.99. Boy, we might hit an air horn on Destroyer. We're at $450. We're at $4.50. Let's go ahead and sell A and B. Unplugged is sold to Brian Connors for $37. Unmasked is an Italian 1980 VG for $55. And now I'm going to take, I gave plenty of time on the belt buckle. Claymore's in. I got to give plenty of time for Jeff and everybody else if they want to bid again. That is at 125. I'm going to take it once again to 3 minutes or longer. Okay. So over here we have Eddie Murphy sold to Tim Rory for $10. Jeremy Abrams got Red Fox sold for $14.99. Eddie Murphy's already sold. We need 2 more Kiss records. Next is Kiss Killers. This is an 82 Italian Filmworks label. 82 Italian Filmworks label. None for sale in the United States right now. Kiss Killers. It's amazing that as many Killers as I see now come through here, it's amazing we still get on Discogs and like people still don't have them listed in the States. That's because you Kiss collectors, y'all squirrel all this stuff away like a bunch of acorns. And you're like, ha, I got another one. I'm going to stash it away on my shelf for the next 40 years so where nobody else can have it. This is actually a really nice and clean copy. $85 start on that. $85 on that one. Destroyers at $450. The belt buckle did get a new bid, $126. Claymore, you've been outbid. John Marksky offered $25 for Thin Lizzy from the last crate. Let's go ahead and roll it. Let me go pull it first. This is sold to John Marksky. This is sold to John Marksky for $25. Thank you on that one. All right, let me pick out another Kiss auction up here. I think I'm going to run another autograph. I've got a signed, I've got a signed Ace Frehley 10,000 volts. Okay, here we go. Signed Ace Frehley 10,000 volts. Most recent and what was now his last album. What kind of color we got here? We have it on, looks like pink and purple marbled. Probably just that variant. It might be kind of scarce. I hadn't even checked that. It's been JSA certified, and it's signed on the album jacket, okay? It's signed on the album jacket. JSA, and let's put up Ace for $175 start. 10,000 volts, 175 on that one. Killer's condition. I think I graded it. I don't think it has any condition notes. Should be EX Plus or better. Oh, yeah, it's near mint minus. Yeah, that was there's nothing written on the label. Near mint minus on that one. Okay. Final call on Destroyer. Kiss has a new bid for $130. Final call. Next is Michael Jackson Bad. $34.99. This squirrel broke open the nest. There you go. Bill had all this stuff squirreled away. Finally, we was able to get into his nest. Yeah, finally. I need some of y'all other people to break open your Kiss nest. I need one of y'all to break open your Led Zeppelin. I know one of y'all got to be stashed away Zeppelin stuff, man. Where's all the like incredible Zeppelin collections at, right? Let me search over here. There's one thing I got to check, and that's on Vinnie Vincent. I have no idea where to start his 8x10. So let me check on that because I got at least one of his tonight I'm going to run. And Ace already has a bid for $175 with Joe Gabriel. There's no poster with Destroyer. No poster with Destroyer. That's a final call for $450. Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, Joe Walsh is $19.99. Also, we have the Allman Brothers. Wipe the windows, check the oil, and Dollar Gas. That's a double LP live from the Allman Brothers, $34.99. $34.99 on that one. Human League Red. Human League is $14.99. And the Beatles yesterday and today, purple Capitol label, the Beatles yesterday and today, $34.99. Over here, we have Douglas Thielen on Joe Walsh. That's sold for $14. And ZZ Top is $34.99. $34.99. All right. I've took these as long as I can. They're both sold. They're done. I took Destroyer even longer than I should. But congratulations, Michael Hamburger. This is sold to you for $450. White Label Promo Destroyer, thank you. And that is sold to you for $450. And then Kiss is sold to Clay Moore for $130. $130. Thank you, Clay Moore. Who's ready for another Kiss belt buckle? Who's ready for another Kiss belt buckle? Now, this one is definitely a reissue, okay? This is the Kiss 50th anniversary of Destroyer, okay? That would have been one through the web store. You can see it's sealed, has the barcode, and it has actually modern markings. 2026. 2026, okay? $1 start on Kiss belt buckle. $1 start on Kiss belt buckle. Next over here, Human League, sold for $12 to Jeremy Abrams. Thank you on that. Chad and crew, best of the best to do business with, period. Wow. Thank you for that positive remark. That was very nice of you to say that. Thank you, Bill Bajornholm. Appreciate that. Thank you, Bill Kissholm. Thank you, Bill Kissholm. Wow, Vinnie Vincent, actually, Vinnie Vincent certified Kiss autographs aren't too cheap. Like a Beckett just sold back in April for $150. So Vinnie Vincent in Kiss attire is not cheap whatsoever, it looks like. This is a very nice signed Vinnie Vincent 8x12. Big, bold signature across the photo, and it's been JSA'd. Vinnie Vincent's $125 start. So we got battle of Ace and Vinnie right now. Ace is at $180, Vinnie's $125, and then Killers is about to be a buy now for $85. This belt buckle is over here for $25 with James Hicks. Okay, we started that at $1. We started it at $1, and the first bid was $25. I'll take it. This crate is buy it now or best offer. I've got Queen's Greatest Hits, a classic, and this is the OG. You see a lot of the 2LP remasters. That's the original for $34.99. And we have Nazareth, Close Enough for rock and roll. Nazareth is $24.99. Close Enough for rock and roll, $24.99. And Tony McAlpine, Maximum Security. Tony McAlpine is $19.99. And Tommy Bolin, Private Eyes. Tommy Bolin, Private Eyes is $19.99. Vinnie Vincent's $125 start. That is JSA. We've paid to have that certified. Over here, Kiss Killers is a buy it now for $85. That was an Italian, and that was no condition notes. Very nice on Kiss Killers. $85. $85 on that one. Jeff Church has the belt buckle now at $35. Next thing is the Beatles for $30 with DK Evans. And that was yesterday and today. Thank you, DK Evans. That sold to Dane Evans for $30. Tommy Bolin is sold to Douglas Phelan for $14. And let's put up a copy of, let's keep the autographs rolling, actually. I have a Bruce Kulick signed Revenge. I've got a Bruce Kulick signed Revenge, and this is the Euro edition. This is the modern, like remaster Euro edition with the alternate S's. So Revenge here, there's the inner sleeve. The disc is near mint, probably hadn't even been took out. Yeah, looks near mint. And then over here, very nicely signed by Bruce, front and centered. And that's been JSA. $65 start on that. $65 start on that, okay? All right. Oh, yes. Oh, good neck adjustment, Chad. Whew. Oh, my gosh. I felt that one in my spine. Moving on. Johnny Winter, captured live. Johnny Winter is $19.99. And Cheap Trick at Budokan, $19.99. I want you to want me. Fleetwood Mac Rumors is $34.99. This has the original inner sleeve poster with it, and that's a nice copy for $34.99. We have Status Quo on the level. Status Quo is $19.99. And the best of Donna Summer, Live and More, a picture disc. A picture disc for $24.99. This is your final chance to bid on Vinnie Vincent at $125. Final chance on Vinnie Vincent at $125. I think I got a couple drum heads over here. Let's see what I got. I think I've got Eric Singer, and yeah, I've got some cool stuff over here from Beals that is also JSA certified, verified, and I have a Kiss history book that's also been. So 2 of the Kiss history books were like signed by everybody. We're waiting for letters to come back on those. And then 1 is just a basic certification. And if y'all want me to run that tonight, I can. But he had 2 Bill had 2 KISS books that were signed by like everybody. I think like everybody that could sign it. Well, except for maybe, you know, Mark St. John or I'll have to look at it. I can't remember. But it, you know, we got one like signed by 4, all of them, and then one maybe signed by Tommy, Eric, Ace, or Paul and Gene. So I'll have to open them. I don't really remember, honestly. Okay, back to the best offer. New vintage stuff. I've still got 2 more crates after this one, and we're only halfway through this one. A Neil Young classic. Everybody knows this is nowhere. $34.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Nice. Marvin Gaye, what's going on? Looks like an early 80s pressing. Yeah, Motown, early 80s pressing. $39.99 on Marvin Gaye. And Bob Seger, Night Moves. $24.99 on Bob Seger, Night Moves. Nobody bid on Vinnie Vincent. That's $125. Feel like I got to have pretty dang close to that based on what I just seen a couple comps sell for on eBay. $125 on Vinnie Vincent. That's a buy it now. Joe Gabriel has the signed 10,000 volts, and that's on the pink, purple, marbled, it looks like. Final call for $200. Revenge, signed by Bruce Kulick, is at $75. And Jeff Church has the KISS belt buckle at $40, and that's going once and that's going twice. Next is Canned Heat live in Europe, $34.99. I was going to do another autograph. I got a drum hit here, but let's get back into some LPs because I still got some tough to get LPs here to get. Let's do this 40th anniversary box set. Oh, interesting. Okay, here's where this is official from Gene Simmons. I thought this was going to be a bootleg. Somebody split up one of the box sets. So this is the 2018 US, the 40th anniversary box set. This is the Gene Simmons solo album. 180 gram near mint on red vinyl. Has a wax insert. Nice. It has a like a 12 by 12 lithograph. 12 by 12 lithograph. It has the insert, and then here is the poster. So very cool. So that is broken up from the KISS box set. $75 start, red vinyl. I'm going to go ahead and sell B and D. The Destroyer belt buckle is sold to Jeff Church for $40. Thank you, Jeff Church. That is sold to you for $40. And then Ace over here is sold to Joe Gabriel for $200. Thank you, Joe Gabriel. Let's get that in a brand spanking new sleeve. Thank you on that one, okay? That is sold to Joe Gabriel, all right? There's that. And let's get that in a sleeve here. Okay. Anybody need the world's largest KISS comic book? I have one signed by Gene and Paul. So that's done. Let's put that away. And let's open up B and C. Gavin Jones has the Bruce Kulick signed Revenge at 80. And then let's run this Eric Singer End of the Road drumhead, okay? So this is very nicely signed by Eric Singer from the KISS End of the Road. It's been JSA, and that is going to go up for a $75 start in B. $75 start on that. That's up for bid in B. And then let's put up another belt buckle in D. Oh boy, which one is this? This is, let me see over here. Let me see if I can figure out what exactly I have here. Ba ba ba. Da da do 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 ba da dee dee. Dun 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 dun. Da 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 do 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 do. Bum 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 ra da 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 da. One of these are really expensive. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one right here. That's what I thought. Okay, so active. There's only one for sale for $450, and only one for sale for $250. I think that's the right one. And then let me check right over here. Let me open this up, and whoops, I accidentally clicked on Discord. I accidentally clicked on Discord because we're getting comments rolling in. And yeah, okay, so I'm looking at realistic comps now over the last 2 years on these. This one's a little bit tougher to get to. I mean, there's only one active, two active. One's $450 and one is $250. And this is another original from 1976, limited edition, Summer of 76 Bulwarks. Okay, very cool. $75 start. $75 start in D. Okay, Gavin, you get the Revenge signed by Bruce Kulick for $80. Thank you. Let me get that in a new sleeve. And let's get going into another new auction here, okay? All right. I still got the brass logo to do too. That one in D, 75. A lot of 75s across the board right now. A lot of 75s. Eric Singer's at 75. Jeans at 75. That belt buckle's at 75. And we need another auction in A, maybe another $75. Hey, look, another $75 start. 75s across the board, hopefully. An 87 Venezuela Crazy Nights. An 87 Venezuela Crazy Nights. Actually, not that bad. Holy, this is moly. This is nice. This is really nice. For a Venezuela copy, I would say EX plus to near mint minus on this. Look at that. Kiss Crazy Nights, a Venezuela OG, a $75 start. $75 start. There you have it. Bob Seger, TC Connor, $15. I will say this for sure. Let's go ahead and roll it because I think you've offered that 3 times and I've not been able to pay attention. So I'll go ahead and sell it to you. That's so to TC Connor for $15. Okay, here we go. Cash Cows. This is a compilation. 1999. XTC's on here. Japan's on here. Gillen's on here. It's a compilation. It's called Cash Cows from the Virgin record label. 1999. Country Music Time Life Collection. George Jones. $9.99 on that one. And Cyndi Lauper, A Night to Remember. Cyndi Lauper's $39.99. Joe Zanelli, make sure if you want to bid, you put an exclamation mark and the letter C. What is Gene Simmons? This is the solo album from the box set. Someone has split it up. It's the red vinyl from the box set, the 2018 from the box set. So it's the solo album, 180 gram, red vinyl with the poster, the inner sleeve, and a lithograph. Tim Graham gets Country Music, Time Life, George Jones, sold for $9.99. And all of a sudden, new bids on everything except the Venezuela Crazy Nights. This is at 80, that's at 77, and the belt buckle's at 80. And it looks like if you want to get on eBay right now and buy one, you're going to be spending about $250 at the minimum. Also, Rush Moving Pictures, $34.99. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride, Today's Tom Sawyer, Mean, $34.99 on that one. Steve Worley, you were second on George Jones. Heart, self-titled. Heart is $19.99. And the Connells, Bowling Heights, never seen that before, $19.99 on that. And then Nazareth, Play in the Game. Nazareth is $24.99. I'm going to take a drink of water right quick. Thanks, everybody, for joining us here tonight. Monday night is reserved mostly for KISS auctions. Thank y'all for joining us. All right. And we are, let's see, we've been live for about 3 hours. We're going to be here about 5 more hours auctioning KISS stuff. Okay. First thing, the KISS belt buckle. Sure thing. It's kind of the pewter looking Bulwarks, an original from 1976. It's at $80 right now. $80 with 78 Trans Am. Steve Worley on Connell or the Connells. I will do that for $15. And Sean Drake gets the OG Rush Moving Pictures for $30. Thank you on that one. Steely Dan, Katie lied, $34.99. Steely Dan, Katie lied, $34.99. The best of Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $19.99. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Also, I have Steve Miller Band, Recall, The Beginning, A Journey from Eden, $19.99, and Billy Idol, Rebel Yell. We're talking shrink, hop sticker, and nice. No condition notes on the vinyl, $26.99. All right, the Venezuela Crazy Nights did not get a bid, and that one is shockingly high grade. $75 buys that one. $75 on Crazy Nights. That is now available for a buy it now option. Going up next, I have a 1974 Canadian hotter than hell. Interesting. A 74 Canadian hotter than hell. And this is a VG++ copy, blue Casablanca label. And this is going to go up for a $45 start. $45 start in slot number A, okay? Hotter than hell. Jeremy Abrams get Billy Idol. Justin Garrett was second. Next is ELO2. Electrolyte Orchestra is $19.99. $19.99 on that one. And then Stephen Steele's Manassas. Stephen Steele's $19.99. Cheap Trick found all the parts. That's a 10-inch, $19.99. And I found out on these, there's different labels. So this one is, the Bunny Carlos, and it looks like the Robin Zander labels. So there's different labels for each of the two band members. And then I think there's some kind of other deal too. All right, the other belt buckle is sold to 78 Trans Am for $80. Thank you. That's belt buckle number 4 for tonight. And here comes belt buckle number 5. And this is the solid brass Kiss logo. Here's the solid brass Kiss logo. This is going to go up for a $35 start. It does have some wear right there on the I and the first S and a little bit on the K. This is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start on Kiss, okay? Next in the crate is Profile, the best of Emmylou Harris. $14.99 on Emmylou Harris. Robin Trower, In City Dreams. Robin Trower is $19.99. And Whitney by Whitney Houston, $24.99. I just want to dance with somebody. All right, I'm about to sell Eric Singer signed drumhead for $83. I'm about to sell the red vinyl Gene Simmons for $100. The Kiss belt buckle is at $35. And hotter than is a $45 start. That's a Canadian, a 74 Canadian, okay? All right, next thing over here is Fetchin' Bones. Cabin Flounder, $9.99 for Fetchin' Bones. James Taylor, Greatest Hits, clean copy, $34 on that one. The Rudy Ray House Party, The Dirty Dozens, Volume 1, $29.99 on that one. Also, Red Fox Uncensored, $14.99, and The Untouchables Dance Party, The Untouchables, $14.99. The Cheap Trick 10-inch, the Cheap Trick 10-inch was, how much was it? $19.99. $19.99 on that one. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, buzzer, and done. First, Gene Simmons is sold to Timmy Osborne for $100. Thank you on that. And let's put that away. And it's time for 2 more Kiss auctions. Let's put that right there, and let's put that right there. All right, and then Eric Singer, that is sold to Oso Adventure for $83. Thank you. I didn't even have that in the advertisements tonight. So nice pickup there. You never know what I might bring out. This is why people like tuning in. They're like, I wonder what dang Chad is going to bring out tonight. Here is another chance at a signed Ace Frehley photo, okay? And this one's cool. Blue Sharpie, vintage shot of Ace. And that is JSL authenticated on an 8x10. Signed Ace Frehley. And that's going to go up for a $175 start in B. A $175 start on B. Rudy is sold to Colin Butler for $20. Thank you, Colin. That's sold to you. Ace is $175. There's people bidding on the belt buckle, and now we need another Kiss auction for C. What are the no bids? I will show those in 1 second. But first, I have this to run. I Was Made for Loving You. This is a 1979 blue vinyl single, okay? We don't have the original sleeve. The vinyl is VG minus a $30 start, okay? Still tough to get in this condition. I Was Made for Loving You and Charisma. Blue vinyl, $30 start. And it came in a sleeve that kind of looked like that. Disco kind of sleeve. I don't have that. All right, top view, please. Hotter Than Hell, Canadian 74 has a bid for 45. Ace, 175. Blue Vinyl, $30 on the 12-inch single. And Debbie Laster, never mind, James Hicks has this Kiss belt buckle at $39. That's what's up for bid in D. All right, what's in the Kiss Buy It Now crate? Crazy Nights 50, Crazy Nights 65. Which country origin blue vinyl? France. France. 12-inch single from France. Hotter Than Hell is on blue Casablanca. Yes, it's Canadian. The Remtex says manufactured in Canada by Quality Records Limited. And honestly, it's not that bad for a 74 blue Casablanca Canadian. The Hammer CP has it for $45. Okay? Make sure if you want to bid on C, you put exclamation mark C and then your bid. Crazy Nights had an offer for 50 and then 65. Ron Whitmore, it can be yours, but it will be $65. If you pass, it is sold to Tom Kelly. Okay, I'll go through the no bids in just a second. There is a lot of great stuff left in that crate of check and dish, or that new vintage crate. I'll go through it again in 1 second, okay? Let's do this. I've got Cheap Trick, The Untouchables. The Untouchables is called Dance Party. The Untouchables Dance Party was $14.99. It is a 6-track, $14.99. No Stones. We are definitely getting the Stones. They will be here by Wednesday or Thursday. If you pre-order the Stones or you're on a wait list, you will definitely, without a doubt, be billed for one this week. For sure. I don't know when they'll be in, though, but you can anticipate one of those going on your invoice. 100%. Colin Butler got the Untouchables for $10. Thank you, Colin Butler. Sean Bailey was next. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Crazy Nights is sold, and this is sold to Tom Kelly for $65. Cheap Trick, Red Fox, James Taylor, Fetchin' Bones, Whitney Houston, Robin Trower, Emmylou Harris, Manassas, ELO, Steve Miller Band, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Steely Dan, Nazareth Hart, Cyndi Lauper, Cash Cows, Canned Heat, Marvin Gaye, Neil Young, Donna Summer, Status Quo, Fleetwood Mac, Cheap Trick, Johnny Winter, Tony McAlpine, Nazareth, Queen, ZZ Top, Allman Brothers, Michael Jackson, Roger Waters, Pink Floyd. That's what's available. Ace is a no bid, $175 for the signed 8x10. Ace is a $175 buy it now on the signed 8x10. Okay, moving on. Looks like we need another LP then for B. And the next LP for B is going to go up right now. And this is another Canadian. This is a 76 Canadian Destroyer. 1976 Canadian Destroyer. And the Canadian Destroyer is, grade is coming right now. Hold on 1 second. This is nice. This is EX condition. It's a $40 start, Canadian Destroyer. That's up for bid in B, okay? Dynasty's at 75 and the belt buckle, or excuse me, the 12-inch single blue vinyl's at 75. The belt buckle's at 42. All right, the Crazy Nights sale. We sold Crazy Nights. It just sold, yes. All right. And then over here, there's a new bid on Hotter Than Hell for 50. Hammer CP may be done bidding. That's where we're at. All right, I'm going to swap out crates. I'm going to swap out crates. I was at Walmart. I can tell. I can tell when a lot of people all of a sudden decide they're going to go use the bathroom. Because they come back and they're like, wait a minute, Chad, did I miss this? What happened to that? Holy crap, did you already sell that? Wait a minute, what happened? I was like, man, y'all take some long bathroom breaks. Some of y'all must have had a big lunch. Some of y'all must have had a huge lunch, like a lot of food or something for some of y'all's bathroom breaks y'all take. I'm like, good Lord, the bathroom breaks some of y'all take. Holy crap, right? Okay. And then all of a sudden, it never fails. I took away the crate. I took away the crate after 5 minutes, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions and 2 offers. It never fails. Most people start buying stuff after the crate leaves because they get in panic mode. They see the records disappear and they end up in panic mode because they're like, oh no, he actually did what he said he was going to do. He took the crate off the table. Crap, now I'm in panic mode. I better start buying stuff. This isn't good. I'm in panic mode. Crap, I was on the toilet taking a crap. And now over here, we got Whitney Houston. Whitney, $24.99. Whitney Houston is self-titled, $24.99. Cyndi Lauper, A Night to Remember. Cyndi Lauper is $39.99. A Night to Remember. And then over here, we have ZZ Top Eliminator. ZZ Top Eliminator, $34.99. Facebook was stuck. Never fails. If you're watching on Facebook, you're at a major disadvantage. You need to come over to YouTube or Twitch. Looks like there was a new bid on I Was Made for Loving You. $80 on that. Hotter Than Hell also has a new bid. Final chance on Destroyer. Are we done on I Was Made for Loving You? Michael McVeigh has it for $80. Michael McVeigh has it for $80. We're about to go through a new check condition crate. Roger Waters was censored. Yes, Roger Waters was censored. 10 for Whitney. I'll pass. ZZ Top 30. I'll take it. ZZ Top Eliminator is sold for $30 to Stephen Douglas. Okay? Roger Waters was censored. There's a new bid on I Was Made for Loving You. There's a new bid on Hotter Than Hell. Whitney Houston was $24.99. You got to get a little closer to that. Hey, I can actually show my Kiss guitar picks on Kiss Night. I've got Kiss solo album guitar picks. $40 start on B. These are $14.99. It's the Kiss solo faces, all four together, and the Kiss logo. I've got several in stock. These are $14.99. Okay? And I've got another design, but we'll do these first. Okay, we'll do these first. They're $14.99. Robert Fripp Exposure. EX Condition, $37.99 on Robert Fripp Exposure. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. A Jacksonville press. VG, $24.99. We have Magical Mystery Tour. This is VG Plus, $44.99. That's a stereo Jacksonville press. OG for Magical Mystery Tour, $44.99. Nobody bid on Kiss Destroyer. Kiss Destroyer is a Canadian EX copy for $40. $40 on that one. Justin Garrett got Pink Floyd, sold for $24.99. Guitar picks are sold to Mega Blast for $14.99. Thank you. I've got more in stock if anybody else wants one. We have an offer on Destroyer. I'll show the Kiss no bids in just a second. Debbie's about to get the Kiss buckle for $46. We have the blue vinyl, I Was Made for Loving You, at $85 with Michael McVeigh. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is Kiss. Lick It Up. Kiss Lick It Up is going to go up for bid. An 83 Netherlands press. And this one's in VG condition. VG condition, it does have a piece of tape on the bottom of the inner sleeve. Whoops, hold on one second. It does have a piece of tape on the bottom of the inner sleeve. This is Lick It Up. It's a Netherlands press. And this is going to go up for just a $25 start. VG condition on that one. VG condition, Lick It Up, a $25 start. Netherlands, okay? Debbie Laster gets the Kiss belt buckle for $46 sold. T-Mac gets the Destroyer for $35 sold, okay? All right, let's put that right over there. Hammer CP, I'm assuming you're done on the Hotter Than Hell Canadian. It's been up for 14 minutes. We have Jailbreak Thin Lizzy, VG Plus, $24.99. Jailbreak Thin Lizzy and the Plasmatics. This is OG VG, just $16.99 on New Hope for the Wretched. VG, $16.99 on the Plasmatics. All righty. What do we have here? Oh, my. Uh-oh. Let's see what this thing looks like. James, you came in very, very late on the Kiss belt buckle. I have the Kiss truck, or excuse me, the Kiss van. This is the vintage Kiss AMT model. Let's see. It's got the instructions. It looks like it was partially assembled. Looks like somebody started on the frame. There's some parts and pieces. I've got the instructions, possibly the stickers in here. Let's see here. There's instructions. Looks like 2 instruction booklets. And I know, I see, yeah, it looks like somebody got started on it. Looks like somebody got started on it at least, okay? If it's supposed to have stickers, I don't see those. I would grade the box like VG minus. And here's your chance, okay? All right, there's the Kiss van. And the box is held together by tape inside of it there. That's up for bid in slot number D, a $35 start, okay? Kiss van, $35 start. That's up for bid. We can go ahead and sell A and C. Hotter Than Hell Canadian sold to Anthony Resta for $55. Thank you. Let me put that away. That's sold to Anthony Resta for $55. And Michael McVeigh gets the I Was Made for Loving You. This is sold to Michael McVeigh for $85. Mr. MFTF, do you want the plasmatics for full price? It's up to you. Mr. MFTF, okay? Next is Thin Lizzy. This is sold to William Warner for VG Plus $24.99. Sold for VG Plus $24.99. All right, moving on. Next auction happening right now in slot number A. Okay, and that is going to be this Kiss. This is the one that's like part of Alive. This is, we had one of these last week. It's a 82 Italian. It's essentially Alive. It is none for sale right now in the United States. And the vinyl is near mint minus. Near mint minus. Okay, gatefold jacket. The book is attached. Barely, kind of like the Magical Mystery Tour booklet. It always seems like those are loose or detached. But it's there. Nice glossy jacket too. Nice copy. $75 start on that one. Lick It Up's at $25 with Hodgepodge Vintage. And then our next auction is going to be possibly another autograph. I got to go over here into the rack to retrieve one. I still have the white label promo of the debut, which is $975. I do have it, just saying. I do have it, just saying. If somebody wants to see it again tonight, I can bring it over. Here comes another Ace Frehley autograph, okay? Here comes another Ace Frehley autograph, and this is a signed 10,000 volts drum head. This is a signed 10,000 volts drum head. Signed by Ace Frehley in blue paint pen. Very cool. 10,000 volts drum head. A custom deal. JSA certified, $125 start. A signed Ace Frehley 10,000 volts drum head. The Kiss van is 100% OG. 100% OG. Looks like it's partially assembled. Looks like somebody got started on the frame and motor, and I can't confirm that it's complete. So I doubt it is because I didn't see any stickers, and I'm pretty sure it came with stickers. But the box is there and most of the guts. Okay? All right. Next thing over here is this. I have passed on Plasmatics. So Plasmatics is sold at sticker price, which is $16.99 to Ron Duffield. That's sold to Ron Duffield for $16.99. Wall of Voodoo Dark Continent. That is VG $14.99. This is a new vintage crate. Everything in here is check condition, which means they're buy it now or best offer. Let It Be. Speaking Words of Wisdom. A Winchester press. VG condition. $14.99 on Let It Be. That is OG Winchester. When I Find Myself in Traffic. Dear Mr. Fantasy. A classic. Steve Winwood. VG condition. $9.99. And Crosby, Stills, and Nash Shrink and Hop sticker. VG Plus $24.99. Wall of Voodoo is sold to Goofy Foot for $14.99. Lick It Up is sold to Hodgepodge Vintage for $25. Thank you, Hodgepodge Vintage. That is sold to you for $25. Deal on that one just because of the grade, I believe. And we have Neil Young Harvest VG, $14.99. All right, A is a final chance of 75. Let's get another auction up for B, and that is happening right now. I see Paul Stanley here, and Paul Stanley is a 78 German edition. EX, a $45 start. Let's take a look at it. No poster, just the disc and the inner sleeve. The inner sleeve on this is unique, though. It's a German press. Nice. Very cool. There's a look at that German label. $45 start. There's the inner sleeve. The inner sleeve is different. Has this mock-up on the back advertising the posters. You do not get that on any kind of U.S. sleeve for sure. Very cool there. Has the puzzle poster insert or ad on the back, and that is going to go up for a $45 start. Next is Margaret Gerhold on Traffic. This is sold to Margaret Gerhold for $7. Next is Cream, the best of Cream, VG $14.99 on Cream, and Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. EX condition, $32.99 for Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard. Here's the other Kiss guitar picks I have, which these are $14.99 as well. We call that Kiss Logo and Kiss Solo. Kiss Logo, Kiss Solo. Your pick at $14.99, okay? Solo and Logo. I've got multiples in stock. Next is Eric Clapton Backless. Eric Clapton Backless is VG Plus $17.99. And Emmylou Harris, Blue Kentucky Girl. Emmylou Harris is EX condition, $12.99. And the Beatles, 62 to 66, VG condition, that is $24.99. William Warner has the Kiss van at 67. I'm about to sell it, just FYI. And A Child's Garden of Grass, a pre-legalization comedy about marijuana, VG Plus, $24.99. Nobody bid on the Kiss Italian, essentially Alive, or part of it, and that's near mint for $75. $75 on Kiss. Let's put that away. Next is Emmylou Harris. Is sold to Douglas Phelan for $7. Thank you on that one. And Emmylou Harris Luxury Liner. That one's EX for $12.99. And Van Halen Fair Warning. VG $22.99 on Van Halen. Led Zeppelin Houses of the Holy. That is VG. That is OG and mastered by Bob Ludwig. VG $24.99 on that. Final chance to bid on Paul Stanley at $45. The Kiss van did get a new bid. The Kiss van did get a new bid. Let's put up another Crazy Nights. This is an 87 UK on Vertigo. An 87 UK Kiss Crazy Nights on Vertigo. And the vinyl is beautiful. Near mint. Beautiful near mint with the inner sleeve. That's a nice copy. $65 start on that. $65 start on that. First over here is this. I have, first thing I have is Stephen Douglas on Van Halen for $20. Thank you, Stephen Douglas. That's owed to you for $20. And then David Gass, you can have Zeppelin. You can have Zeppelin, but it will be sticker price. If you pass, it's sold to Todd Barrios Rebel Sound. Then Mike Kennedy, then Nashville Sound, okay? All right, new bids on all the auctions except for Paul Stanley. The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl is VG $12.99. The Beatles at Hollywood Bowl. And then Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. That is VG $24.99. VG $24.99 on the Beatles. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. All right. All right. Okay. What happened? Sorry, I got distracted by my phone over here. All right, so David Gass does get Led Zeppelin. This is sold to David Gass for $24.99. That was Led Zeppelin. Next is Todd Barrios, then Mike Kennedy, then Nashville Tiger. New bid on C, new bid on A. Holt Slack gets the Italian Kiss for $60, sold. And Tim Michael gets the Beatles Hollywood Bowl, sold for $12.99. The Italian Kiss was sold to Holt Slack for $60, and David Gass got the Led Zeppelin sold for $24.99. Nobody bid on the German Paul Stanley. That's a $45 buy it now. EX condition. EX condition, that's Paul Stanley. EX condition, a $45 buy it now. Now, let's go to the top cam and remind everybody the high bids right now. Crazy Nights has one bid, a UK original for $65. The signed Ace Frehley drumhead is at $225 with Stephen Douglas, now $230. Signed drumhead. William Warner has the Kiss van at $72. A is a final call. D is a final call. Paul Stanley, $35. I'll do Paul Stanley for $40. Magical Mystery Tour. It's a Beatles album. It's VG Plus. It's $44.99. Next auction is going to happen right now. This is a 1980 Italian, near mint, 1980. None available in the United States. A beautiful copy, an $85 start on this. Hotter than hell, Italian, $85 start. That is now up for bid. Paul Stanley is sold to T-Mac J for $40. Thank you, T-Mac J. That is sold. My crate is full. Awesome. And now I'm bringing up crate number 3. All right. Also, we have 65, 85 on B. There's a new bid on the Kiss van, and there's a new bid on the drumhead. D-Kong, it looks like you're about to get Crazy Nights. I'm going to show 2 records. The early Beatles, that's a stereo purple capital label. That's EX, $29.99. And Cheap Trick Dream Police, VG Plus, $14.99. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue was VG Plus, $17. And let's go ahead and finish the crate. The Cars Greatest Hits, $14.99, VG condition. Crazy Nights is sold to D-Kong 52 for $65. Thank you on that one, Mr. D-Kong. All right? All right, there's that. Let me put that away. And then now all of a sudden there's new bids on everything. A, B, B, C, and D. Looks like we need another deal for A then. A is going to go up right now. And this is do 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 do. I have never seen this before. I didn't realize that's what this is. Peter Criss. Peter Criss, Let Me Rock You. This is a 1982 Japanese. 1982 Japanese. No Obi, near mint minus. Never seen it before. Never seen it before. Is this? Okay, so it's got a different cover. That's usually the front of the cover. Okay, that's usually the front of the cover. And he's got this unique city. What city is this? Where's the Quasimodo at? Is this in Japan? No, this isn't Japan. I don't know where this is. 7th Avenue. Is this New York? Looks like New York. Probably New York. But that is a unique press in there. $65 start on that. Peter Criss, Let Me Rock You. Alternate cover. Okay. All right. And then over here. So can I see the Kiss van again? You sure can. Magical Mystery Tour is $44. So the Kiss box, the lid is kind of repaired with tape on the inside. It's got 2 sets of instructions. Looks like the bottom frame was partially assembled. It looks like most of the beef is there. And I love beef. There's all the smaller pieces. Looks like somebody maybe got started on the motor. And then they had to go to school one morning. And they never did finish it. Their mom said, "Charlie, it's time for school." And he ran out the door. And then Charlie never did finish it. Okay, that's a real story. That's not any kind of makeup. That was a real story. That's at $81 with William Warner, okay? All right, and this is a check condition crate. Everything in here, over here. I don't see any decals. I don't see any decals down in there. I've looked. I've took most of it out. Don't see any decals, okay? Someone said the stickers are probably in the cavity of the van. All right, we'll look one more time. We'll look one more time. Let's see here. No, no decals. Nothing in the bottom. Nope. Johnny was a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. Love Me Do, I think it was, and from there it didn't take him long. Got himself a Kiss van, used to put it together every night. Johnny said, Mama, don't cry, I'm coming back home to put my Kiss van back together. Johnny grew up, forgot about his Kiss van. He came home one day, he said, Mama, where's my Kiss van? She said, Johnny, I sold your Kiss van in a yard sale long ago. He said, Mama, I'm gonna cry. That was my Kiss van, don't you know? Yeah, yeah. Johnny's Kiss van went straight to Coletco. Coletco was auctioning Johnny's van one night. Johnny got on and said, hey, that's my Kiss van. Johnny saw the bid and said, Mama, why did you sell that at the yard sale? And then Johnny cried. Okay, that was a Chad original. That is now copyrighted in all 50 states and territories. Joshua Southers gets the card for $10. That is sold to Joshua Southers for $10. Okay. What's left in here? We have the Rolling Stones, Cheap Trick, the early Beatles, Magical Mystery Tour, the Beatles, we have Magical Mystery Tour and Sgt. Pepper's. We have Emmylou Harris. We have a pre-legalization comedy. We have the Beatles, 62 to 66, Eric Clapton, Cream, Neil Young, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Let It Be, and Robert Fripp. All right, and we're going to go ahead and sell A and B. Peter Criss, Let Me Rock You, Japanese, is sold to David Fike for $65. Okay, thank you. That's sold to you, David Fike, for $65. And then Hotter the Hell, Italian, is sold to the Hammer CP for $85. Thank you on that. Don't cry, Mama. Don't cry, Johnny. All right, the Stones Black and Blue is VG Plus $17.99. Here we go. Next auction is going to be up for bid right now, and this is the 1978 Peter Criss picture disc in A. This is a 1978 Peter Criss picture disc in A. This is a $45 start. Peter Criss picture disc in A $45 start. That's now up for bid. Danae got the Rolling Stones sold for $12. David Gass on Cream for $10. David Gass on Cream for $10. Tony McDaniel wants to know why the van is red in the picture and white inside. That's because you were supposed to paint it. This is a model kit. Everything was supposed to be put together and painted, and then the decals put on there. That's why the body is white. It's supposed to be put together and painted. Peter Criss is OG 78, $45 start. Going right next to that is Dress to Kill, a 75 Canadian. A 75 Canadian press. Let's take a look at it. It's on the blue Casablanca Bogart label, and this disc is actually not bad whatsoever. EX or better. The cover down here is got a lot of I wouldn't say damage, but it has some tape. What am I trying to say? Tape down here along the bottom. Dress to Kill, and that is I would say a VG minus jacket. $45 start. $45 start on that. Over here, I was trying to show this. I was on the wrong camera. Wasn't even paying attention. Well, I get zoned in on Kiss stuff. This has some discoloration tape. What am I trying to say? Tape. gosh, I'm calling tape discoloration. It has some tape down there on the bottom of the jacket. Okay. Now we know what's going on. Okay. All right. Next thing is Peter Criss 45. That was 45. And the Ace Frehley drumheads at $395. Holt Slack has the Kiss van for $107. $107 with Holt Slack. That's going once and that's going twice. Did I sell cream? I'm pretty sure I have. All right, we're ready for the next we were ready for the next check condition crate, which is coming up right now. I've already blocked that person on YouTube. Don't worry. I've already blocked them. All right. This is another check condition crate. Everything in here will be buy it now or best offer. Canadian, U.S. original, Ace is at 400. The van's at 110. I apologize. Some people have access to the internet. Some people have access to the internet that need to be put in straitjackets and evaluated on a daily basis. But somehow they're still roaming in public, so we gotta block them. Okay, but there's a lot of people have they have access to internet, and yeah, they probably should be in a straitjacket in a room confined by themselves every day. First thing we have is the Cars Heartbeat City. That's VG condition, $12.99. The Cars Heartbeat City, VG condition, $12.99. Roy Gallagher Against the Grain. Roy Gallagher, VG condition, $9.99. Let's run through the no bids right quick. The first no bid was Kiss Alive, a 1976 Japanese, near mint, $95. Near mint, $95. Double platinum. This is a rarity. This was the 1982 Colombian. 1982 Colombian, $375. I graded that one VG minus. Dress to Kill Japanese, near mint, minus. $45. Kanye West Donda. Kanye West Donda, $25. Kanye West Donda, no condition notes, and that is $25 on that. Also, Overkill, this is a music on vinyl press, near mint, music on vinyl, $45. $45, that's a sealed music on vinyl press. Dress to Kill is sold to Chad Sauls for $40. Thank you on that, Chad Sauls. Let's go ahead and make the Dress to Kill over here. The Dress to Kill over here is the Canadian, $45 on that one, okay? $45 on that one. I have put that away. I've also blocked Linda-69DR8M on YouTube. Like I said, somebody that obviously doesn't need access to the internet. Are we done? Since this was such a battle, I'm going to make sure everybody says out or they're finished on Ace. 400 on Stephen Douglas. Final call. The Kiss van's at $110, and then Peter Criss is at $47. We have Michael Jackson Thriller. That was VG $14.99. Also over here, sorry, I forgot about the no bids. The 1980 Italian Unmasked, that one was $55. And then Kiss Killers. Kiss Killers, we just had that one recently. That was another Italian. I forgot my label on that one. $55, okay? $55. Sorry, I'm very distracted right now. Jim B, I will do $24.99 on Kanye. you know that's a $50 record. And I can't believe no one's bought it. I figured you'd be the only one on here to buy that. Okay? And it's up to you. Next thing over here is this. I went ahead and sold the cars, or I will sell the cars. The cars is sold to Goofyfoot for $12.99. Okay? $12.99. That is on the cars. That is sold to Goofyfoot. Next is Sean Bailey got Roy Gallagher. This is sold to Sean Bailey for $9.99. And then Bailey Rice, I will sell you Thriller for $12. Okay? $12. Michael Jackson. Okay? David Gass. And then it goes to Bailey Rice if he wants it. Okay? And then he's out on C. And then we have Kiss Killers. And over here, Killers was 85, but I'll take it for 55. Okay, let me figure out what happened over here. Sorry, I'm really distracted. Hold on. Oh, headache. Okay, timeout. Let me sell A, C, and D over here. So over here, Peter Criss is sold to Anthony Resta for $47. This is sold to Anthony Resta for $47. Let's get this board cleared. This is sold to Anthony Resta for $47. Ace Frehley is sold to Stephen Douglas for $400. This is sold to Stephen Douglas for $400, okay? There's that. The Kiss van is sold to Phil Elliott for $110. That is sold to Phil Elliott for $110. Okay, that's done. Next thing over here is this. The board's cleared right now, but first of all, I mispriced Kiss Killers. This was $85. I apologize. This is $85 on Kiss Killers. Unmasked is what was supposed to be $55, which I think is what I said. Okay. Let me go back over here. This is why I don't go through no bids too often. It's really slows down the show. All right, this is sold to A-Rod for $45. Okay, this is sold to A-Rod for $45. That was Kiss Unmasked. Sold to A-Rod for $45. Roy Gallagher is already sold. All right, and then over here, Michael Jackson Thriller is sold to David Gass for $12. Did you say what was in the Kiss Buy It Now? I did. I just went through the entire no bids. Dress to Kill, Overkill, Kanye West Donda, Double Platinum, and Alive Japanese, and then Kiss Killers. Okay, that's it. I'll give you details on any of those. Three new auctions right now. First thing I have is Peter Criss. I've got an Elder and I've got a Love Gun. I don't know what versions, but we're about to find out. First, Peter Criss, a 78 Japanese. 78 Japanese. This is no Obi, near mint minus and pristine. 78 Japanese. It has the original inner sleeve and the insert. No Obi, a $45 start. Okay? Kiss, Music from the Elder. This is an 81 Italian. I think we've already had one of these tonight. Here's another one. 81 Italian, Kiss, Music from the Elder. The vinyl is EX. Okay? EX, a VG Plus jacket. Kiss, Music from the Elder is a $55 start. Love Gun. This is unofficial. Or let's see what's going on here. Shouldn't be. Let's see. Here, I'll check it right quick. This is KLG. Hold on one second. Shouldn't be unofficial. I know it's in an original jacket unless it's a Frankenstein. This is KLG. All right. 01A1. It may be. 01A1. If it is, it's possibly Frankenstein. Kiss Unofficial Orange, Kiss Unofficial Red. Yeah, it may be. It may be, but man, this is, I'm pretty sure this is an original jacket. I mean, it has to be. It's vintage. It's got wear. Yeah, that's weird. It's kind of red marbled vinyl. The disc is nice. The jacket's kind of beat. I think it might be a Frankenstein. That might be an unofficial disc and an original jacket. $35 start. Killers. I'll do Killers for $75. Let me see if I can find my original tag on that. What did I do with that? There it is. 82 Italian, yeah. I actually had it at 80. I may have said 85 earlier. Sometimes I do that. I like that a lot. So I like doing the stuff ending in 5s. So yeah, that was at 85. I'll do it for 75 though to move it right now. Okay. All right. So there's the 4 auctions. I've shown like 5 records in this check condition crate, and we've sold them all. Now, I was going to wait and do this till this auction ended. Let me look through my drum heads over here and see if I've got a backup ace for a backup bidder. Okay? Because I think I did, but I think it has a smudge. So let me try to find it. And then somewhere over here, I have a signed Gene Simmons book. Okay? And then I've got some other stuff. Yep. Here we go. This may be it right here. All right. So let me go back through. I'm pretty sure SL Sports was the backup bidder. Okay? This thing is a little different though, okay? Elder is gatefold, yes. So here is this. We just sold the other one for $400. This one's got a couple smudge marks, and it looks like he was going to start it with a red pen and instead end up doing it in blue. So it's kind of got a double A. So we can offer it right now to SL Sports. I'm going to say $375 because it's got a couple issues, or I can just rerun it and we can just start another one all over. But it looks like he changed his mind on the A, and the playing card has a couple smudges. But that's the only other one I have. And we'll see if he wants to sell or pass on it, and if not, I'll run it here in a minute. Okay? Not as nice as the other one, but we'll give the backup bidder first dibs. Okay? This is Gene Simmons. It is personalized, I think, to Michael or Manuel, maybe. It's signed. It says Kiss and Makeup. And it's in the slipcase. And it's a signed edition. The spine of the book actually says signed. I got to find the JSA card for it, though. Hold on one second. Okay, there it is. There's the JSA cert, CR9134, and there's the signature, okay? If anything, you could cut that out and make it a very good Gene cut, okay, for a display or something. I do have some cuts tonight possibly to run. So signed Gene Simmons book in the slipcase, $125 start. Nice price on that, but it is personalized to a Manuel or Michael or somebody. $125 on the signed Gene Simmons book. Moving on, this is buy it now or best offer. The Rolling Stones Dirty Work, VG condition, $14.99. The Rolling Stones Dirty Work. Cheap Trick, and we had EX $17.99. EX $17.99. Cheap Trick self-titled. EX $17.99. Also Rubber Soul, a purple label, VG condition, $24.99. Purple Capo label, VG, $24.99. The Beatles 67 to 70 is VG $19.99, and Stevie Nicks Belladonna is VG $14.99. So quick look right now at the top cam. I've kind of already forgot what I even have up. Plus, I just did the no bids, but honestly, I need to show the no bid autographs as well. I need to show the no bid autographs as well. Let me kick this over there. And there's this. And then I'll wait for his word on that I'll wait for his word on that drum head before we run it again, because there was a lot of people bidding that up in the 200s and the 300s before we finally decide to let that one roll again. And let's go ahead and sell Whitney Houston to Joshua Struthers for $15. That is sold. The Rolling Stones, no, that's Rubber Soul, right? Rubber Soul is sold to Danae DeLeo for $18. Stevie Nicks is sold to David Gass for $12. And Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti, VG, and this is $29.99. It does have the original insert that covers the windows like that, okay? All right, there we go. That's how it's supposed to look, $29.99. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end A, B, and C. I honestly don't remember the details. We'll find out together. Peter Criss, I'm pretty sure, was Japanese no obi. Yeah, this is Japanese no obi Peter Criss, $45. Japanese no obi Peter Criss, $45. Kiss, Music from the Elder. This was Italian. Yep, this was Italian. The second one we've had tonight, that is an 81 Italian, $55 on that one. None for sale in the United States. That was a 81 Italian, $55 on that one. And then Kiss Love Gun was a counterfeit, red marbled, and I had that one at $35, okay? The Gene Simmons book is in D. It is signed, $125, JSA authenticated. Let's put up 3 new Kiss auctions. Still got about a half a crate of Kiss auctions still to run. First thing I'm going to do is let's pull out Ace. Let's pull out this Kiss Cruise, which I think is official. And I have a 12-inch single of some sort here. So let's go ahead and run these. All right. So first thing is this. We have Kiss Ace Frehley, a 78 French. A 78 French near mint minus. Okay. Near mint minus. The vinyl is beautiful. Near mint minus. It's a French copy. And this is a $35 start. Let's put that up in slot number A. B is a 2025 Kiss Cruise Landlocked in Vegas. Now, when I seen this, I was like, oh, a Kiss bootleg. And Bill Kiss Home said, no, this is an official deal. This is actually an official deal they did. And so I thought all these Kiss Cruise were basically bootlegs. So only one is ever sold. Only one is ever sold on Discogs for $300, okay? That's the only one. It sold earlier back in April. It is in really tight shrink wrap, though. I mean, it's caused creasing on the corners because the shrink is so tight, okay? I mean, that's literally creasing due to tight shrink wrap. It is sealed, not easy to get. Only one is sold and 0 for sale on Discogs, $125. $125, and then this is a 12-inch single. I Was Made for Loving You. The 1979. This is the 12-inch 53 keel pressing. The 12-inch 53 keel pressing, and it's nice. It's EX or better. I Was Made for Loving You. A $35 start, okay? Moving on. Love Gun for $25. I will go ahead and sell that to T-Mac J for $25. Next is the Best of Mountain, EX condition, $17.99. Mississippi Queen. Eagles, Hotel California, VG, $14.99. Can I show the label on Ace? Absolutely. Label on Ace, this is a 1978 French. Self-titled solo album. Peter Criss 30. Peter Criss, I'll do that for $40. $40 on Peter Criss. On Mr. Johnny Tahoe. Wow, your profile picture is the same as... I got 2 Colecco customers that already have that same exact Ace Frehley profile picture. Moving on. Fleetwood Mac in Chicago. VG Plus, $24.99. And the Jackson 5 Greatest Hits. VG $12.99. Journey Frontiers is VG $9.99. The Gene Simmons book is $125. Signed by Gene Simmons, okay? All right, let's put that right over here. Next thing is, let's run the other Ace Frehley drumhead. Okay. This is signed, and we just sold one for $400. This one's got a little smudge here and a little smudge there, and it looks like he was going to double do the A. Okay. $125 start. Signed Ace Frehley, $125 start. That's my second and last one tonight. Randy Travis, Storms of Life, VG Plus, $17.99. Randy Travis, Storms of Life. First thing I have is James Hicks getting the Jackson 5 for $12.99 sold. ABC. It's easy as 1, 2, 3. ABC. James Hicks, that was sold to you for $12.99. It's in VG condition. Also, we have Van Halen, VG for $22.99. Van Halen, VG $22.99. Next is Grand Funk, Closer to Home. Grand Funk is VG Plus $17.99. And Humble Pie, Smoking. VG Plus $14.99 for Humble Pie Smoking. We have an offer on Kiss Killers for $60. We're getting closer, Timmy. We're getting closer. That was a Gene Simmons book signed by Gene Simmons, Kiss and Makeup. It is personalized to Manuel or Michael, somebody. Right here. $125. $125. It's easy as ABC. 1, 2, 3. ABC, baby. You and me, girl. It's in the original slipcase. All right. First thing is this. Douglas Feeling gets Grand Funk for $13. Sold. A has a new bid. D has a new bid. Humble Pie sold to Tony McDaniel for $9.99. The Who, Who's Next? VG $14.99 on this Decca label. The Who, VG $14.99. And Joe Walsh, The Smoker You Drink, The Player You Get. Joe Walsh is VG $9.99. And Steely Dan, Asia, VG Plus $24.99. Over here we have the Japanese Alive. Alive is a 1976. It's near mint. 1976 near mint. And that is a $95 buy it now. No bid yet on the Kiss Cruise, $125. No bid yet on I Was Made for Loving You, $35. Those are final calls there in the middle. Next question is, what was the Randy Travis? Storms of Life is VG Plus $17.99. Stephen Douglas got Joe Walsh for $9.99 sold. Douglas Feeling gets Aja for $18. We have the Eagles, their greatest hits. EX $32.99. EX $32.99. And Neil Young Decade, VG $19.99. Also, I have Styx Paradise Theater. That's VG for $9.99. And Zeppelin. Zeppelin is EX $24.99. Excuse me, what did I say? Zeppelin. McCartney. My bad. McCartney, Paul McCartney, EX $24.99. And we have Georgia Satellites. Georgia Satellites is VG Plus $24.99. So I was at Peter Chris, I was at 45. Alive, I was at 95. That's 140. You've offered 115. I was thinking, let's see, if I do 85 on Alive and 40 on the Peter Chris, that'd be 125. Johnny Tahoe, 125 buys both of them. 125 buys both of them. All right, that was a great check edition crate. I'm going to blast those titles one more time. Let's go ahead and sell B and C. So I Was Made for Loving You is a $35 buy it now for the US 12-inch single. And that's the 79 US 12-inch 53 keel press. That's going to go over here. How to do that? Let's do it like that. And then the Kiss Cruise, $125. All right, and that's sealed. That's actually an official deal there. That is an actual official deal there. So 125, it does have some creasing. The last one sold for $300, none for sale. Just to give you an idea on that one, okay? They're still bidding on the Ace Frehley drumhead as I expected. First thing is Paul McCartney sold to Douglas Feeling for $16. Georgia Satellite sold to Tony McDaniel for $25 if you want that one. VG Plus, $24.99. We're a little too far apart on that one, Tony. Never mind on that. And then these two here are sold to Johnny Tahoe for $125, okay? These two are sold to Johnny Tahoe. If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes, first-time buyer, and then I need you to message our Facebook page. I need your email address and your mailing address, okay? I need your email address and your mailing address. David Polkey gets the 12-inch single. That's sold to David Polkey for $30. All right, next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is happening. This is happening, folks. I don't know what it is. What do we have here? A 1977 French Kiss Love Gun. 1977 French St. Michael Press VG++ Love Gun. Another French copy. Not bad. VG++ nearly EX. Nice jacket. Love Gun. $45 start. Shock me. Make me feel better. Shock me. Put on your black leather. Shock me. Okay, this is a unofficial pressing of Hotter Than Hell. This is a red vinyl, unofficial Hotter Than Hell, near mint minus. It has the poster with it, and this is a $35 start. It's a red vinyl, unofficial press of Hotter Than Hell. Okay? I tried. I will see the Georgia Satellites for 18. I will see the Georgia Satellites for 18. All right. Shock me. Here's what's left. Georgia Satellite Sticks, Neil Young, Eagles. Randy Travis, The Who, Van Halen, Journey, Fleetwood Mac, The Eagles, Mountain, Led Zeppelin, Beatles, Cheap Trick, and Rolling Stones. All righty, so here's kind of the agenda with Kiss stuff. I've got about a fifth of a crate left of advertised Kiss records. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is I'm about to go through the no bids one more time. I know we just did it. But I'm going to, and I need to show the no bid autographs because I've got quite a few over here I keep forgetting about. I keep forgetting about the Kiss autographs. I keep forgetting. Okay, and if you need anything in here, let me know. Kiss has a bid, Kiss has a new bid. William Warner, I'm going to go ahead and say the Kiss Cruise just because of the creasing on the cover. That's sold to William Warner for $100. The Beatles Blue is right here. That is the Capitol Press. Should be on blue labels from Capitol. VG 1999. No bids. Let's do those right now, actually. Double Platinum is the 82 Colombian. VG minus $375. Kanye West Donda, $25. 4 LP, cleaned and in MoFi sleeves. Overkill, music on vinyl, $45. Dress to Kill is a 75 Canadian. $45. 75 Canadian. Killers is an 82 Italian, $85. I think I've got somebody as high as 60 on it. And then Music from the Elder, 81 Italian, $55. We're about to sell the French Ace for $70. French Love Gun is about to be a buy it now, shockingly, for $45. And then this is at $35, and Timmy Osborne has the Ace Frehley. He has the Ace Frehley for $155. Okay, Michael Ruttman on KW. Michael Ruttman on KW, that was for Kanye West for $25. I don't know how Jim B passed on that earlier. Lost a lot of money on that one. That's sold to Michael Ruttman for $25. Sean Bailey gets Sticks, sold for $9.99. And Timmy has beat me down on Kiss Killers. I'll go ahead and sell that to Timmy for $65. All right, I'm also going to go ahead and sell Timmy the Ace Frehley drum head for $155. Let's get that off the table. Thank you, Timmy. That's also sold to you. So one sold for 400 and one sold for 155. That's the difference of making sure how nice autographs are done, okay? That's the difference in value on autographs. Not only how nice is it signed, but making sure it's not personalized and stuff like that. One sold for 400, one sold for 155. All right, and then Michael McVeigh gets the French Ace Frehley for $70. Thank you on that, Michael McVeigh. That is sold to you. Love Gun is shockingly a no bid. Shockingly a no bid. $45 on Love Gun. Let's put that away. That's a 77 French St. Michael press, VG++. Overkill is sold for $40 to Arms Arilla Tribe. And then James Hicks got the red vinyl bootleg Hotter Than Hell. He got that for $35, okay? Time for some new auctions. Don't go anywhere. Time for some new auctions. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. First thing I miss is this. First thing I'm going to do is Kiss Killers. I'm going to do another Japanese Dress to Kill, no Obi. And then we're going to do let's do this other Netherlands Lick It Up, okay? So here is Kiss Killers. Kiss Killers is going to go up in slot number A. This is a 1982, check this out, Scandinavian press. Near mint minus Scandinavian press. This is going to go up for a $35 start. That should get some activity. Lick It Up is another Netherlands press, an 83 Netherlands press to be exact. Let's take a close look at it. Lick It Up. And this one is VG Plus to EX. Has the inner sleeve. Lick It Up is a $45 start. $45 start. And then Dress to Kill is a Japanese with insert, a 77 Japanese, near mint minus, a $45 start on that. Okay, before I do anything else, let me remind y'all of the no-bid autographs, okay? No-bid autographs. Several ace. Let's show the ace that are 100 and, well, it takes 100, I'll just put it this way, it takes $175 to buy them. We already sold one of an on-stage pose for $240 tonight or $225. So 175, these are all JSA'd. 175, 175. I think that one's really cool. 175 and 175. Okay. So there's 4 aces. $175. Okay. Vinnie Vincent was $150. And then I have Dynasty signed by Paul and Gene. $225. But what's happened is something got rubbed out up here on top of Peter's forehead. So signed by Paul and Gene. $225. Great price for that. Heck, just, you could, I know you probably don't want to destroy it, but that'd look like a pretty cool cut. If you could do something with that, figure out a way to display it with something else, that'd look pretty cool there. So $225 on that, signed by Paul and Gene, Vinnie Vincent, and then over here was the Gene Simmons book. It's personalized, $125. That's all the Kiss no-bid autographs. Looks like I got some website and eBay listing to do in the near future. All right, now to give you an idea of how many Kiss autographs we have left, I've got a stack of them, okay? These are just one of the stacks of 8x12s that have all been certified. So I've got other ace poses. I did some of the neatest ones tonight, but I do have some others, okay? But those hadn't sold, so I doubt there's much interest in the others. So won't waste a lot of time on those. I'm going to go over here on my rack and see what I have. I have what I call an autograph rack. This is all the stuff we just had certified. And I know I have some bigger Kiss stuff, and I know I've got some other 8x10s, but I got to do a little bit of sorting. I got a ton of Kiss cuts. I can show some of those. Don't know kind of what's y'all's fancy tonight. And then I'm very curious who signed this Kiss History 2. Okay, I don't really remember. I had 3 Kiss Histories. 2 of them I'm waiting for letters to come back, but we might go ahead and take a look at this one. Is there a sticker on the back of Killers? I do not see any sticker on the back of Killers. Well, there's a 4 up here in the corner. There's a 4 up there in the corner, but I don't see any kind of sticker. No, excuse me. All right, so let's see who signed this Kiss History 2. There's the JSA card. Appears to be in good condition. Sometimes the binding on these can go out. Signed by just Gene Simmons. Okay, so this is a Kiss History 2 signed by just Gene Simmons. Okay, this is signed only by Gene Simmons. And let me get an interesting on that one. Okay, let me get some research done on that. All the belt buckles I had tonight, to my knowledge, has sold, but who knows what's in these miscellaneous tubs we're going to be going through later. This is Kiss Tory 2 book. Facebook is froze. Okay, now they're coming in. All right, this is Kisstory 2, and it is signed, sold with hardback with poster and autograph. Oh, does this have the nudie poster with it? Artback by Gene Simmons. All right. Top loaders are $29.99. Let's see what all comes with this thing. These are awesome books, by the way. Yeah, okay. There's the nudie poster. Let me make sure that wasn't signed. An autograph might have slipped in. This is highly nudity here, by the way. I don't think so. I doubt it. Okay. So the poster's in there. The nudie poster's in there. A bunch of nude stuff. Well, look at all that Kiss golf stuff. Man, I've never seen any of that. Goes to show you how much more Kiss stuff's out there I've never seen. Look at all the Kiss golf stuff. Man, look at all that. Kiss golf bag umbrellas, Kiss golf bag towels, Kiss ball markers, Kiss golf balls. Man, I've never seen any of that stuff before. I think maybe I've seen one Kiss golf ball, but I've never seen all that. That's cool. I'd like to have some of that. All right, so this is signed by Gene Simmons. It's JSA authenticated. Kiss History 2 with the poster, $275 start. $275 start. That's over here in D. Okay? That's over there in D. Heavy book, signed by Gene Simmons, $275. All right, final call on Killers for $100, and B and C are no bids. Dress to Kill Japanese, $45. Now, what I was going to say is there's all kinds of other stuff over here I haven't had a chance to research or advertise that could go up tonight. And I'll tell you what else could go up. Other Kiss miscellaneous and other Kiss vinyl. Because we've got all the stuff cleaned. And by the way, Lick It Up is a $45 bot now. It's all cleaned, and I just basically got to bring it over here. So I've got Japanese that doesn't require a lot of research. You know, I've got a lot of Japanese I could just bring over here and run that don't require me to do a lot of research that I know pretty well, okay? And final call on Kiss Killers. David Dwayne wants 4 packs of top loaders. So far tonight, we should have, I think, Justin Deckelman with 2 packs, and then David Dwayne wants 4 packs. Love Gun for $35. Are you referring to this 77 French copy? All right, go ahead and sell that to David Polkey for $35. That's sold to David Polkey for $35. Nice price on that. Over here, we got Todd Barrios Rebel Sound gets Kiss Killers for $100. That was the 82 Scandinavian. This is sold to Todd Barrios Rebel Sound for $100. It's Kiss 2 numbered. Kisstory 2 was never numbered. I agree with Wade. I don't think those never came numbered. $275 start on that. All right. Let me touch my toes. Oh, yeah. Oh, great back and neck adjustment right there. Needed that one big time. And let's put up 3 more Kiss albums. I got a double platinum. I've got an unofficial unmasked. And I have, what do we have here? What do we have here? I think I've got a Japanese rock and roll over. So let's do it. First thing I have is Kiss Unmasked. This is a 2021 unofficial on white vinyl. 2021 unofficial on white vinyl, Kiss Unmasked. Okay. Comes with this poster, very similar to the Hotter Than Hell we had earlier. That's going to go up for a $45 start. Rock and Roll Over. This one unfortunately has some bleaching, some sun discoloration on the obi and the spine. It is near mint minus, and this is OG, just a $55 start on that one because of the damage to the spine. And then a double platinum. This one is the yellow. And I know Bill Kissholm said this was his favorite of the Japanese series. These right here, these yellow obies, 1980. It does have the 4-page, $65 start on that. $65 start on that. So there's your current 4 Kiss auctions. Unmasked, 45, Rock and Roll Over, 55, Double Platinum, 65. So that's easy. 45, 55, 65, and Kiss History 2, 275. The top loaders are still the thickest one. Polystar, yes. Polystar, thank you. If you want some thinner ones, I can get you some thinner ones. Not a problem at all. I can get you some thinner ones, yep. If you want thin, I can get you thin. I can get you thin if you want thin. Just let me know. I'm doing the 11 millimeter openings right now. That's the ones we've been doing, 11 millimeter. All right, let me do some crate condensing. We're about to do some half-off vintage. I got other auctions to run, Kiss and non-Kiss. I promised some people tonight at about 11 o'clock when we're done with vinyl. When we're done with vinyl, about 11 o'clock, we'll do nothing but Kiss posters. So I think we can do about 2, maybe 3 half-off crates. And when we get done with those, we will officially be moving into, we'll officially be moving into like just Kiss posters for the rest of the night, okay? That's what we'll be doing. So, George, just let me know how many packs you want, and I'll take care of you on that. So that's what we're doing tonight. That's the agenda. Stick around for half-off vintage. Chad King is in on the Kistery book. Okay. In the future, I'll be having some more. I'll have some other Kiss histories in the future. Or if, you know, we have some that are really pricey that are fully signed, if somebody wants one and then doesn't mind waiting for the JSA letter. I've got some more, but you'd have to wait for the JSA letter. It could be like 2 months before I mail that to you. Obviously, I'm guaranteeing them to be authentic. Obviously, they are authentic, and if you want to wait on the letter, we can do that. But we're about to do some half-off vintage. We're probably going to do a couple crates, and then we can just do basically Kiss stuff for the rest of the night. Could be posters. It could be tchotchkes. It could be autographs. It could be these other ones over here. So if you're anybody who's still hanging around, don't go anywhere, because the vintage stuff's about to get cheaper, and then you're about to see other Kiss stuff that wasn't advertised. About time for me to go up front and get another Monster energy drink. I'm going to need it to keep up with y'all hoodlums. Y'all a bunch of Kiss maniacs, aren't you? All right. Here we go. Half off vintage, no more, no less. What doesn't sell, I'll try to bundle. The Righteous Brothers sold out, $5. This crate's pretty simple. Whatever price they say, final call. One more chance on these. 45, 55, 65. Unofficial white, Japanese near mint, but has bleaching. This is near mint, but has cover problems. This is very common, though. That's one of the few. That's one of the few. I think, you know, Bill did keep a few Kiss things, and I think he kept a set of Polystars because those were his favorite. So, you know, that was some really cool stuff. I would have done the same, right? Pick out the best playing copies you can buy of Kiss. There's not really any Kiss audiophile stuff right out there, right? There's no Rhino Hi-Fi Kiss analog. there's no mobile fidelity, there's no analog production. So Japanese pressings are kind of known to be the upper echelon when it comes to KISS playback experience. Streets I Have Walked, Belafonte, $5. And if anybody knows of any other better pressings, please share them. But I've always assumed from what I've listened to, the Japanese pressings are the preferred, like, mastering far as quality. The vinyl's quiet. They're amazing sounding. The cover's VG because of the problem with the foiling, but the vinyl is near mint. It's a typical near mint Japanese pressing on double platinum. All right, Martin Denny, A Taste of Hits, $5. So we've had $5, $5, $5, and Glen Campbell Basic, also $5. A lot of $5 stuff so far. Jerry Jeff Walker, Viva Terralinga. Jerry Jeff Walker is $10. And we have Cal Jazz by Jerry Jeff Walker. That's a gold stamp promo. Cal Jazz is $10. Let's go ahead and sell Kiss History 2 to Chad King for $275. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put this JSA card right in here. Okay, and whoever's Chad, I'm just going to tuck it right there. It should never, that's where it's going to be, okay? It's going to be right there. That's sold to you for $275. That is done. All right, I got a Kiss. Oh, I need to bring this back out before it gets on Discogs. Here's a rarity in the Kiss. Oh my gosh, why is all this stuff so heavy? Here's a rarity in the Kiss Japanese world. It's right here. I hadn't brought this out in a while. Let's see. I think we had some. Oh, so the 2014s are all analog? I didn't realize that. All right, so this is Kissology, sealed Japanese Kissology. And this is the, hold on one second, I need to write something down. Okay, so this is sealed Japanese Kissology. The Ultimate Kiss Collection. It's 12 DVDs. None have ever sold on Discogs, and I'm willing to put that up tonight for a $175 start. $175 on that. Okay. All right. All three of these are also no bids. Time for new stuff. Unmasked is white vinyl unofficial. $45 on that one. White vinyl unofficial, $45. Rock and Roll Over is $55. Rock and Roll Over is $55. Somebody just asked to see the label. It is on the Camel Desert label. Near mint minus $55 on that. Actually, not bad whatsoever, even with the bleaching. And then double platinum is $65. Okay, double platinum is $65. Those are all no bids or best offer. All right. Next thing is Charlie Rich Wants a Drifter. Charlie Rich is $5. Doug Wants gets Glen Campbell. That's sold to Doug Wants for $5. Cheap Trick autographs are $350. That is the original lineup fully signed there. $350 on that. Also, we have a 1976. This is French. Wow, this is a very sought after record, it looks like, based on the Discogs comps. 1976 French Kiss Alive. Very interesting. Look at that. And this is not bad whatsoever. EX VG++. Okay. None for sale in the United States. A $250. What region are the DVDs? What region are the DVDs? I'm not for sure, but I can find out. There's one inner sleeve. Let's see if it has another one. There's the other inner sleeve. Okay. So now that one doesn't have French writing, but it's the same style and cut. Okay. That's up for bid in A. Let me open up all these over here. The Cheap Trick autographs. Yeah, this is this would have been like an insert for like a Japanese deal. Xander, Nielsen, Peterson, Carlos, $350. $350 on that. Whoops. Sorry, Pantera. There we go. $250 on that. Double platinum 50. Double platinum $55 and it's yours. Kissology Japanese DVD is a $175 start. A $175 start. Next is, stand by, I have a 1980 Scandinavian Kiss Unmasked. Okay? 1980 Scandinavian Kiss Unmasked. This is EX condition. None for sale in the United States, at least on Discogs. A $45 start. Scandinavian. The Scandinavian Killers went up earlier, did very well. And then here's a 12-inch single from France, a 1993 French promo of I Was Made for Loving You. 1993? Is that right? Interesting. 1993 French promo of I Was Made for Loving You. And this is also EX condition, a $60 start. Okay. Double platinum sold to James Hicks for $55. Back to the half-off vintage bin. Harping on it. Jerry McCain, Frank Frost, Arthur Big Boy Crudup, $15 on that. Richard Pryor Black Bin, $7.50. This crate is half off, no more, no less. The price I'm telling you, there's no further discount. Keeping it pretty simple. Conway Twitty, I'm Not Through Loving You Yet. Conway is $5. Also over here, I have Cat Stevens, Teaser and the Fire Cat, $7.50 on that. J. Rod Ohio gets Richard Pryor, sold for $7.50. Bread Mana, $5 on that. And Jerry Lee Lewis, The Killer Rocks On. Jerry Lee Lewis is $5. Genesis 3 Sides Live, Genesis is $17.50. And we have Sly, 10 Years Too Soon. Sly is $7.50. And The Very Best of Poco, $8.50. $2.50 on the French Alive, Unmasked, Scandinavian 45. I Was Made for Loving You, a $30 start. No bid on the Kissology Japanese, $175. I'm going to put that right over here, $175 on that. I have got to get that on Discogs. I've said that for like how many months now we've had that? A long time. Richard Pryor. This is sold to, did I already pull it? Hold on. Richard Pryor, yes. That is sold to J. Rod Ohio. J. Rod Ohio also gets Poco. That is sold to J. Rod Ohio, $8.50. And I have Dr. John plays Mac Ribbenack. Dr. John, $17.50. And Dazban, this is Keep It Live. And Dazban, $7.50. The cover on C. The cover on C is in this Mercury, like just Mercury 12-inch single deal, which has an unusually small die-cut circle for the label. Little tiny there. But yeah, that's the Mercury sleeve I guess this went in, because that would have been around the era they was on Mercury. So kind of unusual there. Final call on A, B, and D. Kiss DVD, $150. Oso, let's do $160. $160. Okay, that's from the local media collection. I'm still finding stuff I'm amazed that guy had. And how much time and money it cost him to track all that stuff down. Chris Knapp gets Dr. John for $17.50. Sarah Vaughan, The Lonely Hour. Sarah Vaughan is $10. Hendrix, The Cry of Love, $20 on Hendrix. And Outlaw Country, Willie, Lacey J. Dalton, Johnny Cash, George Jones, $10 on that one. $10 on that one. And we had Ray Charles' Greatest Hits. Hit the Road, Jack, $10. Emmylou Harris' Last Date, $7.50. And Nobody's Soulmates. That one is a 2000 pressing, and that is $15. Kiss Alive Japanese, or I should say Kissology Japanese. Kissology Japanese, sold to Oso Adventure, $160. Sold to Oso, $160. Thank you, and that is gone. Next thing over here is these three are no bids. All right, $250, $45, and $60. All those are no bids. The Japanese Rock and Roll Over was $55. It has some bleaching along the obi and spine, sun damage, but other than that, it's near mint. It's on the desert camel label is what I'm trying to say. All right, so this one's done. None for sale in the U.S. Has the inner sleeves, $250. Looking for an offer. Okay. All right, there's that. How much is Lick It Up? Lick It Up is an 83 Netherlands press, EX, $45. Unmasked is a white vinyl unofficial, $45. Or no, that was Scandinavian, excuse me. 1980 Scandinavian. And then over here, I Was Made for Loving You. At this point in the night, all these Kiss albums start to blend into one. They all start to become one big thing. Kiss is sold to J-Rod, Ohio for $45. Douglas Phelan got Emmylou Harris for $7.50. Does Rock and Roll Over have the insert? Rock and Roll Over has this disc, and it does have the insert, yes. Yes, it was actually tagged for a little bit higher start. I've tagged some stuff tonight higher. I've started some stuff lower. Okay. All right. All right, let me open up all three of those for three new. Let's go down the line here in the Kiss crate. I've got a US. I've got a Germany Dressed to Kill. I have, for some reason, a Peter Criss with no jacket. Let's not do that one right now. Let's do the Obolus Rock and Roll Over, and it's about time for me to get into a new batch. Okay? So, here we go. All right, first thing is this. I have a US double platinum. Let's take a look at it. The vinyl appears to be nice. Kyle's graded at EX+. Let's take a look at it here. Keep in mind, 99% of everything we auction every night, I'm looking at it for the first time myself, okay? I'm just a doctor. I show up and start selling stuff. Sometimes I pick them out, and I'll let everybody else here do the research. Gene Paul, Peter Ace, generic inner sleeve, no extras, a nice US, typical minor wear on the fulling, a little bit of ring wear there, a $25 start. $25 start. Dressed to Kill is a 77 German, currently none for sale in the United States, EX on the vinyl, so another nice disc. And the cover's in VG with wear around the jacket. You may even want to bump it down to a VG minus, okay? No splits or rips, but it does have a lot of color breaks with the black jacket. 45 on that one. And then here is a 76 Japan Rock and Roll Over. No Obi, but really nice. $45 start on that one. $45 start on that one. Okay? Details on Nobody. Nobody's Soulmates. It's made in the year 2000. It's a double LP. It's $15. Rock and Roll Over, $35. I will say this for $50, Mr. Jim Kleinback. Kiss, I Was Made for Loving You, $30. I Was Made for Loving You, $20. I will sell this to Michael McVeigh. He has first dibs for $50. Next dibs will go to Ralph Venturino. Okay? Double Platinum already has a bid for $25. Next auction is going to go up in slot number D. Let's walk over here to the autograph rack and see what's happened. We've gone through all the Kiss drum heads. I've done the only Kiss book I had. Let me see what else is here. Okay, I got this and this. Okay. This is pretty unusual. I was worried that it already had PSA, but I went ahead and did it JSA too because I was concerned about the signatures. But I'm going to go ahead and run this. It's got one flaw. It's got one flaw, which it just kills me, but it's a pretty dang cool piece. It's the Ace Frehley Kiss Alive, signed by Ace and Todd McFarlane. And it's been both JSA'd and PSA'd, okay? So it's been certified by PSA and JSA. That's quite a bit of money just in verification from two top companies. But unfortunately, Ace has lost his hand. He's down there, right there. There's Ace's hand. Ace has played so much, his dang hand fell off. Right in the middle of Shock Me, too. So, signed by Ace and Todd McFarlane, nevertheless, a cool piece. I mean, unless you really start paying attention, you kind of don't notice it. But, and you might need that to complete a set. I know some people try to get these figures all signed. So, $175, signed by Ace and Todd McFarlane. It's PSA and JSA, but Ace's hand has fell off. $175, okay? That's what happens if you play too much guitar, folks. Michael McVeigh gets I Was Made for Loving You, sold to Michael McVeigh for $50. All right, that's done. Final call on this half-off crate, Nobody's Soulmates, Ray Charles, Country Outlaws, Jimi Hendrix, Sarah Vaughan, Daz Band, Sly, Genesis, Jerry Lee Lewis, Bread, Cat Stevens, Conway Twitty, Harping on It, Charlie Rich, Jerry Jeff Walker, Martin Denny, Belafonte, and Righteous Brothers. I'm going to make sure everybody's done with their selections if you want a price. And we have to make sure we're done, and then I'm going to offer these as a bundle. And then it's going to sell, and you're going to wish you went ahead and made your selection when you had a chance, okay? All right, first is John Griffin wants Country Outlaws. So to John Griffin for $10. Thank you, John Griffin. Anybody else on this crate? Double Platinum's a final call. Dress to Kill, final call. Rock and Roll Over, a final call. What happened over here on Rock and Roll Over? That one. Okay, just make sure I didn't miss anything. I'm going to do another half-off crate, which is dang packed. And then we're going to be doing Kiss Miscellaneous. All right. Doug wants on Conway. Sorry for the dead air. I had to check something on my phone. Doug wants got Conway for $5. George Sarah wants to know what Sly. Sly is yours if you want it. It's called 10 Years Too Soon. $7.50. Dance to Music, Sing a Simple Song, I Get High on You, Everyday People. You can make it if you try standing. Is this true? If you don't want it, then Tony McDaniel does, okay? All right, and then over here, the bundle deal on the rest of the crate is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's 16 records in here. 16 records left in here. If anybody wants them, for $75. 75 divided by 16, that's $468 a piece. Bundle deal for the rest of the crate. Where the heck is Chris Reddings at? Where's Chris Reddings? Also, all 4 of these auctions are no bids. So Kiss Double Platinum is a buy it now for, or excuse me, I retract that. Terry Gearhart gets Double Platinum for $30. That is sold. That is sold on that one. And then Dress to Kill is a no bid. And Dress to Kill is a EX Condition 77 German for $45. Okay, that's going right over here. EX Condition, that one is $45. Sold to Chris Knapp. Thank you, Chris Knapp. And then that means the Rock and Roll Over Japanese No Obi is $45. So I got Obi with bleaching for $55, or I got no Obi for 45. Your pick. And then the Ace McFarland, signed by Ace and Todd McFarland. His hand is gone, though. $175. $175. Okay? All right. There's like 3 more records they officially tagged, and then we're going to be in pretty much bonus stuff, okay? So here we go. I have Dress to Kill, another one. Another 75 Japanese, very nice vinyl, near mint minus, and VG Plus jacket. There is some edge wear down the spine, a $45 start. Peter Criss on silver vinyl, 2025, and this is the misspelt spine. It is the misspelt spine, $30 start on that. Another Peter Criss, this is a 78 Japanese, no jacket. I don't have a jacket for this. All I have is the insert, the inner sleeve, and a near mint minus disc. Okay? That's it. And that's going to go up for a $1 start. Just the disc, insert, and inner sleeve. No jacket. And then we had one of these last week. Here is another one. This is Union with John Corabi and Bruce Kulick. And this is signed with the 45 and the autographed insert. And that is a $175 start. A $175 start. Okay, nobody on the bundle. And Tony McDaniel gets Sly for $7.50. Okay. All right. And 16 records for $75. No bundle deal. That's okay with me. I'm going to move these right over here. And let's go through another half off crate. Okay. And let's go to the top cam. Marion and Todd are all bidding in wrong slots. Peter Criss is at $5. I know some of y'all are very excited because I said $1. Marion said she will bid on anything I put up for $1. It does not matter. Chapstick, bubble gum, she'll bid on anything for $1. Marion sometimes gets a little bit too excited and starts bidding in the wrong slot. So did a couple other people. Everybody starts going, holy cow, $1. I'll buy that for $1. All righty, folks. That's where we're at tonight so far. Thanks for joining us. We're now entering phase 2 of tonight's sale. The last half off crate and then miscellaneous will bring us probably to truly phase 3. All right. That's where we're at. I have got some Kiss Mr. Potato Heads to put up. I'm very excited to go through more of Bill Kiss Holmes posters. It's going to be a hoot. And let's jump over here and move this crate. And got a half off crate in waiting. We've sold all the metal stuff I put up tonight. I should have got back into some of the metal stuff. Tomorrow should be a pretty varied night for auctions. That North Carolina collection, as you've seen tonight, had a lot of various stuff in it. Soul and funk and jazz. And we're going to be getting into some more of that tomorrow. I've already got my night planned out here before I even get started. Clean up, organize, and find more Kiss stuff. Clean up, organize, and find more Kiss stuff. And go ahead and start putting it away for the next week. All right. Almost done. There's the auction block. Here's already a stack of auctions for tomorrow. And look what's right on top. You can't see it, can you? Milli Vanilli. I gotta move some stuff around here. Bear with me. Almost cleanup time. Sorry for the dead air. I am working on cleaning up. I hadn't even moved the sold crates where I normally put them. There we go. And what is this here? Okay. That looks like an old Hatchet Ed crate. Hey, that's new vinyl I've been looking for. I think, yeah. Okay. All right, so A is a no bid, C is sold, and D is a no bid. So Dress to Kill, 75 Japanese, no Obi, same price as the other ones we've had tonight, $45. That one's more like a VG Plus. Peter Criss at 36. J. Rod Ohio gets Peter Criss, this Japanese, no jacket, $25. And then Union, signed, fully signed insert, sealed with 45, 175 on that. And we already sold one of those last week. All right. And let's put that away. Get that in a new sleeve. All right. Okay. All right. So I have that's tonight's new vinyl, right? That would be right, Chad. To this is metal CDs and all right. That right there. That's socks. All right. Here we go. Here we go. All righty. Ooh. You just never know, do you? You just never know. Okay. Are these the ones that are the boots? Let me check on this. I think these are the ones that are the bootleg Funkos, the fake ones. Maybe not. I remember Bill telling me something was off on these, and I've had them over here. Let's take a closer look at them. And it's amazing how varied the prices are on eBay. Let me go ahead and sell B too. This is sold to T-Mac J for $36. Thank you, T-Mac J. I don't know if there's a way to tell. I might just have to run them and I'll let y'all decide later. I mean, the boxes don't look blurry or anything. But I know that's part of the more pricier original set, I'm pretty sure, right? The 2010s maybe. But that's it's very nice regardless, okay? $15 start, okay? $15 start. I've got A, I've got here's one in B, okay, which is Peter, or AKA the Catman, I think for legal. I mean, they feel and look legit. I don't remember. I should have had a tape recorder, had my phone. I told Bill I was going to record them, all the stuff I learned from him that day in his house. I mean, we talked KISS for 6 hours, and I was trying to memorize everything. So, whew, it was a sensory overload. I had a headache, so much negotiating and thinking and sorting, but there's Peter and Ace, A and B there. Those are up for bid. I'm now in a tub of miscellaneous KISS stuff. I'm about to go get a crate of vinyl that is cleaned, and the only thing I got to really do is like just inspect them and pull them, and we'll be done, or they'll be ready to sell. So let's go ahead and do that right now. I might have to do like one Discogs check or something, but yeah, I've got a whole batch over here of stuff. Like here's another Killers. I know people's always looking for that. Here's let's see here. Let's do I know people's always wanting Creatures. Here's a Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. Here's a French Alive 2. So I got some other random pulls over here for sure. Okay, so we're not done with vinyl by no means. The pace is going to be just a little bit slower though. Okay. Pace is just going to be a little bit slower. Stand by for this half-off crate, too. So what do we have here? This is KISS Killers. Looks like it's German. So according to my research over here, I have KISS, KILLERS, and this version is 6302193. Okay, and that narrows it down to several things. Let's jump over here first, and I'm going to put in mastered at Alan Zentz. I'm going to put at Alan Zentz. Maybe a lot of them could possibly say that. Yeah, that didn't help any. According to mixed broadcasting. It's kind of hard to narrow this one down. This is why I have people do this all day during the day for me. Scandinavian, Germany. I actually don't see like a country listed on the label. Kind of makes this one a little bit more difficult. Trimrack Oslo. Looks very similar to one we had earlier. You know, actually over here on the label, there's no all rights, manufacturer, produce, otherwise higher in Linden, record prohibited. You know, just says USA. There's actually no mention of a country on the label. Makes it pretty difficult to narrow down. But if you just click on like on an 82 German, it's not German because it doesn't have the GEMA. It's probably this Netherlands or Scandinavian. I think it's Scandinavian because down there on the back it did say Oslo. So I bet it's that Scandinavian version right here. Probably is. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. It's looking like it's that other Scandinavian version like we had earlier. And this one's really nice and shrink wrap. Near mint minus. So yeah, Norway. It said down here at the bottom, Team Tirac Oslo. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. All right, so let's run this. Very nice and shrink. Very nice and shrink. We had this exact thing earlier. None is sold, and that's going to go up for a $55 start. That's near mint and shrink, and it has this guarantee for POCT sticker here on it. So $55 on that. And James Hicks is about to get both of those for 20 and 20. All right, let's go to this half-off crate. Here we go. I have Elvis in GI Blues. This is an Indianapolis VG condition, $7.50. Half-off crate, no more, no less. Elvis and GI Blues. Brass Construction 2. Brass Construction's VG Plus, $7.50. The Occasions Girl Watcher, that's VG for $5. Faith gets Elvis, VG $7.50. George Strait's Greatest Hits, that's $18.50. The Highwayman is $11.50. ZZ Top Fandango is $12.50. And Waylon Live is VG plus 9. VG plus 9. James Hicks gets both of these Funkos, which is Spaceman and Catman. And those are sold to James Hicks for $20. And the other one is also sold for $20. Thank you and thank you, okay? Half off crate, no more, no less. Quick auction for D. I actually thought this sold last Friday or Saturday, but it didn't. I accidentally put it in the sold crate. This is a Japanese OG Duran Duran near mint with Obi, and that is a $35 start. The Kiss Killers Norway, Oslo, Norway, is at $55. Very nice and shrink. That has one bid with Todd Barrios Rebel Sound. Thank you on that. He has that right now at $55. So I have another Catman. I guess if somebody wants it, you can just go ahead and put exclamation mark 20 in B, and I'll go ahead and buy that one. There's another one in an acrylic case. We'll just go ahead and make that a buy it now for $20. Whoever bids on that one first, we'll just call it sold. It's a backup. And then I have a World over here of these. They're kind of damaged. I'll wait on those actually. Let me hold up on that. I'm gonna try. I've got a big item over here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave it in auction slot A. I'm gonna leave it in auction slot A. And what I'll do is if it doesn't get a bid, or I can't leave it on the table. Sorry, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I can't leave it on the table because it's too big. But it's this Kiss Crazy Nights promotional like a poster, but it's, you know, it's made of like the corrugated like plastic almost. It's signed by Bruce Kulick to Michael, and I don't know if that'll clean off. It's kind of on a glossy surface. I don't know if someone's tried, but it's Crazy Nights. It's this huge, what is this, like a 36 by 36, and signed by Bruce Kulick. The problem with this is shipping it. We'll have to put this in, you know, like something flat. So that's going to go up in slot A, including postage, a $75 start, okay? $75 start, and that includes postage for slot number A. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. We have Frank Marino Mahogany Rush. That is VG plus $7.50. We just got started on a no-bid crate, half off, no more, no less. The Judds, Heartland. The Judds is VG plus 9. Gary Wright, the Dreamweaver, VG plus $7.50. Grateful Dead, the best of, $18.50. VG plus condition on Grateful Dead, the best of. Genesis is VG condition, $5. Very cool check condition crate, half off. Lee gets the Judds for $9. Thank you on that one. The poster has a bid for $75 of Jason Herdren. Killers is at $60. This isn't really an auction. I'm just waiting for somebody to do a buy it now on the Catman Funko. It's $20, okay? It's not really an auction. It's just laying there for right now. Duran Duran is with J-Rod Ohio for $35. That is another Funko, but it's one you've already bought. The Duran Duran is the self-titled debut Japanese. $35 on that one. Also, we have California Jam 2. That's VG for $7.50. Stephen Douglas got Frank Marino. That's sold to Stephen Douglas for $7.50. David Sommer got the Grateful Dead, sold for $18.50. Joshua Struthers gets Genesis, sold for $5. And we have Simply Red, a new flame. Simply Red is $9, and Leonard Skinner's First and Last is $7.50. All right. The Catman Funko is sold to J-Rod Ohio for $20. Thank you on that one. Jason has the large Crazy Nights poster, and I will briefly show that one more time. He's already had the bid for 1.5 minutes. Time flies. And one more look at that. We're talking about this thing here. It's got just a couple of dings around the corner. It's that typical, like what I call election sign material, yard sign material, that kind of material. And signed to Michael Bruce Kulik. And that's it. It's at $75, and it is with Jason Herdren. I got a big one of those for Rush Hold Your Fire that I just got not too long ago. Next thing over here is Hendry on Simply Red. Thank you, Hendry. That's sold to you for $9. And Stephen Douglas got Leonard Skinner. That is sold to him for $7.50. And we got John Fogerty, center field. Put me in, coach. VG, $6.50. Also, Duran Duran, this time is definitely sold to J-Rod, Ohio for $35. Thank you, J-Rod, Ohio. That is sold to you for $35. Let's put that away. Kiss Killers is still getting bids. Also over here, we have Bob Seger, The Distance, VG, $6.50. And the Cars, VG Plus, $12.50. Shrink and Hop Sticker, VG Plus. Just what I needed. Just what I needed. All right, let's go ahead and sell that to Jason Herdren for $75. Thank you, Jason. I am going to, where am I going to lay this? I'm going to prop it up back here on the back of this cart. Let's put a, we'll figure out a way to put the JSA card on the back. And thank you, Jason. All right, that's sold to him for $75. That is gone. And let's open up slot number A. Next thing over here is Chicago 17. That's VG plus $5. And Marshall Tucker Band, Searching for a Rainbow, VG plus $5. John Fogerty is sold to Jeremy Todd. Thank you, Jeremy Todd, VG $6.50. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play Jason Herdon. Herdon? Herdon? So let me get this straight, okay? Here we go. Drum roll. Jason Herdon. What do I say? Herdren? Herdon. Herdon. Okay. You'll have to coach me. Put me in, coach. Dwayne Armstrong gets the car, sold for $12.50. Goofy Foot second. Michael McVeigh gets Chicago for $5. And Stephen Douglas gets Marshall Tucker Band for $5. All right, they're still bidding on that. What's next over here? All right, let's go back to the autograph rack where I found Bruce Kulik. Let's go back to the autograph rack. Give me a couple seconds to step over here. I've got Ric Flair. I've got, those two things aren't for sale. Jerry Seinfeld, that's for my collection. I've got a Kiss CD signed by Kulik and Singer. And I got an Ace Frehley box set signed by Ace Frehley. Okay, let's do those two. Couple bonus autographs for tonight. I'm trying to get these at least all showed before we get them done, whatever I'm trying to say. Okay, so this is pretty cool. This is Carnival of Souls, signed by Kulik and Singer. JSA authenticated. This is Kiss, Carnival of Souls, Kulik and Singer, dual signed. And that is $125 start. JSA $125, Kulik and Singer. That's going to go up for $125. And then we got Ace. Ace is the 3 CD box set. Looks like it has a poster with it. And it looks like 2 of them are all 3 of them. They're all still sealed. Looks like maybe it was open so he can sign it. And the JSA card is right down there, okay? So $175 on that. $175 on that. They're still bidding on Killers. We're not done, nowhere near done this half-off crate. What else can I throw up in D right quick? I need to go to the back and get another. I can start putting up posters that we had last week that didn't sell. And honestly, I've got posters up here that aren't part of Bill's collection. Yeah, here's a whole tub of Kiss posters, not from Bill's collection I can run. Because I know some of y'all have already got tubes started because we sold a poster. Who do we have here? Paul Stanley poster, okay? Let's go to the top cam. Let's go to the top cam right quick. So Paul Stanley, get you an idea. Hard to show these road posters. There's the KISS logo. It does have pinholes. Should be a date down here at the bottom. And 85. There's the pinhole there. Whoops, sorry, y'all can't see what I'm showing. There's that, and there's that. Funky Enterprises. $35 start. We'll just get that going over there in D. 35 on Paul Stanley. Okay, do you have KISS Dynasty poster? Not at the moment. And Matt, I'll go through the no bids in just a second. All right, Man for Man, The Roaring Silence. VG Plus, $7.50. Blinded by the Light on there. Blinded by the Light on there. Okay, did I miss any other claims so far? I haven't. Okay, back to the half off. We have Mahogany Rush 4. That's EX $9. EX $9. The Judds, Rocking with the Rhythm. The Judds is VG $6.50. J. Rod Ohio on Manford. That's sort of J. Rod Ohio for $7.50. Allman Brothers, Win, Lose, or Draw. That's VG Plus $9. And we have Van Halen. VG Plus $17.50 for Van Halen. Wow, lots of claims. Man for Man, Matt Shirley second. Justin Garrett, you get the Judds for $6.50. Stephen Douglas second. And we have Cosmos Factory by Creedence Clearwater Revival. That's VG $6.50. And Cream Goodbye is $14. Cream Goodbye $14. So final chance on Kulik and Singer, Signed Carnival $125. Ace is $175. Killers is $77. And the Paul Stanley poster $35 start. Stephen Douglas, you do go 1 for 3 though. You do get the almond. So does Stephen Douglas for $9. Appreciate that. Also, Cream Disraeli Gears. Cream is EX condition. $15 on Cream. EX condition. Also, Danny Joe Brown and the Danny Joe Brown Band, $7.50. Danny Joe Brown from Molly Hatchet, I believe. Joshua Struthers on Cosmos. That's sold to him for $6.50. And Molly Hatchet, Take No Prisoners. That's No Condition Notes. $10, okay? Margaret Gerhold got Cream, a classic album. That's sold to Margaret for $15. I'm assuming we're done. Todd, you're done on KISS Killers. I'm about to sell to George. I'm going to go ahead and make the autographs a no bid. So Kulik and Singer dual autographed. This is $125. Ace signed CD box set, $175. And let's put that right over here. I got a stack of autograph no bids we'll go through in just a second whenever we go through this crate here, okay? Next thing is Stephen Douglas got Danny Joe Brown. That's sold to Stephen Douglas for $7.50. Tom Kelly was second. And Stephen Douglas got Molly Hatchet for $10. He put Billy Hatcher. And they're still bidding on KISS Killers. Todd Barrios, Rebel Sound, not done. If anybody wants the Paul Stanley poster, $35 on the Paul Stanley poster, okay? Paul Stanley poster going righty over here, righty over here. A and B and D need new auctions. First, we got Allman Brothers Reach for the Sky, $12.50 on that one. And Waylon, The Wolf Will Survive. Waylon is $12.50. All right. So the next, what country is this? What country is this? What country is that? Okay, let's see what's going on. Let's put up a live 2 for A. So a live 2 for A. These are obviously French labels. This dark red Casablanca. Beautiful vinyl at first glance. If they clean these, they probably only left EX or better records, so should be nice. Yeah, I'm going to call this one EX, maybe VG++. That's a French pressing. Do we have a year, which won't take me 10 years to look up? I don't think that's OG for France. I don't think. Last time I remember I said like 1980. It could be 77. 77's on the label. Of course, that doesn't matter. But I'll just show you what it is, and I'll tell you what it is. It is a KISS Alive 2 French, nice glossy jacket, and strong EX vinyl, a $55 start. $55 start. That's an A. George Scherer, just so you know, you were outbid on Killers. Just FYI. Baby is $10. That's the half off price on Baby. And absolutely, this is $20. $20. And this is Dism. Looks like some kind of foreign deal here. 20 bucks on that. And then Rock Power Music. This is a compilation. Even though Alabama and Chili Whack is on here, it's called Rock Power Music. $7.50. That is now up for bid. Okay. Let's go back and visit the autograph rack. No luck on Kulik Singer CD or the Ace Frehley deal. All right, that's okay. That's okay. Y'all might get me down, but you're not going to get me out. Let's see. That's more drum heads, but I've already sold all the Kiss deals. There's Ozzy. We can just go ahead and put that up just so everybody knows we have it. Here's more signed CDs. Let's see if any of them's Kiss. Nope, mostly metal stuff from Deckelman's collection. A couple more signed books. Nothing Kiss. I got a ton of Kiss cuts. I have Kiss cuts where part of stuff was authentic and part wasn't, so we had to chop some stuff up. Some of them look kind of funny, but I think some of them are pretty unique. So I've got like all kinds of chopped up Kiss autographs y'all might need to complete cuts or something. So let's run some of those. Here's one of the more affordable Ozzy autographs you're going to be able to grab, okay? Here's one of the more affordable Ozzy autographs you're going to grab. This is the CD insert for Patient Number 9. Or actually it was the, they put these down in vinyl too. They put them, they were like packaged separately, but they did come with some vinyl. It's the signed insert for Patient Number 9. That is a $300 start on Ozzy. And then over here are some of the cuts I was talking about. So here's how many I have. These are all Kiss cut autographs. And it's where we had a lot of stuff and maybe some things were authentic and others weren't. So like we had some Kiss stuff where like the Gene and Paul, the Gene was authentic, but Paul wasn't. And we had a lot of different stuff like that. So I had to kind of butcher some Kiss autographs. But I've got some cool cuts. Like, look at this cut of Eric Singer. It looks almost kind of funny the way we had to do it. Just like a little, where we had to chop off just his part of the photo. So, but I've got some good ones too, like Gene. And I think there's at least one Paul in here somewhere. There's another Gene. So if you're trying to build displays or whatnots, I've got all kinds of Gene, Eric, and maybe even Paul, definitely Tommy as well. So there's that. And Todd Barrios, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Killers for $80. That's sold to Todd Barrios Rebel Sound for $80. All right, let's put that away. And let's try to finish this half-off crate. I got Janie Freaky. It Ain't Easy. Janie Freaky is $7.50. Trapeze, hold on. Trapeze is sealed for $10. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, you're going to get it. Tom Petty's a gold stamp promo, $20 on Tom Petty. Wow, that's a very clean copy. Shelter label, and that is $20. J. Rod Ohio wants Rock, and that is sold to J. Rod Ohio for $7.50. Next over here, so Jason Herndon. Jason Herndon has a live 2 for $85, and Ozzy is at $300. No bid yet. Next is Stephen Douglas on Allman Brothers. Stephen, if you want Reach for the Sky, it's yours. Sold for $12.50. And Margaret Gerhold got Tom Petty for $20. Okay? Thank you. And let me swap out crates. Crate number 3 is full. Let's put that right there. And let's start trying to fill up crate number 4. I always don't sell much quantity. Like Saturday night, we sold 10 full crates of vinyl. Tonight, we're about to fill up crate number 4. So we Herndon. Like Fern with an H and then done. Herndon. Clark Terry's Big Bad Band Live. Clark Terry, $7.50. Hank Williams Jr., Singing My Songs, that is $12.50. Also, the Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night. And Edgar Winter Group is $12.50. This has Frankenstein on it. All right, let's go ahead and sell A and B. So Kiss Alive 2 is sold to Jason Herndon for $85. And Todd Barrios Rebel Sound just asked what it is. It just sold to Jason Herndon for $85. And if anybody wants Ozzy, he's $300. It's the autographed insert for Ozzy, okay? $300. People use those to make all kinds of stuff. They make guitar picks out of them, or they make guitar, what am I trying to say? Pick guards. They make pick guards out of them and everything. All right, more half off here. We have U2 Live Under a Blood Red Sky. And this is without the long version or the extended version of Electric Co. $17.50 on that. A half-speed master of Bob Marley, Burning. Wow, $17.50. Those were not cheap new. $17.50 on that one. And a clean, nice-looking copy of the Cars Candy O. Great stuff in here. $13.50 on that. I need to swap out phone chargers right quick. Let me do that right now. Cynthia Herdren. I got Cynthia Herdren. Herdren? Yeah, but she doesn't. She's gotten used to it. I have a Cynthia Herdren on here, and she's never said. She gave up. She gave up a long time ago, okay? She gave up. I've had some people just give up. They're like, this guy is never, ever going to say my name right. And I probably won't. That's what we call chat-isms around here, okay? That's what we call chat-isms. Sorry, we don't want to lose my chat with comments. That'd be bad for everybody. I've got a couple more Kiss LPs to run. All right, and then Faith Coon Simmons. You're going to get Bob Marley. This is sold to Faith for $17.50. McEwen Photo second, then David Sommer. Okay, we have Paul Simon Graceland. This is $15 for Paul Simon Graceland. Lionel Richie, the composer. Easy Like Sunday Morning. Lionel Richie, $7.50. Miami Vice soundtrack, $10. I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight. Whoa, what just fell over? That was my phone. Okay, DC Cab soundtrack, that's a sealed OG for $12.50 on that one. And more songs from the soundtrack, The Big Chill, $10 on The Big Chill. Stephen Douglas on the Cars. Stephen Douglas gets the Cars for $13.50. J. Rod Ohio gets Miami Vice, sold to J. Rod for $10. And DC Cab is sold to J. Rod Ohio for $12.50. Do you have an Eric Singer 8x10? I sure do. I sure do. Let's see here. I sure do. Give me 1 second. It's in here somewhere. Lots of Ace. Tons of Ace. That's a cool one there. We sold a couple tonight. The Stage Shot did really well. I'll go through all the no bids in just a second. We've already had a couple like that tonight. There's Bruce Kulick's. We should be coming up. There's the Tommy Thayers I have. Eric Singer, watch him bet that. There's the other Vinnie Vincent. There's the two Vinnie Vincents I have. I have these three here. That one's personalized. That one's a little smudged. Here's the best one I have probably. That one is personalized and that one's a little smudged. Okay. So, wow, I had to go through the whole stack. I don't like thumbing through those though because I have messed some up thumbing through them before. Eric Singer, 8x10, JS8. That's a CR91404. That is a $75 start. $75 start. Signed 8x10. And that's 404 right there. All right. That is now up for bid. I got another Kiss album over here I got to check right quick. Next is Beverly Hills Cop 2. That is $10. Also, Pure Prairie League Busting Out with that great song, Amy. That's $12.50. Pablo Cruz Reflector. My God, it's Pablo Cruz. $5. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. $17.50. Janis Joplin. Inside Ronnie Millsap. $5 on that. J. Rod Ohio gets Beverly Hills Cop 2. That's sold to him for $10. Doc and Merle Watson, Red Rocking Chair, $15. The Best of the Monkees, Then and Now, $12.50. Your Cheating Heart, that one's $12.50. Robert Warner on Pablo Cruz. Thank you, Robert. That's sold to you for $5. John Griffin, You Were Second on Beverly Hills Cop. T.G. Shepherd, Crossroads is $7.50. George Strait, Does Fort Worth Ever Cross Your Mind? $25. Lionel Richie, We Were Dancing on the Ceiling. Oh, what a feeling. Dancing on the ceiling. Ooh, what a feeling. Lionel Richie. All right, let me pause there. I'm not done with this crate, but I got a Kiss here to throw up. Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. And this appears to be a Spain. It says Madrid. And my dang Discogs has been acting funky for a while. It's like some kind of error problem. Luckily, this thing has a barcode, and it does come back right to the Spain. Okay, good. So here's an unusual one. 88 Spain. None is ever sold on Discogs, that is. I'm not logged in right now. It's not letting me check active. But there are 2 active. I don't know if they're in the States or not. This is like VG Plus EX. VG Plus EX. And this is Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. A $55 start. Spain on that one. J. Rod Ohio got Lionel Richie. That's sold to J. Rod Ohio for $5. And Pointer Sisters Breakout is $5. Quincy Jones The Dude is $7.50. Jumpin' the Saddle Band is $10. And Waylon Jennings Comp is $12.50. Stephanie Hill got George Strait for $25. Thank you, Stephanie Hill. Chad King, I'm going to go ahead and say the Eric Singer. Are you interested in those others? I'll sell those a little bit cheaper if I'll have to run them on auction, but if you want to bid on them, I'll throw them up. Totally up to you, but you get this one here for $75. Thank you, and that's sold to him. All right, so here's what we're about to do. I'm about to transition mostly into Kiss stuff. Robert Warner got Ronnie Millsap. There he is. Ronnie Millsap. How could I mess that up? That is sold for $5 to Robert Warner. Thank you on that one. And Joshua Struthers on The Dude, which is Quincy Jones. That's sold to you for $7.50. All right, thank you on that one. So about to transition to purely miscellaneous. I'm about to show you all the no bids. Let's get those. So not many tonight. We had 3 full crates of Kiss records, okay? We have sold tonight 3 full crates of records. We're starting our 4th, but it was Kiss mostly where you could flip through it. So I would say 85% of what we sold tonight, maybe 80, has been nothing but Kiss. So what I'm going to do is we're going to show tonight's no bids. We're going to probably go through posters and other stuff. It's that time of the night. I promised everybody we would do this around 11. And I will read through this crate one more time. Yes, this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. What doesn't get claimed here, you might see in the 9 a.m. vintage discount crate, maybe the same price or maybe a little bit cheaper. Stephanie Hill also wants the other, so you want both George Straits, right? She also gets this one as well, $18.50 sold to Stephanie Hill. Here's what's left. If you need a price, let me know. Waylon Jennings, Jumpin' the Saddle Band. The Pointer Sisters, T.G. Shepherd. Your Cheating Heart soundtrack, The Monkees. Doc and Merle Watson, Janis Joplin. Pure Prairie League, The Big Chill. Lionel Richie, Paul Simon. U2, Edgar Winter. Hank Williams Jr., Clark Terry's Big Bad Band. Trapeze, Janie Freaky, Absolutely Dizem, D-Z-E-M, Baby, Waylon Jennings, Cream, Van Halen, Mahogany Rush, Bob Seger, California Jam, Gary Wright, Waylon, ZZ Top, The Highwayman, The Occasions, and Brass Construction. If you want a price, just let me know. The Pointer Sisters is sold to J. Rod, Ohio for $5. ZZ Top price for Fandango. Fandango is VG plus $12.50. The Hammer CP gets Kiss, Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. Sold to the Hammer CP for 55 doll hairs. 55 doll hairs on that one. Thank you. That's sold to Stephen Douglas, okay? Wait for that. What I need everybody to do now is do a check-in. I'm very curious where everybody's watching from. I know we got viewers all over the country, possibly even, definitely, even internationally. I'm about to show you the Kiss No Bids. I'm going to go grab my energy supplement for the second half. For about the next 2 hours, probably going to be going through Kiss stuff, okay? Probably for the next couple hours, going to be going through Kiss stuff. So stand by for that. Don't go anywhere. Next couple hours, probably Kiss stuff. On the ceiling. Oh, what a feeling. One of the first things I need to do is walk through the back and get some of that stuff up here. And we know Bill had a lot of stuff in tubs, and Bill had a lot of stuff in on the shelves that we just kind of raked into tubs. And that's what we're going to do. So let's go back up here. And Stephen Douglas got ZZ Top for VG plus $12.50. Joshua Struthers wants to know the price on Bob Seger. Joshua, that was the Distance, a VG copy for $6.50. We got viewers in Ohio, California, Houston, Milwaukee, California, the Pacific Northwest, New Jersey. We got viewers in Texas, Australia. Hank Williams Jr. info. Hank Williams Jr. is right here. Hank Williams Jr. was singing my songs, a tribute to Johnny Cash, $12.50. Viewers in Arizona, Albuquerque, Illinois, New Johnsonville. ZZ Top was sold to Stephen Douglas. Osos in Los Angeles, open a box to Coletco, Ohio. Lionel Richie, DC. Joshua Struthers does get Bob Seger for $6.50, Illinois. Lionel Richie was Dancing on the Ceiling, but no, we sold that one. The other Lionel Richie was The Composer, which is like a hits compilation. Right here, The Composer. Great love songs with the Commodores and Diana Ross. You know, like the one from Happy Gilmore, Endless Love. All right, North Carolina, Seattle. And did I bring my chocolate-covered raisins back here? What the heck did I do with my chocolate-covered raisins? Did I leave those up there on the counter? Dang it, I got to get a snack in. My brain, basically have done nonstop talking and thinking for 6 hours. Had a couple goons on here earlier I had to block. That gives me a headache just dealing with that. Let me walk back up here to the front. All righty. How much is Lionel Richie? $7.50. Hank Williams Jr. is sold to Christina Curtis for $12.50. All right. T-shirts. T-shirts are going to go live whenever Jake's finished up with this website this week. And I know I've been talking about a website for a long time, but if y'all have ever built a website from scratch that's very complex and has all the ins and outs that we need, because we're such a unique company of what we do live and the way we invoice. So he's basically built this thing straight from code. We didn't use any kind of other company. Jake's wrote this like purely from AI code. And before we do this billboard autograph signing, I wanted it to be perfect. Like I want it to be absolutely perfect. And we're going to launch that. And then the next thing we're going to add is products like merch on there. Okay. But yeah, that's going to be one of the first things we do. All right, here's tonight's no bids. Tonight's no bids, I think, are pretty much all KISS. So let's start right here with these. All right, this is double platinum, a 1982 Colombian reissue. An 82 Colombian reissue. It is VG minus $375. $375 Colombian double platinum. Dress to Kill was $75 Canadian. EX on the vinyl and VG minus jacket, $45. Elder, 81 Italian, $55. Dress to Kill Japanese, $77, $45, near mint. Unmasked, unofficial, $45, white vinyl with poster. Alive was the 76 French, $250. 1980 Scandinavian unmasked, $45. Rock and Roll Over, $55, does have bleaching on the OB and spine. And then I've got another one, same thing, no OB, $45. J. Rod Ohio gets Elder. That's sold to J. Rod Ohio for $55. Dress to Kill is a 75. Okay, this is 75 Japanese. So we got 75 Japanese and 77 Japanese. And I think I priced these both $45. So one is obviously a better deal than others, right? One's the Blue Casablanca. Why does that is it my imagination? Does that label on the right look bigger? No, I think I'm just crazy. So 45, your pick on OG or reissue. And then Union, sealed with autographed insert, and 45, $175. That's it. Everything else in here was stuff we didn't get to. Oh, yeah, well, there's KISS stuff in here I didn't get to. Here, I'll do a late night Ace Frehley. This is 10,000. We'll put this up for auction. This is that pink and marbled vinyl variant, okay? Wow, why is that wrapped like that? That's weird. It's like taped down. But anyway, take a look at this. It's signed in the gatefold. Really cool, signed inside of the gatefold. So we already sold one signed on the cover. We sold one already signed on the cover, and we sold two drum heads. This one signed in the gatefold. There's the original sleeve. There's the disc. There's some kind of insert. There's some kind of other insert. And then there's the inner sleeve. So, cool. Signed on the gatefold. JSA, of course. Where's the card at? There it is. There's the JSA card. Maybe one of the last auctions of the night. Signed inside of the gatefold, $125 start. Just $125 for Ace. All these are best offer, okay? Now, let me show you all the autograph no bids. That's up for bid, by the way, in B. Okay, let's do that right there in B. J-Rod has already bid. Okay, here are the other autograph no bids. And man, there's some cool stuff here. This is all the autograph stuff that's went up tonight that did not get a bid. So now they're buy it now, of course, they're best offer. I will say this, some of them I'm pretty dang firm on. I'm an autograph guy myself. I know how tough some of these can be. Okay, so here we go. Here's tonight's no bid autographs. First, we'll do the most recent stuff. Ozzy, patient number 9, insert, JSA, $300. To give you an idea, an Ozzy photo, $500. An Ozzy album jacket's like $750. A Black Sabbath album jacket, $800-900, depending on the album. And if you get some scarcer album signed, like No More Tears, they can get, so I mean, probably one of the more affordable cuts you're going to get there, or little inserts. But I'm taking offers. Carnival Soul signed by Kulik and Singer, $125. And then this Ace Frehley box, signed by Ace, $175. So 125, 175. Unfortunately, Ace has lost his hand, but this is signed by Ace and Todd McFarlane, and it's been JSA and PSA'd. That's $175 as well. Ace and Todd, 175, but his hand fell off. It's actually down there by his foot. He played so much, his hand fell off. So that's 175. I got the Gene Simmons signed book. It is personalized, though, to Emmanuel. It's JSA'd $125. Man, a cut. A Gene Simmons cut on that is dang pricey. Okay. I mean, holy moly. And then over here, I got Vinnie Vincent for $150. And a Kiss photo, $150. And then all the signed Ace photos are $175. Backstage putting his makeup on. This is a really cool, it looks like a promotional photo from Casablanca and Rocksteady. I'm sure it's just like a reprint, but it's signed by Ace, possibly where you could get it finished. There's another Ace, kind of an earlier shot. These are all $175. There's another one, kind of a band shot. And that's where we started. So those are all $175. And then this, kind of an oddity. It's older autographs. It's signed by Paul and Gene. Peter, we really don't know what happened here. This is the way, when I bought it from Bill, it was like this. It looks like maybe somebody had a bad Peter Criss on there and then removed it. And you can kind of see where part of the Peter was. So maybe a Peter was forged at some point and somebody removed it. But Paul and Gene are good. So it's signed by Paul and Gene, $225. No record, just the jacket. It's on a US album jacket with a clip corner. So that's, Gene obviously doesn't sign like that. And Paul's really don't look like that too much at all now, especially in this part and the P. So it's a little bit more condensed, and actually looks not, both of their autographs look nicer now. They really improved them, in my opinion. So, all right, there's that. So that's all the Kiss autographs for tonight. Book, photo, and do I have more? Oh, yeah. We got big posters. We got CDs. I've got more 8x10s you hadn't seen. Of course, there's always next week. And heck, who knows if I'm light on auctions this week. I've got so much Kiss, so much autographs, and so much metal. Other nights, we might have to mix in. So every night I try to figure, or every morning after these sales, I'm always asking myself, what are we going to sell tomorrow? And we have tons of Kiss, tons of metal, like collectively, thousands of metal albums, thousands of Kiss albums. So my job is like what to find. So I have to go through this building. There's probably 100,000 LPs in here. And I got to find stuff that's not Kiss and not metal for Tuesday, Wednesday, Fridays, and Saturdays. Now, that becomes a challenge, believe it or not, even with that many albums. It's like trying to find $50 and up stuff that's going to be worthy of our time to put up for auction. So sometimes I'm left with autographs, Kiss, and metal to mix in throughout the week. And I think tomorrow we might do a lot of Japanese Kiss stuff. Okay. Speaking of Japanese Kiss stuff, I'm going to go to the back and get some stuff. And J-Rod, Ohio, you're outbid on B, okay? You've been outbid on B. All right. Now, before I show the first Kiss poster, sorry, let me chew down these dang chocolate-covered raisins. All right. Before I show the first Kiss poster, I want this recorded. I want this recorded where everybody can hear it. Okay, we really didn't have any controversy last week. We just had some people confused, and then they were upset. All right. Here's the rules when it comes to showing posters. None of these are priced. It's not just posters. It's anything at this point. Okay? It's anything at this point. I'm going to lay down a poster. And if you're interested, for example, you'll say price on Dynasty poster, or you can just comment Dynasty poster. That doesn't mean you're buying it. That means you're inquiring about the price. I'm going to, at that point or at some time thereafter, tell you the price. Whoever asked for the price first gets the dibs, and then we'll go down the line. Okay? That's how we do it. So basically, first person who asked the price, and it's really helpful if you're specific, because they're all KISS posters, and it's probably all going to be KISS stuff. So, like, for example, you can say Elder poster. That gives you dibs on it. I'm going to price it. You don't have to take it. You can pass on it. You can take as long as you want. Okay? Now, also, I want to say, asking for just like trying to jump in there and just try to be first on everything for me to stop and look it up is kind of crazy. So only ask if you're interested and make sure you're in line. So if somebody passes, if you're the next person, it can be yours. All right? And some of these, I'm going to do my best job trying to figure out if they're authentic. I'm going to try my best to figure out if they're authentic. I'm going to try my best to figure out what condition they are. Some of them are huge back here. I've got some jumbos I'm going to try to do tonight. We'll do it that way, okay? But I had some people very confused, like almost went back and rewatched the show for hours and hours trying to figure out what they could maybe throw a red flag on. And by the way, it's ultimately my decision, okay? It's now I'm going to be fair, and whoever's first, but it's also ultimately my decision on who I want to sell it to. That doesn't mean I'm just going to obviously ignore somebody. But if it's also somebody I don't know, or they're on here buying a lot of stuff without a lot of comps or reps, or I'm probably going to go ahead and maybe go to the next person, especially if you have unpaid invoices, etc. All right. Now, that's officially been stated. We all understand the rules. We all understand the rules. We had a couple people very confused, aka upset with me. Just a couple, but they all, in the end, understood where they were at. Okay. Ron Duffield, thank you on the Ace Frehley. This is so to you for 135. Awesome. You might want to frame that with the gatefold folded open. That's a really cool shot. Yeah, make sure you get in line. Okay. This is kind of a slow-paced part. Could there be other posters? Absolutely. This guy had other stuff, but I'd say it's mostly KISS stuff, okay? Who knows? I'm just going to be going through these tubs back here. Could be literally KISS bags or KISS scarves. Who knows? All right. That's probably going to be one of the... Now, there might be some stuff, and now I learned this too. I might be some stuff, I might be, all right, let's just go ahead and run this thing for 125. I'm going to state that too. There might be a chance where I'm like, you know what? There's like 7 people's asked the price on this. Let's run it for $100 start and go. That way, everybody has a fair chance, and I can actually be moving on to something else. That works out great too. So sometimes you might be first, and I might actually say, you know what? I'm not going to straight price this. I'm going to go ahead and auction it because I feel like it's something rare, and I really don't know what the price is, so I'll let y'all determine. This is pretty cool. This is a foam board. This is an Elder foam board poster, the new KISS album. And you probably can't see the bottom. I'm going to have to go to my handy-dandy remote control over here. And I'm about to change my mic too. But yeah, there's the bottom, the new KISS album, Elder. Okay, get a nice rotation going there. That's like on foam board. Where's Billy Shears at? I know he loves Elder stuff. He probably already has 3 of them fully signed though. All right, there's that. A lot of the stuff I'm about to finally put out in our store too, especially big stuff like that that's not too foldable. Yeah, let me change my mic too. Yeah, I hadn't actually brought a tub up here yet. Wow, I think it's amazing. There's 211 people on right now. I think just probably curious about KISS posters. There's 211 people on right now. Wow. All right, let me go get one of these boxes then. I better get to work. Let me grab this tub right over here. Could go through magazines too. Some of these could be vintage, some of them could be modern, but heck, some of these modern ones we had last week were killer. And another thing might happen is some of them could be signed. Some of them could be signed. And one more thing, you know, we found those 3 Gene Simmons last week. One of them's bad and 2 of them's going to pass. So that's why I don't like selling signed stuff unless maybe Kulik or Singer, somebody that doesn't get forged too often. However, we have ran across stuff recently forged by them too because people try to complete stuff. But yeah, we had 3 Genes last week. 2 of them were good. 1 of them's bad. So that's why I don't price. That's why I don't price stuff. Okay. Wow. While I was away, a lot of people asked for Elder. Okay. Let me unroll this here. This looks like something new. Yeah, this is 2012 Love Gun. 2012 Love Gun. And also, and remind me, so if you are picking up local, make sure you let me know. And then the other thing is if you've already bought 1 poster rolled, that first price kind of includes the cost of the tube. Okay, that includes the cost of the tube. And if you're like, hey, Chad, I've already bought a poster, I'll give you a price that includes lesser shipping. Okay, but obviously something like this can't be rolled up. All right, let me try to get a comp on it. So here's the order on Elder poster. It's James Hicks, Jason Herndon, Paul Stevens, Susan Hicks, Johan. Okay. All right, let me try to find a comp on this. And honestly, sometimes if I can't, like I said, especially in the earlier part of doing this, we might just throw it up for auction and let y'all fight it out. I'm usually just going to go straight to eBay, type in Kiss Elder poster, do sold. I don't even usually look at active. And then I go from there, okay? And, okay, there's one. I don't know if that's foam. There's where a couple sold back. There's where a couple sold back in April of last year in February, but I can't tell if they're foam. I think that's definitely paper. And then that one looks more like foam, but it's hard to tell. You can't see the corner, seeing if they got it laid down. Someone says this is possibly dry mounted. Possibly. I'm not for sure. I've never seen. First time me seeing it, obviously. Let me go to this camera view where y'all can look at it closer. So, I don't know. I can't make a really good determination on that. There's writing. I mean, it's pretty centered. Okay. All right. So we just probably need to go by some of these. So let me give y'all some prices I see here. Well, let me not do that. Let me just tell you what I'm going to price it for, so there's no confusion. We'll have to ship this thing flat too. It's got a pretty nasty ding right up here. This is the only major ding right up here. Right up there. I don't know if y'all can see that too well. Let me show it up here on this view. It's so hard to show these right there. That's the only major ding there. Bill had this propped up on top of a shelf, kind of like that. one of the first things I noticed when I walked in. So, golly, I'm going to say $250. The low and high in 2 years is 125 to 325. Okay, that's the low and high. So I'm going to say $250, and that's going to be shipped flat, obviously. $250 on that. That's the low and high on those. So, and dibs go to the following people. Dibs go to James Hicks, then Jason, then Paul, then Susan, then JJ Rocker, which is Johan. Okay, so totally up to y'all. Everybody can say sold or pass, whichever. That's a new poster. That's pretty inexpensive, but if anybody wants it, it's $35 shipped in a tube. Okay, or maybe if you get a tube going later, you might get that one pretty inexpensive. All right, let's see what we have here. James passes. This looks like some sort of artist proof for, what is this? Some kind of artist proof. I've had that poster before, then some kind of solo deal. So, I don't know. Christina FirestoneGalipsy.com, John Herman Marketing. I don't know what's going on here. Some kind of artist proof deal. All right, looks like most people's passing. I think everybody has passed that's asked for it. So, pass. All right, so that's pretty much available to anybody right now. Johan is next in line. I think Johan is next in line. All right, what do we got here? I've had this before. This is that Spacewalk tribute to Ace Frehley. It's not signed or anything, but it is numbered. 1053 of 5,000. It's a little tattered around the edges. Spacewalk, a salute to Ace Frehley. Numbered poster. Some of these look vintage in here, like this one right here I'm about to pull out, and then some of them look brand new, which we have learned that's also a good thing. Oh man, this one's got a big rip. This looks like the Paul Stanley poster. It is. This is the Paul Stanley poster. Sorry, my big arm is in the way. Let's go up here. This is got a pretty nasty tear in it right here. That's the Paul Stanley. Big rip at the top. And we're talking 1977, a coin, tape down here at the bottom, and a tear right there. Okay. Also, I kind of want to pull from this other batch and stuff not from Bill's collection too. I kind of want to keep it even because there is a crate back here behind me. We've already sold one out of there when the show started. I might grab some stuff out of here too and just see how it does. Like this right here. This is an 85 Funky Enterprises. '85, the KISS company, KISS organization. It's like a, what's the best thing called these? Like a store poster, not like a promotional poster, but a retail poster. Okay. That's just a random there. Back to Bill stuff. Let's do this thing right here. This looks interesting. It's in a tube. Mags. KISS mags, possibly in a second, yes. I need to go get a tub of miscellaneous so we can auction some stuff. Oh no, I hate tubes like this. Oh gosh. Let me try this again. They're these kind of crinkled in tubes. Paul Stanley. Paul Stevens, I'll do 35 on the Paul Stanley, mostly because of condition notes. Dang. This poster is rolled tight, dude. I need to go get a tub of miscellaneous so we can be running some auctions like we was doing last week. Holy moly. I'm not putting this back in here when I take it out. This is like a strength test here. Whew. Like a strongman competition. Golly. Throw that away. Whew. Let's see what all that work was for. Holy cow. It looks like a new anniversary poster for Creatures of the Night. Yeah. Looks like a new promo anniversary poster for Creatures of the Night. And there is a rip at the top. Okay. I might have done that literally trying to get it out of that insane tube. So that's very unfortunate. All right, so here we go. Paul Stevens gets Paul Stanley. That's sold for $35. Thank you. Johan passes on Elder. Spacewalk poster, $35. $35 on that. Creatures is not an OG poster. No, not an OG poster. All right, moving on. Man, that was tough. What's this little doodad? The Return of Kiss. Looks like something kind of newer. No writing or anything at the bottom. The Return of Kiss. I don't know. It could be. I'm not for sure. Return of Kiss. Okay. Let's see. What is this thingamabob? It looks pretty damaged. It's very damaged. But it's the very cool. Oh, it's very damaged, though. The Bicentennial poster. Very damaged, though. Like, not much left. It's got a very massive tear. It's literally got a hole down here at the bottom. Rip down here. But, I don't know. You might have a spot for it. Let me go back here and grab a random tub if I can. I almost hurt my shoulder pulling that Creatures out of that tube. That was insane. All right. Let's see what else we got laying around back here. All right, that looks like mags, Kiss mags. Somewhere or another is this like a big tub of Misk from his... I know we've already gone through a lot of it, but I know there's more. Let me see what's over here. Those are big Kiss mabobs. There we go. Shake it up, baby, now. Ooh, lunchbox. Yes. I think these were signed. When he said these were signed, I thought they were signed by like Gene, Paul, Ace, and Peter, but I think he meant they were signed by the artist because I looked everywhere for a signature and couldn't find one, but let me do that. Okay, another look at Creatures, and then, okay. All right, let me lay that right over here. So, Creatures is this one. All right, Creatures, without me damaging it anymore. Let me do it this way, actually. So, at the bottom, you got Kiss, and it says, not for sale. Down here in the corner, USM International, a Universal Music Company, marketed and distributed by Universal LLC. Of course, it's got the album cover and then nothing at the top. Okay. It's got that one tear that I think literally I did to it. $45. That's just a crapshoot. $45. Okay. Here's a kind of vintage looking poster. Unfortunately, I see a big tear at the top. Let's see what we got here. It is Gene He's got a huge tear at the bottom, though. Very cool shot. Let's go to the top cam for that one. So down here, you see the tear, and then here comes the rest. Is that the same matching thing that goes like with the Paul set? Or part of the same set? 77 a coin. There's Gene. He's got a tear at the bottom, though. All right, I'm going to pull one from this other set over here. Let's see here. That's the same one. I've got two of those. What is this here? Well, not. And then what about this one right here? This is kind of unusual. Kind of an unusual deal here. No writing. Looks foreign. Looks kind of foreign to me just by the texture of the paper. Gene Price, $35. $35. Gerald Bass offered 40 for Creatures. Let me make sure Jeff and Hodgepodge is passing. And Chad Saul says he'll take the Gene, which is this one with the tear. Okay. 35 on that Carnival poster. You're probably exactly right. That makes more sense than foreign. Let's see what we got here. Number 2 of 200. Oh, cool. It's numbered on the back by the artist. I don't know if y'all can make that out. It looks, I've got it upside down right now. Very cool. Jeff Brent takes the Creatures for $40. So did Jeff Brent RTO for $40. Chris, this Ace poster. Let me check this one. Do we know who? There it is, Chris Hoffman. Okay. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Hey there, he's watching. Wow, he's watching. Chris Hoffman. Sweet. Welcome to Collectco. What an awesome job on this. I tell you what, let's run this one for auction. Okay. Let's put this one over here in the back and we'll see what happens, okay? So it'll come shipped rolled in a tube and I can go ahead and move on to the next one. That's an awesome poster. Wow. Okay, we'll put that up in slot number D over here because I think I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people who asked the price, okay? So we'll say in slot number D, a $35 start, and we'll just let that roll. I'm going to put it over here in D, so you can bid over here in D, okay? That's up for bid. Oso's already placed a bid. Okay, we'll see what it sells for. Fair game for everybody now. All right. Next thing over here is, I didn't say his offer for it. He didn't. So the dibs were Jeff Brent, Hodgepodge, and because you made an offer, I told him I was going to sell it. Okay, so he had dibs on it. Make sure you get in line if you want something, Gerald, because Jeff Brent had dibs. Even, I basically told him 40 because that's what you offered, and if he passed, you was going to get it. All right. let's move on. Shout out to Chris Hoffman. We're on the feed right now. What do we got here? We got a Psycho Circus. Interesting. Respect your elders. Kind of elongated poster here from the year 2000. Okay. All right, there's that. By the way, if you want a price, just ask and we'll get you in line. I also found a lunchbox in the back. No thermos. Sorry, no thermos, but man, what a cool piece. Iconic, the Kiss lunchbox. Worn and torn, but still holds up. It's got kind of a dent right there. The latch is good. The handle's good. I heard there's different variants of handles. Is that right? There's different colors. I have metal lunch boxes as well. I don't have a Kiss. I'm very picky. I only keep absolute mint and pristine. Of course, those can get extremely valuable. I'm going to go ahead and put that up and see. And listen to this. You ready? A $35 start on the lunchbox. $35 start on the lunchbox. That's now up for bid in C. All right, let's bring out another poster. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm hoping we'll find some more autographed. Ooh. Here's the Peter Criss solo poster, but it's been folded and then rolled. So it's kind of damaged. Folded and rolled on the Peter Criss solo poster. So I'd grade that one like a 4 or a 3. 4 different handles on the lunchbox. Wow. What about the thermos tops? Are those different too? 4 different on those? What about the thermos tops? Wow, I didn't think about that. I got to check some of mine and see if there's different ones. All right, here's just like a glossy. Here's just a glossy photo. Not really a poster, just like a glossy photo print. All right. And make sure if you've already bought one poster and you got a tube going, we can keep you going for the next. So the Ace Frehley Chris Hoffman poster's at $55. The lunchbox is also at $55. So that's what's going on right now, okay? Kiss the box set. Kiss Online. Peter Criss poster, how much? $35 on Peter Criss. The glossy photo with Vinnie Vincent, $35. That's my magic number tonight. That's my magic number on the stuff I don't know, or I don't want to spend a lot of time looking up. So let me make sure everybody's got dibs. Make sure if you want to bid too, if you want to bid on the lunchbox, Carrie, you got to put exclamation mark C and then your bid. Make sure you get that exclamation mark in there, okay? A lot of bidding on the Chris Hoffman poster, but it has slowed down at $55 with David Tate, okay? And then the lunchbox looks like somebody's about to bid for $60. Janelle Laffey, Peter Criss, $35. Chad Sauls, $35 on the glossy photo with Vinnie Vincent. Seems like a good deal on the lunchbox right now. I know what like an absolutely mint one sold on there for a while back. I was almost a bidder, but I got other ones I want before Kiss. Oh, this is cool. This is an Ace. Let's go to the top cam. Ace top cam, or top cam view. Ace Gibson USA. Looks like it's double-sided. Hey, I've got that guitar. I've got that right over here in a case next to me. That exact same thing, I'm pretty sure. What year is this? 90 something? That's probably it. Yeah. There it is. Wow, I need to keep that with for when I sell the guitar to somebody. Pretty cool. That's an official Gibson probably store poster. It's got tape on it where it was hung. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Chris Hoffman poster to David Tate for $55. And Carrie's still hadn't officially placed a bid. So Carrie, just so you know, your bid on the lunchbox doesn't count unless it shows up top. So you got to put exclamation mark C and then your bid, just saying. And that's moving to a final call. Let me clear off the board here. Let me get an empty crate and put away these posters right here. Let me get some of these. Pass on Ace, pass on Glossy, pass on Peter Criss, because I didn't see a sold yet. Let me put these away. Okay. Let's do this right here. Faith Coon Simmons just commented. She said, Chad, I am literally about to stab you if you don't go back there and sell me a magazine. I'm literally having a panic attack. If you don't go get a KISS magazine, bring it up front and let me buy it, I'm going to have a panic attack. Okay? All right. KISS lunchbox is sold to 78 Trans Am. I never did hear back from Carrie Bailey, so that is sold to 78 Trans Am for $55. All right, thank you on that. Now, I brought these up from the back, and these also look like Chris Hoffman. And these are pretty dang cool. Are these originals? I wonder if Chris is still watching. Oh, Facebook was hung up. Ah, Facebook was hung up. Ah, okay, sorry. All right, let's give that, hold on. We got to put it back up, my bad. Was there anybody still trying to bid on Chris Hoffman too? Sorry, Facebook was hung up. Facebook was hung up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Time out. Okay, sorry. Okay, there we go. Now, y'all can continue bidding. Sorry. Was anybody else bidding on Chris Hoffman? So that stalled out at 55 with David Taylor. Let me make sure there wasn't any D's. D, D, all C, 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 C. Okay, now, sorry. My bad. So what happens is the software we use, Restream, Restream doesn't pull comments sometimes. It's like a bottleneck, okay? It's a bottleneck, and then it opens up. It only does it for Facebook. See, over here, the software we're using, it's pulling stuff from Facebook, and every once in a while, Facebook gets jammed up, okay? So Carrie can bid again. It's back up. Sorry, 78 Trans Am. You hadn't won this yet. And now you can bid again. It should show up normally now. Okay, here is like a set of Chris Hoffman deals. Are these live? I wonder if he's still watching. I believe these are originals. Boy, it certainly looks like it, yeah. Because I think one of them are sealed. Okay? Or one of them signed, yeah. Parasite, 2 Bill and Joy Chris Hoffman. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, these are OGs, it looks like. Very cool. Black Diamond, 2 Bill and Joy Chris Hoffman. And then Paul here. Strutter, 2 Bill and Joy Chris Hoffman, and Eddie. That must be your dog or cat. Okay, so this is a set of originals by Chris Hoffman. And let's go to the top cam so y'all can see them better. Okay, so we're going to sell the set because I think they need to stay together. There's Gene, that's absolutely epic. There's Ace. There's Peter. And there's Paul. Okay, and let me take the lunchbox off the table for a second. That way y'all can see them, okay? Let's do that right there. Awesome, right? Those will look awesome put together, okay? $125 start for all 4 of them here in B. Seems like a bargain. Seems like a bargain. $125, all 4 being sold together, okay? And then right here, the lunchbox is at 85 of Gavin. I think those were made at 4 together. I think they should stay together. Those are now up for bid in B, okay? And then the lunchbox is at 85. So we just sold a print of Ace earlier for 55. Those are the originals, okay? Those are the originals. Very cool. Boy, what the odds Chris is actually watching here with us tonight. Amazing. That should get a lot of activity. Those are pretty dang sweet. Okay. And I think I remember Bill mentioning stuff like that, but what was insane is how much stuff I bought, and honestly, how much stuff I bought that I didn't even have time to look at, you know? So, all right, here's 2 more posters. Let's go back to normal claim, okay? Let's go back to normal claim. Here's Peter Criss Dynasty poster. And there's Paul. And on the back is Peter, black and white, singing Beth. And on the back of Paul is Paul, black and white. Are these magazine inserts maybe? Looks like something that would have been in a magazine. So there's a Peter in Dynasty and a Paul in Dynasty, and then they're double-sided, okay? So, all right. There's those. Don't know much about those. Looks like something from a magazine insert. Let's put those right over here because they're kind of just folded or flat. One more look at the lunchbox. Sure, I need to wipe it off of my shirt right quick. So Kiss lunchbox on a scale of 1 to 10. No clip. Did this one have a clip? Where's the clip thing at? I don't see a clip thing for this one, but no thermos, obviously. Not much rust, just around the bottom where the thermos sat. Front, wear and tear. It's obviously metal. It's got wear there and wear over here, okay? The clip's good. Yellow handle. And that's at $85, okay? That's at $85. I don't know. Compared to most, I think that's middle grade, maybe a 5. I've seen some like really crusty, and I've seen some that look too good to be true. So Gavin has that at 85, and the Chris Hoffman set's at $200. All 4 of those being sold together. That's the whole set there. All 4 of the Chris Hoffmans. Originals, those were done to Bill. They're signed on the back. All of them are signed except Ace on the back. Or Gene. Yeah, all of them signed on the back except Gene. Gene's not signed on the back. Definitely, yeah, definitely an original. I can just tell from the looks. And then there's the rest, which is, they're all signed like that with a song inscription. Okay, let's flip through them again. There's Gene. There's Paul, Peter, and Ace. Signed originals. All right, next poster. Kiss Symphony Alive 4. Kiss Alive 4, Kiss Symphony. On tour. Looks like a promotional store poster. If you want a price, just ask. Oh no, these are torn. We've already had a couple of these though. I've had a bunch of these over the years. Kiss box set. Yeah, we've already shown one of those. There's like 5 more there. Okay. Lunchbox is sold to Gavin Jones for $85. Thank you, Gavin. That's sold to you. $85. Price on Paul and Peter posters. Are you talking about the Dynasty ones? I'll sell you both of them for $35. Both of them for $35. Bill Kiss Holmes said Chris Hoffman art. Bill, Chris Hoffman is on the chat right now. He's actually watching. He's actually watching right now. He's in the chat. Bill Kiss Holmes in the chat too. This looks like another Chris Hoffman. I'll do that one in just a second. All right. What do we have here? What do we have here? Interesting. Not any writing on it at all. And then down here, a couple problems. Tape and looks like color touch-up. Okay. Will I bundle all the leftover posters? Sure, these here that I've been showing tonight, absolutely. If there's, at the end, if somebody wants a price for all of them, sure thing. Right now, we're going to sell the Peter and Paul, which I'm rolling together, the 79 Dynasty magazine. These are both sold together. There's two posters rolled up here together. These are sold for $35 to Brian Tassin. $35 to Brian Tassin. The Chris Hoffman prints are at $250 right now. All right. Okay, I'm going to pull another poster over here from the non-Bill collection. I've still got some over here. That way I can keep a lot of these together. Yeah, let me give y'all, okay, these are, whoops. All right, these are not from Bill's collection. Let me give y'all an idea of the kind of posters. So these are like posters rolled up inside of posters, rolled up inside of posters. I mean, there could be anything in here. Like, who is this? Okay, that's the Black Crowes. I see ZZ Top. There is absolutely no telling. This is the kind of crates and tubs I've had stored here in this building for a long time. Could be autographed. There's the Black Crowes, and who's this? Who in Japan? Kiss in Japan. See? There's Kiss stuff rolled up here too. These are actually ones I've already had. And so we probably need to go through some of these too, just to kind of keep it balanced. If not, I'm never going to be able to go through all these either. So let's take this big roll of posters and unravel some of these, okay? And let's see what's going on with this. All right, let me move this thing of silver out of my way. It's obviously a new poster, but it says Kiss in Japan, alive in Japan. Let's take a look at that. Kiss alive in Japan. Down at the bottom, it says 2003 Kiss catalog, Kiss alive in Japan. Near mint. Are we done on the Chris Hoffmans? Chad Sauls has them for $250. $250 with Chad Sauls. Probably that would be less than what I would have straight priced them for. Gene. We've already sold one of these. There's another one. Gene, about the same condition as the last one. It just doesn't have a tear, but it's got a lot of wrinkly and tape on it. But there's another Gene, okay? It's tattered. It's been pinned up. There's another vintage Gene. What's next? Who knows in this roll? There's probably 30 posters rolled up in here. Skid Row. Skid Row. Funky Enterprises. Skid Row. Chris Hoffman's are at $275. With Chris Hoffman. Jeff Brent's bid, and now Chris Hoffman's bid. Who do we have here? Looks like Cinderella. Yep, Cinderella. Wow, look at that. Nice, Cinderella. Man, I'm curious what's in this roll. I'm very curious. There's no telling what's in this. Vintage posters. Look at this, man. Cinderella. How much is Gene? $35. $35 on Gene. I'm going to put the non-Kiss over here. So we have Cinderella, Skid Row. I'll have to sell these like on Metal Night or something, or tomorrow night, or something. Michael Ruttman, 35 on Cinderella. 35 on Jean. That just got asked about. All right, so Chad, you're out. Jeff Brent, y'all out. Y'all are bidding against the artist himself. He has them at 275. Okay. Let's see what this is here. Ooh. Yngwie Malmsteen. Beautiful condition. Yngwie J. Malmsteen's Rising Force. $35. A lot of these I'll do for $35 unless he gets, to me, just looks special. So, Michael Ruttman says he'll take Cinderella for $35. Jason was next in line. Cinderella sold for $35. Johan, which is under JJ Rocker on YouTube, gets Jean for $35. Okay? That's sold to Johan. Jean sold to Johan for $35. All right. Chris, you're out on your Chris Hoffman art. Chad has it for $300. What is the silver? I've got 2026. I got 2026. 2026 Silver Eagles, $85 a piece. 2026 Silver Eagles. All right. $300 on that. Who was this right here? I forgot. That was Yngwie Malmsteen, okay? All right, let's put him over there next to Skid Row. What's next in here? Kiss End of the Road. Wow. Didn't expect to see that road up in there. Whoops. Kiss End of the Road. A lot of poster memory on these. I hadn't shown ZZ Top yet. Oh, yeah, I forgot to pull the glossy Vinnie Vincent. Yep, let me do that. Let me figure out what I've done with that. It's rolled up over here somewhere. Glossy Vinnie Vincent, right here. This is, thank you for the reminder, this is sold to Sean Bailey for $35. Okay. Thank you, that's sold to Sean Bailey. Let me fix this. I need to stand these up. All right, now after you buy one poster, be sure to remind me. That means you got a tube started. All right, there's Kiss in the Road. You got to ask prices, and they'll get you in line. They'll get you in line. Somebody else just wanted Jean, but it's already sold. These are the original art. These are not print. These are the original art. He's watching himself. What's the odds? He did these for Bill. These are the, this is not prints. They're signed. This is live ink. Back here on the back. The only one that's not signed is this one. And from what I can tell, it is 100% a live deal too. See? You can even see the kind of texture and the canvas there, the change in color and stuff. Yeah, so those are all four matching set, live ink. They're at $305 right now. JJ Rocker, you were second on Cinderella. End of the Road, I'll do that one for $45. All right, let's see what's next. This roll has turned out to be pretty dang good, hasn't it? That is the Allman Brothers. Nice. Vintage Allman Brothers poster. That looks like it has some, yeah, 1973. Wow. 1973 Allman Brothers. 73 Allman Brothers. Ooh. Kissology. There will be Kiss mixed in here. That's why I'm going through them. Kissology advertisement in stores 1031. Very cool. It's got a little tattering down here on the left bottom. Kissology poster. Allman Brothers, $45, Stephen Douglas. 1973 original. Or at least it's dated 73. $45 on that. Kissology. What else we got here? Rat. Ooh. Nice. Look at that. On Atlantic. That's a promotional poster. Yeah. For promotion only, not for sale on Atlantic Records and Tapes. Ooh. Ooh. We do 80. I can't do 80. I wish I could do these cheaper. I would have already had them sold, but buddy, I bought these right before there was a big dip. My best price on 3 would be 252. 252, okay? 252 I could do 3 for. They are brand new 2026. All right, so let's go back over here. The next question was, let's do this in order. Stephen Douglas. Okay, so Stephen wants to know the condition. It's actually really nice on the Allman Brothers. Hold on one second. Let me grab that one again. Yeah, the Allman Brothers is honestly really nice. I see, let me go back here. There's one tear here, like tiny tear, okay? Nothing major. Crisp, really no color breaks, and it's really tight. You know, it's got a really good roll to it, so it's flat, no creases. So I would say that's the only flaw. You get it in a nice frame, probably won't even be able to notice that, but it does have a tear. Okay, next in line was Michael McVeigh asked about Kissology. Okay, but first, Stephen Douglas is going to go ahead and take the Allman Brothers for $45. So let's go ahead and get that off the table. $45. Next is Michael McVeigh asked about, he's next in line and first and only on Kissology. That's right. Kissology is, I hadn't shown those Kissologies right here. Michael McVeigh, I'm going to say $35. It's got this little ding on the edge. $35. Okay. All right. And then the first person on Rat was Michael Ruttman, Jeff Brent, then Jason, then Chris Frazier, then Johan. 5 people in line on Rat. I'm not going to auction it, though. Let's just go ahead and price it. Cool piece. It does have pinholes. It's got some damage down here. Got a little crinkle when it got rolled. I'm going to say $75. Okay? Just based on what it is, and I see the demand for it. I'm going to say $75. Okay? Michael McVeigh gets Kissology for $35. That's sold to Michael McVeigh for $35. Let's unroll another one. I'm going to keep Rat right here behind me. We'll go down that line. Michael Ruttman's first in line. Okay? Let's go to Top Cam. Looks like, trying to peek at it. Looked like a Kiss Revenge. No, it's Kicks. It's a Kicks on Atlantic Records cassettes and compact disc promotional. Kicks promotional poster. All right, so Michael passing. Next is Jeff Brent. It's actually Michael, Jeff. Hold on a second. It's Michael. Let me show you my order. It's actually Michael, Jeff, Jason. It's hold on a second. It's Michael, Jeff, Jason. Michael's passing. It's up to Jeff. If Jeff passes, it's automatically sold to Jason. Okay. They're still bidding on the Chris Hoffman. They're at $400. Kick Stephen Douglas is $55. $55 on Kicks. It's mint. Kiss the Farewell Tour. The International Touring Company presents Kiss the Farewell Tour. Put that over here with the other Kiss. All right. Kiss Destroyer, the Spirit of 76. This is a numbered print from Live Nation Archives. This is a numbered print from Live Nation Archives. So Stephen asked about kicks, and then Susie. Chris wants to know the price on this. Let me take a time out before I show anything else. There's a couple more left in this roll. We had a pending sale on Rat. It's up to really well, it's up to one person, really. It's up to Jeff. If he passes, it goes to Jason. All right, and then let's try to find this on eBay. This is Kiss Destroyer. I'm going to say Spirit. See if I can get a price on this. Right, and right now, the Chris Hoffman stuff is at $425. $425 right now. It's between Chad and Chris Hoffman himself. $425 on those 4 prints. Let me type this in over here on Terapeak. See if I can find this. No luck so far. I see a lot of, obviously, the original Spirit of 76 stuff. Let me look at that again. So let me look at that again. All right, so it looks like a flag with Destroyer. And then down here in the corner, it's numbered to 700 and embossed Live Nation Archives. All right. Is there anything like this? Like any kind of remotely close? I don't see anything. I'm going to say $95. Just a guess, or I'm throwing that out there. $95, and it goes to Chris Frazier, David Tate, Faith Kuhn, Jim Kleinback. Okay, 4 people in line. And then Kicks is sold for $50 to Stephen Douglas. Kicks is sold to Stephen Douglas for $50, okay? Chris Hoffman, I'm going to say, I'm going to make sure you're done bidding. The final call to Chad Sauls for $425. It's almost been 3 minutes. We usually take these to 3 minutes. He's had it for 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay? He says he's done. He just actually commented. The winner getting a deal there. Sounds like it. I'm sure you spent a lot of time making those. Seems like a bargain. $425. This is now like a 60-second warning. Final call to Chad Sauls. Wow. I can appreciate this. I can barely draw a stick man, okay? Amazing, especially on the Gene. Gene is awesome. All right? Amazing. Jeff wants to know, is Rat his for 75? Rat is yours for 75 if you want it. If not, it's immediately so to Jason. Okay? We're not done. Jeff H is at $450. We're not done. It's between Jeff H and Chad Sauls now. Destroyer is sold to Chris Frazier for $95. That probably could have been an auction-worthy record or a poster as well, but we're moving on. Let's keep going through this tube. All right. This was the next deal. This was the next deal. We had one of these last week. Kiss. Excuse the nudity on that one. Woodlands Pavilion, Houston, Texas, with Skid Row and Ted Nugent. I don't know if that's an actual real poster, but it is a poster, but you get what I mean, right? I don't know if that's actually a real concert poster. But there's that. And Jeff Brent does want the Rat. Sorry, Jason. He was next in line. This is sold to Jeff Brent for $75. That was pretty sweet. That was really sweet. All right, let's keep going through this big roll over here. I'm still pulling some stuff from his. I'm still pulling some stuff from Bill Bajornholm stuff, but I also have another big roll of posters like this to undo. Or was that it for those? There might be another big bundle. Yeah, okay, there's the Black Crowes. We showed that already. This is Southern Harmony, a musical companion. Black Crow, Southern Harmony, a musical companion. All right. All right, there's that. Wow, we sold pretty much all the ones that weren't Kiss. The only thing left is Skid Row, Black Crowes, and Yngwie Malmsteen. Wow. Big demand for posters tonight. And let me go grab, let's see, let's grab one from Bill's batch here. They are fighting over this Chris Hoffman stuff, as they should. Here's an Asylum store poster. It's a little ratty, but it's a real promotional poster. Kiss Asylum. Okay, on Mercury Records and Tapes. I'm going to put that over there. Okay, Bill's got 3 like new sealed posters here. Kiss on Stage. Okay, you know, kind of these kind of posters. They're brand new. If you already got a tube going, I'll sell these for $15. If you already have a tube going, okay? If you don't have a tube going, I'll need $25. So, because it's going to cost tube and extra postage on those. All right, let's see what this little thingamabob here is. There's that Ace birthday bash. I've had this before. And we sold one earlier in the year autographed. Kiss birthday bash, or Ace Frehley birthday bash 02. Okay. Tuck those down in there. Tuck these down in here. And then, ooh, let's see what this is. This looks interesting. Are we on top cam? Now we are. Interesting. Kiss. I had something like this before that was like a black light. Kind of like a cartoon deal. Pretty tattered and damaged at the bottom. Not in the best of condition. Brian Tassin says he'll take one of those. He'll take one of the sealed posters for $15. He's already got a tube going. So this sold to Brian Tassin for $15. Thank you, Brian Tassin. We might be done on the Chris Hoffman stuff. Chad Saul says he's out. Jeff H came in, and now we're at $550. Chad Saul says he's out. And that's a final call. All right, here's the rest of that giant roll tubed. Okay, so pay close attention. I've never gone through these in my life. Obviously, the first one is ZZ Top. So let's get that one enrolled. Let's take a look at ZZ Top, okay? What is the sealed poster? It just says Kiss on Stage. 83 Eliminator Tour. Awesome. Schlitz Beer. How cool is that? Schlitz Beer rocks America. ZZ Top 83 Eliminator Tour. That's pretty dang cool. Ace Frehley birthday bash, $35. $35. What is the seal poster? It just says Kiss on Stage. Obviously, I really can't get to it to show it. Whoops, sorry, you can't see what I'm showing you. I forget which camera angle I'm on. Kiss on Stage, yep. That's all it says. I'd have to literally open, or, you know, they're kind of sealed, but, you know, it'd be kind of a pain to get one of those out. All right. And all done. Sold. Jeff H. 9057 on the Chris Hoffman prints, or excuse me, the Chris Hoffman originals, $550. I bet if you ask Chris right now to do those again, I have a feeling he'd charge a lot more than $550. I guarantee it. And I don't even know Chris, but I guarantee he would charge more than that to have those commissioned again. Thank you, and these are sold for $550 to Jeff H. Done. We need the air horn. We need a late night air horn. What was the end of the road poster? $45. On stage, Sonny Crockett, do you have a tube yet? It's $25 if you don't have a tube already going. $15. $15 if you 15 if you do. I don't think you do though. What happened to that roll? There it is. Kind of excited here. Yeah, we got to bring out the air horn for Jeff H. What's the next poster? Everybody's on pins and needles. 2004 Rock the Nation. Sounds like Kiss. There they are. 2004 Rock the Nation. We need the air horn. We bring out the air horn for anything 500 or more. Yep, I got to put on my ear protection. I got to give everybody a fair warning. Because I don't want to blow anybody's eardrums away at almost 1 a.m. But thank you, Jeff H. And let's bring out the air horn. And I'm going to do a fair warning countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Jeff H. 550 on the Chris Hoffman. Nice. Okay. So the next question is end of the road, Yngwie, and then on stage. Okay. So Sonny Crockett wants a Kiss on stage, sold for $25. Jim Kleinback gets an on stage for $15. All right, I'm going to sell Jim one for $15 because he's also buying the end of the road poster for $45. And let me find that one over here. He's also getting the end of the road poster for $45. Let me find that. And it's unfortunately rolled back up now, but I will find it. And right here it is. Okay. All right. So that's sold to Jim Kleinback for $45. This one sold to Jim Kleinback for $15. That's the Kiss end of the road. All right. Stephen Douglas, if you're still watching, I did show the ZZ Top. I feel like he was interested. And then Jeff Brent wants to see Yngwie J. Malmsteen again. All right, let's go back to the top. I feel like I need to find something else for us to auction again. This is a 1986 original. Yngwie J. Malmsteen's Rising Force. Clean and pretty much not much wrong with this one at all. Okay? Not much wrong with that one at all. Next, let's see what else in this roll. The mystery roll. Mr. Big in the mystery roll. 1991 Atlantic Records and Tapes, not for sale. Lean into it. Does have some tearing on the ends. Mr. Big. All right, what's next? Yngwie J. Malmsteen. His name kills me. Yngwie Malmsteen Odyssey poster. That's pretty dang cool too. Plus it has his albums along the bottom. There's another Yngwie with his albums along the bottom. Right. Who's these nice fellas? Quite Right? Is this Quite Right? Looks like them. Yeah, it's Quite Right. Quite Right. You wanted the best, you got the best. Double-sided with the discography on the back through that point. All right, first thing is more Chris Hoffman, if I have them. This looked Chris Hoffman at first glance. That's why I put it back away so it wouldn't be confusing. Is this maybe? No, I don't see his name on it. It kind of looks like that style, but I can't tell. It's Peter Criss. I don't think it is. I don't see his signature or anything. Maybe he's still watching and he can verify. I don't see a name or anything, though. I'm going to lay this over here in pending. Price on Rock the Nation. Rock the Nation. What was Rock the Nation? Rock the Nation. Who was Rock the Nation? Was that a Kiss poster? Rock the Nation. Okay. I'll have to wait for David Tate on that. And then the next comment is price on You Wanted, Jeff Brent. Do you have any wrestling autographs in the no bid crate? And then Faith Coon Simmons said Ric Flair price. That was very bizarre. Somebody said, do you have any Kiss autograph or wrestling autographs? And then Faith Coon said Ric Flair. This is $95. It's an 11 by 14 signed by Ric Flair. 95 on Ric Flair. This is Eric Singer. Sorry. I can see it now. Sorry. Apologize. I didn't mean to be disrespectful there. Please, no one yell at me. And then okay, Rock the Nation. I'm going to have to figure out what I did with that. Kiss, Rock the Nation. Oh, okay, I know what it is. It's this blue one. Okay. It's this blue one. I know what y'all are talking about now. Let's do this one first for David Tate, and then we'll come right back to You Wanted the Best. So we have Kiss, Rock the Nation. Kiss, Rock the Nation, $35. David Tate, $35. Okay? I know what you're talking about now. You wanted the best, you got the best. $55. $55. That's for Jeff Brent and then Jim Kleinback. Okay, two people's in line, Jeff and Jim. All right, we got that settled. This is a Chris Hoffman print of Peter Criss. Well, my bad. Eric Singer, $35 on that, okay? Looks just like a photo print of a Chris Hoffman. $35 on Eric Singer, if anybody wants it. Now, there's this huge monstrosity of this stuff here, which looks like Chris Hoffman. I'm about to show some of that in just a second, okay? They look amazing. I've kind of just peeked at them. I think it's all Chris Hoffman stuff, okay? So stand by. David Tate gets Rock the Nation for $25. He's already got a tube, sure thing. That's sold to David Tate for $25. Let's keep going through this tube. There is some Chris Hoffman stuff coming up. Okay? Let's go back to the top cam for a second. Nice, Tesla. Oh, buddy. I've seen people almost shoot each other over Tesla stuff before. Killer Tesla poster. Killer Tesla poster. Tesla. Tesla. Okay. Jim Kleinback, he's passing on you wanted the best, you got the best. So, Jim, you have next dibs. Okay. So, if you want it, Jim, it's yours. Next here is Anthrax. 1990 mint Anthrax poster. Wow, no color breaks at all on that one. No color breaks at all on that one. Anthrax. And then let's do one more here. Whitesnake? Yeah, Whitesnake. Here I go again on my own. Can't really see the bottom. There you go. Whitesnake. I need to move my camera. I honestly need to move my camera. Hold on one second. Up this way. Yeah, there we go. Maybe like that. All right. So, first thing is Michael Rutman wants Tesla. Michael, Tesla, $55. $55. Johan is second. Michael put T for Tesla. Johan second. Susie third. Jim Kleinback gets you one of the best, you got it, for $45. He made an offer. He's already got a tube. Okay. Before I show another poster in that roll, let me lay, we got Tesla over there, Anthrax, and that was Whitesnake. Okay. All right, let's unroll one of these Chris Hoffmans and see what's going on with it. This one here looks awesome, of Paul Stanley. Okay. Looks like a signed print. We're probably going to auction these. It looks like the demand is high, and I haven't even tried to check comps online, so we'll just put some up for auction, okay? Let me make sure there's no sets or anything, though, first. Okay. That looks like a Paul Stanley deal. Let me lay that right there. That looks like a Gene deal. Another Gene deal. Some killer stuff here, though. All right. Okay, let's see what's going on here. So this is Gene Simmons. Is this an original? Gene comic. Let's go over here. So the back says Chris Hoffman, Gene comic number 4. Gene comic number 4. Boy, kind of hard to tell on this one. This is obviously a print. Yeah. I don't know. No. Kind of hard to tell. I hope he still watch it. I can kind of see, like, I would say because it says number 4, it's a print, but it's not really on canvas or the thicker canvas. Boy, this is hard to say. Yeah, I think this is a print. My conclusion of this is a print, okay, which still is a really nice item. Very large, thick kind of printed paper. I'm going to say Gene and B. Let's put it over here in D out of the way. Slot number D for Gene Simmons, a $55 start. Okay, $55 start. Tesla is sold to Michael Ruttman for $50. Okay, thank you. Sold to Michael Ruttman for $50. I actually can't zoom out any further. No, we're going to fix it here in the next week or so. I'm going to have a different camera to unroll posters on, but can't right now. Okay. All right, and let's keep going here with this big roll. White Snake again. White Snake in live shot. And one of the last ones here is Kiss Alive 3. And it's a promo. 93 Kiss organization. Mercury. It doesn't say promo, but it's that kind of size. And this thing's real tight. Holy crap. All right, so Kiss Alive 3. All right. I think that was that huge, gigantic roll. That was everything in there, but I think there's more like that rolled up over here. There's all these, it's loose, and I think there's more like that. But let me finish this short little box of Bill Kissholm stuff. And let me finish this short little box of Bill Bjornholm. There's only 2 more in here. They look pretty tattered, but let's show them. This one looked vintage but tattered. Yeah, 78 a coin. Okay. So there's that. It's really, let me show this corner over here. This corner over here, kind of beat up. Just FYI. How much on White Snake? $35 on White Snake. All right, so Johan, 45 on Alive, 35 on White Snake. Hodgepodge, 45 on Alive. And this collage, I don't know, $35. $35. By the way, the Gene Simmons, Chris Hoffman, does have a bid for $55. Okay? That does have a bid for $55. So if you was interested in Gene, it's got a live bid, and I'm about to sell it. Hodgepodge, you're next in line on the Alive, and Jason Herdren's first in on the collage here. Hodgepodge, you were second. You were second on this. Jason was first. Kiss, that's for Jason. Then you were second. That's sold to Jason for $35. Maybe a bargain, but I'm pricing this stuff to sell. Okay? I think we've hit over 2 Mondays, 10% of the total Kiss posters in this building. Final call on Gene. Alive is $45 if you still want that. Okay, here's one more tattered but vintage-looking poster, and then we need another batch, okay, from Bill Bjornholm's batch. Here we go. Tattered and beat. 77 at the bottom. I mean, it's really beat up. Okay. Stained and ripped. 78 Trans Am gets the Gene Simmons, Chris Hoffman print for $55. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to start a new crate of sold Kiss posters. We have filled up like a whole crate over here of sold posters. Let me move this over here. And let me start a new one. All right. And this one, Jason, man, I don't know. It's very bad shape. I'm going to say, since you've already bought a few, $15. $15. Okay. All right, let me throw that over there. Let's go get some more. I've been hesitant to show these jumbos in the back because they're so dang big. I think I want to go through one more crate, as I call it, before I get to these jumbos. But there's some huge ones, you know, like ginormous over here. Absolutely ginormous. Let me grab this. Oh my gosh. I'm so caught up in you, little girl. I never want to set my free. So here's to you. All right. All right, this is sold to Jason for $15. Okay. All right. Chocolate covered raisins. I need a quick pick me up. All right, let's do another Chris Hoffman. 78 Trans Am. You might be interested in this one. Here's the matching Paul Stanley comic. Boy, I wish I could zoom out a little bit. Let me make sure I'm zoomed out all the way. Pretty sure I am, though. Yeah, that's it. Dang. I need a wide shot for this kind of stuff. But here's that other Paul Stanley comic. Let me show you the Chris Hoffman sign first. Paul comic number 3. That tells me he did an Ace and a Peter, number 1, number 2, because Gene was number 4. This appears to be a print. I don't think this is the original, but man, it's a dang nice print. It still retains some of the color changes, you know. Very cool. Let's put that back up for bid in D for a $55 start, okay? Over there in the corner, kind of out of the way. 55 on that. That was White Snake. That's Kiss. I'm going to put that with Kiss. That was Anthrax, and that was White Snake. All right. All right, we're good to go. Okay. All right, I brought a fresh new box up here. Here, I'll give y'all a behind the scenes of what it looks like here behind me, okay? Speaking of camera view. So I'm standing right there. There I am. Okay, and then back here next to me, those on the floor are the non-Kiss posters. The ones in the orange crate are the Kiss posters that didn't sell. And then right here is what we're about to go through. He had them in like these like cloth canvas things like you see at Walmart or something. And there's several of these full like this. And then if you zoom out a little bit more, in this massive back here is this crate. This is where I've been pulling like the other stuff like Rat and Cinderella. Now that crate came over here. That crate was right next to this crate for the last year. This has probably been sitting up there. So that black crate, that's full of posters. I know that's Kiss. You can definitely see that's Kiss. And there's another Kiss next to it. The rest of the Kiss posters are in the back. There's a rack full of vintage t-shirts. There's the, back there, you kind of see that. Back here behind me, this is the rack of sold stuff from tonight. Not counting posters. That's all the sold miscellaneous stuff from tonight. And then there's some pretty dang good posters and autograph posters that's stacked up here. I want to get to these this week. There's Kid Rock's robe. No joke. That's Kid Rock's robe. Y'all know that and y'all love that. And then up there, there's some pretty dang good signed flat posters and autographs up there that I hadn't got to in a long time. So as y'all can see, there's an endless amount of stuff here in this building. That's where Kyle works. There's Kiss stuff back there in the corner. And then the media collection, aka the local guy, his stuff is stored over here in this room next to me. And it's really hard to see in there, but there's a room still full of the media collection, which probably has Kiss stuff, CDs, DVDs, toys we hadn't finished, okay? And then that's the autograph rack that I hadn't got to yet. That's all the stuff we just had authenticated. Posters, guitar straps, drumsticks, and let's get back to normal view. So that's what it looks like here at Collectco. That's one part of the store if you've never really seen around here. So the Paul Stanley is the only thing up for bid right now, and it's at $55. So over here around the corner is the rest of the Kiss posters that are either flat or rolled, and they're in crates as well. Okay, so let's go through this stuff and see what we got, shall we? Let's grab this one right here. Paul Stanley, nice like photo print. Okay, nice photo print of Paul Stanley. If you want a price, just ask and they'll get you in line. The Return of Kiss Dynasty Tour, 1979, obviously some kind of fantasy piece. Box Atari. I've had a couple people ask me about that. I haven't ever got it down and checked it. And the guitar strap, Jeff, I'm putting that with the guitar. Here is a debut album artwork poster print. Paul's, am I crazy, or is Paul's makeup slightly different there? Maybe a little bit more primitive. Well, I guess all their makeup is slightly different, isn't it? That's just like a glossy photo. Chris Frazier return. Chris Frazier, $35. Chris Frazier debut, $35. 35 and 35. Chris Frazier has first dibs on those. This is a reprint of a really early Kiss poster, right? Looks like something I've seen on Heritage before. I've seen Heritage sell something really expensive one time that looked like this. This is obviously a reprint. That's got to be one of their first shows or something, right? What? It's got to be. Very cool. Kiss and Mercury and Fantasy. All right, 35 on Jeff Brent, 35 on debut. 35 on debut. So there's one poster I wanted, man, it's, I think Heritage had it a while back, and it's where Kiss opened for Rush. Holy cow, that's a cool poster. Does anybody have an original one of those? Man, that was sweet. I wonder if I can find that. I'm sure most of y'all serious guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, here it is. Let's see if I can get logged in over here in Heritage. Holy moly. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I saw that. I think they've sold one since then. Look at that poster. Is that an actual poster or a handbill? What is that? What size is that? 14 by 22. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Holy crap. If I was going to go all in on something Kiss, sign me up with special guest Rush. I guess it was Rush open for Kiss. Yeah, my bad. Rush open for Kiss. Yeah, definitely. Holy moly, look at that. Golly. That sold, that one sold 5 years ago. Is there one that sold since then? Let's see. At least on Heritage. There's a handbill. Handbill. Yeah, that's the last time it sold. At least that's the last time it sold on Heritage. Holy moly, man. I would love to have that. That's awesome. Probably be a while before one comes up for sale. All right, what do we got here? Next is Gene Simmons, just glossy print. Him suspending from the ceiling there. Jeff gets the debut for 30. Mia said she'll take it. Jeff's already claimed it, though. He's got a tube going. That's sold to Jeff for $30. Thank you on there. There's Gene suspended from the ceiling. Man, what a show that must have been. Rush and then Kiss. Ooh, there's another cool one. Dang, that don't even look like Gene Simmons. What in the world? That's a weird angle. He's still got pimples on his face. No markings or anything. Just a glossy print. I'll say 35 on that one too. This looks like a reprint of something that would be worth a fortune. It's on nice paper. Rock and Roll with Kiss, Street Punk, and Luger. It's on nice paper, but obviously something reissued that's of something probably worth a fortune, or $5,000 again. 35 on this to Jeff Brent and then Johan. Jeff Brent, then Johan. There's another reprint of something another. Oh, man. Led Zeppelin Celebration Day. That's pretty cool. All right, I forgot about Chris Hoffman back here. So this is a buy it now on the Paul Stanley for $55, okay? So we sold Gene earlier, the 78 Trans Am. I'm going to officially close that slot, and that's a $55 buy it now on the big Paul Stanley. There are more Chris Hoffman prints coming up. Oh, great knuckle adjustment. That felt good. Jeff Brent, price on Kiss Red Pimple, Johan price. Jeff Brent asked first. I said $35. Johan second in line. I said $35. Mia said she'll take it for $35. So it's $35 to either Jeff, Johan, and then Mia for sure wants it. Rock and Roll with Kiss poster, Phil Elliott, $20. Phil, do you have a tube going yet? If you don't have a tube going yet, I'll need $30 on that, okay? I maybe can get that in a smaller tube, but still, $30 on that. I'm thinking like 20 and 10, so kind of tell you where I'm pricing that at. And then maybe you can buy something else. Hold on a minute. This might be another one rolled up. What is this? Kiss. No, this says Kiss Expo Tokyo 2016. Let's open this up and look at it. Johan, Jeff's passing it to you, so let me know if you want it for $35. If not, Mia takes it. Let's look at Kiss. Boy, look at the static charge on that thing. Holy cow. Hey, there's like a bigger version, or this must have been something sold at a expo. Rock and Roll Kiss Wild Honey. Okay, so there's another deal there. Okay, so this is sold to Phil Elliott for $30. That's the Kiss, Street Punk, Luger. Okay, that's sold to Phil for 30. Referring to the debut number 2. Pass on poster. Okay, so Mia, just confirm if you want this one here, say sold 35. Okay, that's if you want this one here. So we'll make sure Mia definitely wants it. Kiss, Coventry, Tokyo. Okay, let's see what we can find out here. Would you do Kiss, Ace Birthday for 20? I will if I can find it. Because you've already got a tube going, I think. Stand by. I'll price the Kiss Coventry in just a second. All right, Brian Tassin. This is sold to Brian Tassin for $20. Okay. Thank you, Brian Tassin. That's so to you. Oh, so yeah, Jeff Brent asked about Zeppelin. 25 on Zeppelin. 25 on Zeppelin. Jeff Brent, and then X-Wing. I almost forgot about Zeppelin. All right, let me see if I can find this, Jason. Let's go to the old Feebay for a second. This is Kiss, Expo, Tokyo poster. I wouldn't imagine it being that expensive, but I've been shocked before. All right, what's going on here? No exact words. No exact words found. Okay, is there anything close? All right, I'm going to say you already got tube going. $25. $25, and this is sold to Mia for 35. Okay, where Gene Simmons looks like he's 12 from that angle. But he's probably not much older than that. Yeah. This is sold to Jason. 25. Obviously want to get it back in this plastic with the barcode on it. Yes, the plastic is definitely staying with it. Got to have that, right? All right, that's sold to Jason for $25. And this is sold to Jeff Brent for $25. Celebration Day. Okay, moving on. Let's do another Chris Hoffman. There was a big roll of Chris Hoffman. So we didn't sell the Paul Stanley. We hadn't sold Eric Singer. But holy moly, look at this one. Oh, yeah. Now, this is what I'm talking about right here, right here, right here. Let's do this one. Here's another Chris Hoffman print, okay? This one is signed. No. Hold on a minute. I'll look at that closer. All right, there is that one. That's pretty sweet looking. Awesome. Okay, mint. And it looks like he obviously signed it there when he did it. And I think that's Live Ink where he signed it down here. Let me try to check that. Yeah. And that's Live Ink. So, you know, he signed it where he actually did the original. And then there's where he signed the print. Chris Hoffman, number 2. So let's put that up in D over here for a $55 start. Okay. Chris Hoffman, $55 start, full band shot of Kiss. Signed and numbered number 2. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's like number 2 print or I don't know, but it's numbered. It says number 2. All right, let's get back in this. This turned out to be a pretty good batch of posters from Bill Kissholm over here. I love how he literally changed his last name on Facebook. It was Bill Bjornholm. He changed it to Bill Kissholm. I'm like, wow, I'm going to have to change my name to Chad Kiss Williams. Nice. Ace, just a glossy print. Okay. And he's doing the solo from, I don't know. I can look at shots of Jimmy Page and maybe sometimes tell you what song he might be playing. Some of y'all might can do that with Ace Frehley. There's Gene. It's interesting there. I love how they got this guy in the shot doing the smoke machine. They left the guy in the shot doing the smoke machine. Sean Bailey's in on the Chris Hoffman at 60. Okay, a lot of these glossy prints I've been selling for 35. Here's a big, this photo of Madison Square Garden. Probably, I have a feeling the night of the final show, but don't hold me to that. Just a random photo of Madison Square Garden. It does have a tear at the top. That's been repaired. Sean Delaney. The only band I can name Kiss or roadies to are like the Beatles. And that's about it. Beatles had a couple famous people that hung out with them, like Mal Evans. That's a pretty cool shot with Paul's alternate makeup there. That's another glossy, just print. Ace is $35, and so is this one right here. Okay. I need to restack over here. So I had to go back through and watch. Well, I know what I was going to do. I was going to watch the Kiss A&M thing again, or Kisstory, or whatever that was. And I ended up watching Kiss Houston '77. I got on YouTube where I knew where they had that that special, and I ended up watching Kiss Houston '77. Sean Bailey, you get the Chris Hoffman band shot at $60. Thank you on that one. This Madison Square Garden photo is sold to Phil Elliott for $20. Thank you on that one. And then somebody commented the word bandit, and I'm not for sure if that's a poster, and I don't know what you're referring to. And Brian Ace was 35. Phil Elliott got the MSG photo for 20. Okay. All right, moving on. See what we got here. Nice big glossy, huge glossy poster, black and white. Big glossy print of Kiss. Huge. Wow, Michael McVeigh was there. Wow. Yeah, I watched that whole show on YouTube the other night. Yeah, it's a pretty good recording on there. I'm sure you've watched it. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Oh, Bandit's Paul's alternate makeup. Okay. Man, I've learned so much in the last half hour. I've learned so much in the last half hour. It's been amazing. Glossy Kiss, I'll do the same price on that one, $35. $35. Here's another one. Paul's pants are extremely tight. Well, all their pants are tight. And Gene looked like he weighed about $150. That's a nice black and white deal. All right, so let's do this in order. We did, so it might be a little confusing. We did 2 black and white Kiss. The first one, Johan asked about it, right? Johan asked about it, then Jeff Brent. Johan, Jeff Brent, then Paul Stevens, then Mia Caprice. And then there's this new one, okay? So Johan, if you don't want this first one, this one right here, then Jeff Brent says he's going to take it. Okay? Because he's already got a tube going, and you do too. So if you want it for 30 or Jeff Brent's going to take it. Now, there's nobody. Can you show it again? Okay. This one right here is, sorry, it's kind of, it's really rolled tight, so it's kind of hard to show. It's a pretty large poster. Okay, black and white standing. Paul Stevens, you got first dibs on this one. If you want it, it's $35 as well. Okay. Johan takes this one here, that first one, for $30. That's so to Johan. Paul Stevens is first in line on this one. Looks like there's several more like this over here, but yeah, these are pretty cool. Really well made, glossy, etc., etc. Let's tuck that right in there. I'm going to have to clean out this bin in just a second. I'm looking for something that has like a vintage look to it, like this. This looks kind of vintage. What the heck do we have here? Looks like somebody was inspiring to be like Chris Hoffman, but didn't quite finish the details. They had something going on in their head, but they didn't quite finish it. Heck, this could be 40 years old. It's on some pretty old paper. They had a dream, but they didn't get to finish it. All right. Paul Stevens. All right, I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $30 then. Sell the other black and white where they're standing to Paul Stevens for $30. Hey, so where's that original poster that's on the back of Kiss Alive? Those 2 guys are holding up. Man, I bet that, what would that sell for at a big auction? Holy moly. All right, here's one of the last Chris Hoffmans, and it is Gene. Let's put this up for auction, okay? In slot number D, here's one of the last Chris Hoffmans that I know of. There could be more back here, but look at that. Holy cow. Gene is going to be a $55 start. Okay, let me clear out this bin over here. Let me clear out this bin over here, and we can unroll stuff a little bit flatter. Wow, they still own it. Wow. That's an amazing piece. That's museum worthy, right? American. That's one of those things that'd get up there at the right auction, a piece of American culture. That's iconic. That would get it up there. All right, so here's the Gene Simmons, Chris Hoffman, and it is signed. Okay, let me show you right here. He has signed it over here. Chris Hoffman, 24 for the Gene Collage test poster. Wow, test poster. Nice. It's got a little, well, nothing to fret over, but just a little ding right there. You can't see it through a test poster. Okay. A test poster. That's up for bid in D. We'll say 55 on that one too. All right. I see more glossy deals here. Let's take a look at this. Very cool. It's obviously an early shot, black and white print. There's a bell over here. Look at that. What was that used for? Some kind of bell contraption. Marshall. It's a white. Well, you can see a lot of details here. A lot of stuff I've never really noticed. Okay, this is $35 on this, Jeff Brent. $35 on this. Firehouse. Of course. And that's why there's a fire light back there. Dun, dun, dun. Fire. I didn't realize they have played that like at almost every show. 1,000 times or something. They've played that a lot, evidently. That's what I was reading about it. Oh. Hey, I'm getting good at this KISS stuff, I'm telling you. Better watch out, man. Give me a couple more years. I'll have some of y'all on the ropes. All I need is 10 more hours a day to read on Wikipedia. That's all I need. I need 10 more hours a day to read stuff on Wikipedia. All right. This is sold to Jeff Brent for $30. That's this shot here. Thank you, Jeff. That's sold to you for $30. Well, I can't infiltrate my brain with too much KISS. I'll just rely on y'all. I've got too many good contacts now I can message. I got too many good contacts. That's a pretty cool one there. No Gene in the shot though. And Lee, you just got outbid on the Chris Hoffman. Lee, you did just get outbid on the Chris Hoffman Gene. Mia came in at 58. The most recent black and white, 35, Jeff. 35. Wikipedia's all, that is true. Wikipedia is sometimes incorrect. Very true. And it's very opinionated too. A lot of opinions on there, not facts. The final tour ever, KISS End of the World, Barclays Center, Brooklyn. Tickets on sale Monday, December 3rd at 10 a.m. But the other black and white, the early shot, Jeff, I still got that one. If you were referring to this one with Paul's, nope, not that one. Paul's what they called earlier bandit makeup. Look like he's kind of got a mask on, like that. There's this one still available. There's this one still available. Oh, I know something else I found out. So Gene Simmons did that that acetate record he released under Gene Klein. I was on Discogs just looking at all their discography, and Gene did that acetate of under the name Gene Klein. There's only one of them made. It's at the KISS Museum, evidently. Ooh, what do we got here? Big glossy Gene Simmons. Now this, you need a huge Gene signature right here. You need to take this to Gene and say, man, right here, buddy, smoke that thing with like a black paint pen, a black Sharpie. Lita. That's it. That's it. Ah, that look awesome. Holy moly. Oh. And I wish I could fly him in here and get him to sign a bunch of this stuff. Let's see what else we got. Another big Gene glossy. And a Chris Hoffman. Nice. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll sell Mia the Gene over here, okay? We'll sell that to Mia for $58. And one Chris Hoffman down. We'll keep the tradition going. We'll open up D for bidding. And this says Chris Hoffman test size. He signed it and inscribed it test size. Sweet. After Ken Kelly. He gave credit to the original artist there. $35 start. $35 start. That's up for bid in D. Okay, we'll run that on auction. Okay, there's a colored print stage shot. All right. And then I think this is another Kiss Expo Tokyo. Let's see if it's the same thing as what I sold Jason earlier. Should be. Looks like it. Man, look at the static charge on this thing. Yeah, Coventry. Yeah, same thing I sold earlier. So that's the second one. This was a promotional item for the Kiss Expo in Tokyo. Right? Ooh. Sip a couple glossy. We got here. All right, so we got a huge Gene Simmons, bloody Gene Simmons glossy. Okay, big full poster size. And underneath that is a Kiss. We'll call it Kiss. Whatever that is. It's on glossy photo paper as well. All right, how about we go, still some stuff over here. I hadn't went over here to where we got the, I haven't got over here to where we've gone through like the big roll in a while, like the big, whatchamacallit, where we did the roll. And plus, I want to show you some stuff over here on this table that I think is definitely vintage Kiss. Let me see, like a coin stuff. It should be. Don't hold me to that. No, that's John Coltrane. That's not Kiss. That's not Kiss, Chad. That's Jimmy Buffett. That's Stevie Ray Vaughan. Here we go. Yeah, I know there's for sure some vintage Kiss stuff tucked over here. Ace Les Paul size and When You Have Time. Ace Les Paul size. What was Ace Les Paul? Okay. Okay, so this is German Crazy Nights. Not a coin era, but it's vintage. Kiss Crazy Nights. It's got a tear up here at the top. It is a 34 by 24 German Kiss Crazy Nights. Okay. Almost forgot I had that one. Sean Bailey, by the way, has the Chris Hoffman Destroyer at $55. Mia and everybody else is out. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan, Jeff, is the one that's autographed. I think you've seen it before. Actually, I got a deal cooking on Jimmy Buffett, Stevie Ray Vaughan, and Tyler Childers. So those are actually pending right now. I can show you Stevie, but he's already been shown before. It's the signed Stevie Ray Vaughan, the signed Jimmy Buffett, and that Tyler Childers. I've got somebody interested in all of them. Well, this didn't turn out too well. Somebody tried to make a print. From a distance, I guess it might look okay, but this is actually really blurry. But that looks like a really early shot. There may not be a known high-definition photo. But I tell you what, you can take a photo now and put it in AI and say, make high definition. Oh, it's incredible. You can take a blurry, out of focus, you know, something like this, like if there's not a really known good photo of it in existence, man, it just like, whoosh, it cleans it up so amazingly. Absolutely. You got to try it. Just put it in anything. Grok, Gemini, Claude, Perplexity. Kiss debut, $34. Okay, what is Kiss debut? And then price on Chris German Crazy. Hodgepodge, $45 on that. $45 on that. And remind me on what was Kiss debut. Can you kind of describe it? Some of these are starting to blend together now. Same thing for Chris Frazier. I'm going to have to get some better descriptions to jog my memory. These are really nice. Like 11 by 14s. There's Gene. An early stage shot. And then this early stage shot. Ace guitar ad. Ah, okay. I know what you're talking about now. The Gibson guitar ad. All right. Sean Bailey has Destroyer for $60. Hodgepodge 45 on German Crazy. And Mia's off for 34 for this. I'll go ahead and sell it to you. This is sold to, this right here, this is sold to Mia Caprice for $34. Okay? All right, thank you, Mia. Let's go ahead and put that away. And then Hodgepodge wants the German. I've got some more vintage stuff around here. Just let me finish this box of Bill Bjornholm stuff. And then I know we got vintage jumbos, but that right there is sold to Hodgepodge for $45. Okay. Sean Bailey has the Chris Hoffman Destroyer. And then, okay, now where is the Ace guitar? The Gibson guitar. Here it is. I'm going to say $45. $45. Ace Frehley, or excuse me, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Let me pull up his messages. And Stevie Ray Vaughan signed poster is $675. To Grace, Love and Happiness, Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's signed by the rest of Double Trouble. Right over here, and then there's another signature right over here. It's kind of hard to see, but it's fully signed by Double Trouble and Stevie Ray Vaughan. $675. It's got a 4-inch tear. Ace tube already going. Okay, well, how about $40 then? Let's do $40 to Chris Frazier on this. $40 on the Gibson poster to Chris Frazier. Okay. All right. They're still bidding on that. Here's these prints if anybody's interested. These flats. Lay those right in there. And then, okay, let's see what this is. Kiss drinking soda. What are they drinking there? I don't know what that is. Everybody except Peter. Okay. Mia, I have a feeling that she wasn't done. They're still bidding on the Chris Hoffman Destroyer test print. And then there's two small ones wrapped up here. Destroyer 45th anniversary promo. And then this is Kiss. Looks like a German poster. Boy Howdy Beer. Wow, I've never heard of that. And Mia has the Chris Hoffman at 70, going once, going twice. If anybody was waiting to bid, now's the time. If anybody was waiting to bid, now's the time. All right, so moving on. Let me go back here and take stock on Kiss Home. Here's an Eric Carr Rockology poster. This came from the other stuff. Eric Carr Rockology. All right. Yeah, that kind of looked like Hoffman. I didn't see his name. It's not on the back like the others are. I don't see his signature. If it is, he's camouflaged it somewhere. This says Leonardo da Vinci, 15th. No, I'm joking. I think it was painted in Italy in 1512. That's the original master. $8 million. Okay, Mia gets the Chris Hoffman over here. Sold to Mia Caprice for 70. It'd be a lot more than $8 million. It would be $80 million. An undiscovered Leonardo da Vinci painting of Kiss. Oh my gosh, he could see into the future. Eric Carr, $45. I got a lady who never can stay awake that's got the hots for Eric Carr. And she's asked for posters all the time. That's Sarah Wyberdink. And every time she's not watching, I end up selling Eric Carr. So, hey, there it is. Yeah. Boy howdy, Chris Hoffman. Y'all were all over it. He signed it there. How did I not see that? Boy howdy, Chris Hoffman. Well, I've been running all of them on auction. They've all sold. $35 start. $35 start on the Chris Hoffman Boy Howdy. Okay, 45 on Carr. Let me put these away. All righty. Down, da 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 down, da 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 down, da 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 down, da 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 da. Get up and get your grandma out of here. Get up. Do 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 boom. Do 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 boom. All right, there's a lot of cool stuff in there. Let me take a walk to the back and see if I can spot any more Kiss Bill Bjornholm stuff, okay? That little thingy there is empty. All right. A lot of people still watching for this time of night. They're curious what's next. Heck, I'm curious what's next. I'm curious what's next. There's a little tub right here. And then, let's see. Far as posters, man, I wish y'all could see all these Kiss kits I've got. What are they called? The Kiss, Army kits. I've got all kinds of parts and pieces. I got all kinds of parts and pieces. How can I get over here to this stuff? All right, that's Kiss Vinyl, that's Kiss Vinyl, that's Kiss 45s, that's Kiss Vinyl. This is vinyl, not Kiss. This is those reproduction Mego figures. These are actually pretty cool, though. Let me get these up there. Do it. Okay, I found some, looks like black lights. I'm going to go ahead and show a couple figures. All right. Getting near the end, what time is it? Okay, whoa. First of all, Facebook ends in 10 minutes, okay? So I've probably got just enough time to do this. The first thing I'm going to do is, if you're on Facebook and you don't have a Twitch and you don't have a YouTube, if you're on Facebook and you don't have a Twitch and you don't have a YouTube, the feed's going to automatically end in 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Okay, so I'm just going to cut off, and if I forget to remind you, it's going to look like the feed ended. I've got like 10 more, but what I'm saying is, if you're over there and you want to get an offer, if you've been thinking about something and you don't have another way to watch, you might want to go ahead and let me know right now. Let me know on offering, let me know on you want to see something again, etc., okay? First is Kiss. I Was There, a live worldwide tour. This is a very long, elongated poster here, okay? That is $35. $35 on that. So if you're watching on YouTube or anywhere else, it's about to end over there, okay? No one bid on this Chris Hoffman, the Rowdy beer. What was it called? Boy Howdy, Rowdy. Boy Howdy beer is $35. That'll be the cheapest Chris Hoffman print of the night. And what was this? This is Eric Carr. Hodgepodge. I still got Eric Carr. How much are the figures? I'm about to tell you. So I've got Gene. This is those Mego, you know, kind of reproduction deals from Figures Inc. Let me check over here. Let's go over here to eBay. This is Kiss. Figures. Inc. What is this? 2017. Mego. Sold. Okay, active, you can get all four for $280 plus shipping. So we're talking 300 divided by 4, 75. So I'm going to say $75 each. I got Gene, another Gene, and a Paul. An Ace, excuse me. Yeah, I got... No, wait a minute. I got Gene, Paul, and Ace. I got all of them. I got all four of them. Yeah, $75 each. I got all four of them. There's the kind of backsides. These are the 2017 Figures Inc. $75 each. Okay. Very cool. I do have all four of them. I wish I would have had... I wish I would have known about those earlier tonight. We could have moved those easily, right? I could have put those up for auction and poof, they would have been gone. So let me try to knock out these others here. All right, what do we have here? This is a Gallery United. Looks like a poster that's kind of been cartoonized or something. It looks like it's kind of real photos, but they kind of have a cartoon effect to them. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on. It looks kind of blurry at the bottom. Like right here, see, it's obviously like a reprint of something. $35. $35. That's Jason. Yeah, that's Jason. Yeah. That's Jason on YouTube as Down Boys. Yeah. All right, so 35 on that. Obviously looks like some kind of print or reprint. All right. Got some cool black lights here, okay? This is a Blacklight Destroyer numbered to 500. That's cool. Look at that. Blacklight Destroyer numbered to 500. I got another one with a USA logo. That one has a different KISS logo. And there's another one. Okay. Let me check on those. Those could be... those are worth me checking on. Let me... I slept on the wrong side of the couch this morning. KISS Destroyer Blacklight. This was a KOL KISS Online exclusive. Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. 0. Thank you for correcting me. eBay. I misspelled black light. Sold out KISS limited edition Destroyer flocked blacklight, only 500. Yeah. 95, 85, 75. Let's do 75. 75 on any one of them. 75 on any one of them. Okay. I mean, I was just scrolling through eBay. It literally said sold 95, sold 85, sold 75. So $75. I've got one with the blue K and, you know, the key. It looks like the flag. I've got another one like that. And then this one looked different. This one was all blue. So that one's just all blue. And then the other two have like KISS flag logos. Okay. There might even be more. Yep. Hold on one second. Not that one. I got another one. I got 4 of them. That one had the flag logo. It's weird how one of them's blue at the top. Okay. Ooh. Here's a nice Peter Criss. Okay. Nice Peter Criss photo from Lynn D. Lesio, and it's signed. Peter Criss. Every time I see something, it looks naked for me now, unless it has an autograph. Just the collector in me. Okay. All right, then we got this one, which is 2021 KISS Blacklight. Okay. It's a 2021. All right, Jeff asked about that one. He caught a glimpse of it. Just caught a little bit of glimpse of it and freaked out. He started freaking out, pounding on his keyboard. 4 faces. He's out of breath. Who is Troy Maiden 1 on YouTube? Who is Troy Maiden 1 on YouTube? By the way, there's 1 minute and 20 seconds left on Facebook. Okay. I will do the same for this black light, $75. Okay. Same price. I won't even check it. 75 on that one. Here's another really cool photo print of Peter Criss. And my table's filling up quickly. Unfortunately, some of these got wrinkled. I think they can be saved, but it's a glossy photo of the Peter Criss solo poster and another really cool glossy Peter Criss. But unfortunately, they look like they took a ding. Okay? Let me show you what they look rolled up. Rolled up, they kind of took a ding, it looks like. See? But I think they can be saved. I see stuff like this, and it looks like stuff Bill was probably going to get signed at some point. You know, they're just awesome. Looks like awesome things to possibly get signed. And you still could, you know, you still could. And then there's one more here. It's another Peter singing Beth. I'm assuming. All right. So let me make sure we're all on the same page for this stuff, okay? We got somebody called Troy Maiden put 60. I still don't know who Troy Maiden is or what that was for, okay? Then Hodgepodge, the Four Faces black light, you've got dibs at $75. By the way, this isn't flocked. It's not flocked, but it is a black light, okay? And then there was another question on a price I hadn't got to. That was the Bill, this right here for Jeff H., the Bill D'Alessio, or excuse me, Lynn D'Alessio Peter Criss. Now, let me see if I can find something on that. Lynn D'Alessio, and that was Peter Criss. Let's just see what that pops up. Sold. Nothing sold. Active. Those are all signed, it looks like. Yeah. That's exactly what I had. That's exactly what came to my mind. I was like, man, those will look awesome if you get Peter to sign them. So those are signed by Peter, 400, 400, 400. So can't use those for a comp. I would just sell, I would just say $45. It's got to be a pretty good deal. $45 on that. Okay. Looks like you can't get them for under 300 after Peter signs them. Of course, I'm sure Peter isn't cheap to have stuff signed either. What is it? What does Peter charge? Yeah, I need to know that, actually. I know y'all will know immediately. What does Gene Paul and Peter charge? And what did Ace charge the last time he did anything before, obviously, he passed away? I need to know that for market research. Peter's 85, very fair. I know Gene is the most. Peter solo poster, $35, Hodgepodge. $35. Peter, Paul, Gene. Oh, so Paul and Gene's the same now. Okay, for some reason I thought Gene was like $275. Is that not right? I thought Gene was like $275. $85, man. I'd like to get a bunch of stuff signed. Holy moly. And I could come up with, golly, we could come up with some killer stuff to get these guys to sign it. So 35 Hodgepodge this. Okay, I need to clear the table. I'm going to show these jumbos just because I want to get them out of the way back there. That might be some of the last ones I show. I do. Well, I've got this other crate of vintage. I mean, are y'all good with another 15 minutes? Are y'all good with another 15 minutes? Maybe we can really blast through some stuff. Okay. And then I'm sure I got to get to work for tomorrow's sale. I got to do this all over again tomorrow, and I still got a lot of other stuff to do. So, but maybe do the crate of vintage, and I'll do the jumbos next week. I'll try to show as many vintage high-end items as I can here at the end. Okay. Hodgepodge said sold, and that was on this Peter Criss, the one that was... Okay, so... Okay, $45 on this. Jeff H. asked about this, $45. So, Jeff, $45 on that. Almost need another crate to fill up. All right, let's fill up this one. Yeah. Nobody has to work in the morning? Or some of y'all kind of are managers and don't have to maybe get up as early? Nobody on any black lights? Nobody wants to make any offers? Don't hesitate to make an offer either. Okay, I got Eric Carr. I got the black light. I got the Lynn DeLazio. I've got 4 Destroyer black lights. Now, bear in mind, I could show these probably during prime time or post them and probably sell them pretty easily, but we're here right now. It's the perk of staying late with Chad. What the heck did I do with that Peter Criss? There's the collage. Jason, I'm assuming you didn't want that. Probably because it's not original. There's Peter Criss. Passed, but good price. Okay. Just want to make sure. What the heck did I do with that Peter Solo? There it is. All right. And then this is sold to Hodgepodge for $35. Okay. Like I said, that part over there on the left is a little wrinkled, but I think you can save it. I have not seen a rock and roll over blacklight. No, I haven't. No. What you see me showing is all that I have or all that I know that I have. I promise. Now, a lot of stuff we're about to show, once again, I may have seen it once, but I really don't remember. But I think it's mostly kind of some vintage, maybe 80s. I don't know how many more coin eras I have. Get these off the table. I still got the very first one we showed tonight, which was that Elder thing. Okay. That's ones I've shown, right? Yep. Okay, I can get rid of that. Let me toss this across the room. This could be loud. Not that loud. Let me roll these Peters back up. Sounds a little weird to say that. All right. So that is that stuff sold? What the heck is this stuff? Oh, that's the ones from last week. Okay. That's last week's leftovers. All right, good. I'm going to put all this stuff up high on a shelf because it'll probably be a while before we show some of this again. All right, let me pull stuff off of this rack and see what we got. This is a poster. Here we go. So this is, it's an 84 poster. Top cam. There we go. All right. Animalized German. Pretty cool, right? This is a Kiss Animalized 84. 34 by 24. It does have pinholes. Okay. Very cool poster. Kiss Animalized German 84. That's over here on the shelf. What is this monstrosity of a poster here? This thing is ginormous. John Lennon. Oh, yeah. This is a huge John Lennon. Let's not worry about that right now. Remove Otis's bed. All right. Here is a Kiss Jumbo. I think this is Kiss Army This is going to be really difficult to show. This is a jumbo poster. This is Kiss Army No Substitute 1999. Kiss Army 1999, jumbo size. Big jumbo. Let's see what we got here. Darkness imprisoning me, all that I see. Metallica, 1990. The soft side of Metallica. Look, they're all smiling and laughing, and Kurt's drinking coffee, and Kiss Army price. Whew. Let me check that one right quick. Luckily, Bill gave me some jumbo tubes for free. Great guy, Bill Kissholm. Great guy. Gave me all kinds of free supplies, mailers, boxes. I needed it mostly to haul stuff back. Because, see, we fly in to do these deals, and we have to literally rent a truck and buy all of our boxes. So we're sometimes stuck, like trying to figure out how to get stuff loaded, especially if Walmart or there's no place open to get posters or boxes. So he gave me a bunch of shipping tubes and a couple of those I know a couple of those jumbos, the older ones, are really pricey. What am I trying to do here? I need to do research. There we go. James Hicks, the Kiss 99 Jumbo. Man, why is there so many results there? Let's go Jumbo. There's one sold, but that seems weird. That's only one in the last 3 years. I must be typing something wrong. I guess not, Kiss. All right, I'm going to say, just due to the size of the tube and shipping, I'm going to say $55, James Hicks. $55 on that. $55. I got a jumbo Twisted Sister. It's just as big. Is there any more vintage Kiss on this? Oh, I've got these. This is a. I've had these before. I actually got a source one time where somebody had a lot of leftover old stock. This is a Kiss blacklight poster. This is $35. It's a flocked blacklight poster. Very cool. It's got all kinds of different eras of Kiss. And I know exactly what I need in the sleeve. I got to put a Stevie Nicks poster inside of this. That's much more valuable. Sorry, Kiss. I've been looking for a top loader this size, and I have found one. Go. I just want to make sure this thing is clean before I put this Stevie Nicks in there. Actually, it's not. It's really dusty. Dang. Oh, it's got all that flock inside of it. Dang. I should have never took that out. That's okay. I need some huge top loaders to put very valuable flat posters in. I've got a signed Stevie Nicks poster over here that's just laying flat, and I really need to do something with it. It's kind of a nuisance. Some stuff gets so valuable, it's kind of, that's delicate. It's like you don't even want to touch it. There. Whoops. All right. Let's pick out 5 more, okay? That'll probably take us to 2:30. We'll do 5 more, and this has been an epic Kiss night. I'm going to try to find nothing but Kiss. I might have to do some digging. Maybe, maybe not. I can't tell. Who was this? Rival Sons. I don't know how many more is over here, so let me go to my for sure Kiss hold. My for sure Kiss hold is right over here, and then right up here. I know those are Kiss. All right, so let's grab these. We already sold one like this, and there was somebody else backup. So here is this poster. It's flocked. It's a black light. It's the art from You Wanted the Best, You Got the Best. It's flocked, and I guess it's a black light. Did I show y'all the Kiss autographs that came back bad? I got some really unfortunate forgeries, some really good ones that failed. I'm sure some of y'all would like to see them for reference. I showed them the other night. I don't know if some of y'all Kiss people were on here, though. Here is, we had one like that earlier. We had one like that earlier. There's this, the Kiss. What album era is this? Asylum or Flocked? 45 on that, Jeff. 45 on that one. Kiss Farewell Tour 2000. Only on pay-per-view. The Last Kiss. Not quite. Maybe one of the last times with them all together, the originals, but they did a few more after that. You wanted the best, you got it. Nice. There's a large debut artwork poster. No writing on it. 35 on that. 35 on Kiss Army poster. I just don't want to take that for it because of the size of the tube. That's going to take a full jumbo tube, James. Sometimes that costs as much as $20 to ship, those jumbos. Yeah. Of course, it depends on the final size, but over 30 inches long, you got to add $10 surcharge. Yeah, so any of these tubes that go more than 30 inches, it's automatically going to cost. Now, if you were just coming in and saying, if you were walking in my store and said, Chad, what would you take cash right now for this? I'd say, give me $35. I think the big cost is going to be getting that thing in a tube and getting to you. That's going to cost nearly $20. It's the tube itself, well, which luckily we already have, but still, we're going to have to replace them at some point. And then That's at least a $10 surcharge, I'm pretty sure. I was just checking it. By the way, USPS just went up. Yeah. Yeah, 18. It could be $18 plus a $10 surcharge. It sucks. Those bigger ones get frustrating. The debut one, sure. It's got kind of a red tint behind their hair. Pretty clear and glossy. It is poster material. But James, I'll do it for $50 and kind of take a chance. I honestly think at $50, I'd probably net like 15 on the poster. That's going to be my guess. Probably after fees and labor to get the thing packed and then a tube. I bet at 50, I'm netting 15. That's why a lot of these I've been doing 35. They're probably like $20 posters, but the cost of getting them to you. All right, here comes the last one. Let me pick out, let me grab a good one. Let me do a good one over here. Everybody's gotten really quiet. Everybody's gotten really quiet on me. Here we go. Good old Ace. Fraley's Comic. Mega Force promo. That's the last one. Could I keep showing them? Oh, yeah. We could show posters for the next 4 hours. But I'm going to stop there. Anybody have any last offers, suggestions, complaints, anything? I'm listening. Ace Hodgepodge, $35. $35. And I think leftovers now, I can fill up about 4 milk crates of just Kiss. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I've got 4 leftovers of Kiss posters. I was hoping Oso, he was curious in a bundle deal on all the leftovers, but that's a lot now. Whew, there's a lot left over now. There's 4 crates full, but you know, I could put them all in one tube for somebody. You know, I could roll them all up and get them in one tube. So, 35. All right. This is sold to Hodgepodge. Hodgepodge Vintage for $35. Thank you, Hodgepodge. I have a tube going. Okay, I'll go ahead and sell it to you for 30 then. Change it to 30 to Hodgepodge. You've bought a lot tonight. All right, thank you. You just never know what we're going to get into tonight. We end up finding some really cool stuff, not Kiss too. And there's more where that came from. So what we're going to do is I'll be back tomorrow for 5:30. Johan wants me to keep going. I got to stop. I've been going for 8 hours and 22 minutes. I wish it was 6 o'clock again. Could you imagine? Man, imagine if we could just already have sold what we've sold and I could turn back the clock and we could just go through miscellaneous. But that's not how time works. But there's always tomorrow. I'm going to stop there. If you change your mind on something, they all should be available all the time. I don't plan on doing anything with these anytime soon because the only other way I can post them is by taking photos. And as you'll know, it's not easy to take photos of these. You got to get them spread out. You got to get them spread out and you got to, on that, 2 posters and 1 tube. Anything you bought last week is all going to be shipped separately. Anything tonight, I know it would make sense to put it together, but we just don't do that. Anything last week is last week's. Anything starting tonight is this week's. We don't, nothing's going to be combined, okay? So they'll already get your, if you've already paid, they'll have your stuff out by Wednesday. Make sure you've paid your invoice. half of everybody's already paid today, they'll start shipping it by Tuesday and Wednesday. Anything you bought tonight will be completely separate. I know sometimes it makes sense, but could you imagine if we started trying to do that for thousands of customers? It's just impossible. So A-strap 375. I'll have to pass. No, Ace is, I think the A-strap is like, I'm not going to sell it separately, but I think it's like a $1,200 item. I think it is. I think you're very light on that. But I'm not going to sell it unless we do the guitar with it, okay? There's two things that go with the guitar. The guitar and the strap and the JSA letter. And that's $14,500. $14,500 for the Ace Frehley strap, the Ace Frehley guitar, $14,500. An Eddie Van Halen strap. Eddie Van Halen on just about anything is a minimum of $1,000, unless it's personalized or smudged or damaged. A real strap would have to be, I don't know, 15. It's got to be up there of like Ace, right? 1,500, 1,200. Whoever buys the guitar is probably going to get the strap. I think that's one of the ways I'm going to be able to get 12 or 14K out of the guitar is by putting a strap with it. The guy we bought all the stuff from up in New York, he said, I think he paid way up there for this. He paid way up there for this strap. I mean, it's legit. Nice. CR91290. eBay comp 550, and you're only offering $375? Golly. And you're only offering $375? Golly. You can't get another one for that. Holy moly. Let me go back over here for a second. I don't know if I've ever looked it up. I honestly don't think I've ever even tried it. Yeah, I got something else signed. Dude, right there. One just sold for $1,150. Dude, right there, look. Oh, that one looks cheap compared to mine, dude. Look at that. Right there, $1,150 unsigned. That one looks cheap compared to mine. No. This is $1,200. It's claimed by owned by Ace. I think, well, you can't verify that. I could say it was owned by Ace too. I think there's a photo of this guy getting the guitar signed. Let me see if I can find that photo. It should be right over here. Or no, that's in the guitar case. I think in the guitar case, Ace is holding the guitar, and then I don't know if he put this on or not. It doesn't look like it's been used. So, yeah. I can promise you this. I'm not going to take $375. I wouldn't take $575. And right now, if you said $875, I'd still say no. this is gonna be, it's gotta be pretty dang close to 1,200 bucks. Or I'll just wait and try to sell it with a guitar. If you really want to buy this separately, it's gonna get into the 4 digits. Or you might just have to stalk eBay until the right next one comes up, because yeah, there's one for 1,600. Yeah, and then that's it. That's it. I better turn on notifications right now. So, yeah, that one has 32 watchers. Let me watch that one myself. It's in one person's cart. It's in one person's cart with 33 watchers. So we're curious. We'll see what that one does. But yeah, this is it's $1,000 plus item in my opinion. If I don't sell it, I'll keep it till we sell the guitar. And like I said, I might use it to sweeten the deal with somebody when they buy the guitar. But for me to turn that loose separately, it's going to have to be in the 4 digits and probably $1,275. But it's really hard to get on eBay and claim somebody owns something unless you got, like, you got to have some dang good evidence, right? So that's kind of weird. Somebody put that on there, or somebody would buy it just kind of falling for that. Unless, you know, it's like the guys who work directly with Ace or blah, 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 blah. That's a lot of watchers for 1,600 bucks for something to have that much watchers. That means there's probably a lot of people wanting to buy it for around that $1,000 mark, and probably the guy just don't want to come off of it. Usually when something has that, probably it's somebody like me at this, like, they're like, well, I don't want to sell it. It takes $1,000 to buy it. If you don't want to take it, I see that a lot on eBay. There's autographs. There's a Albert Einstein autograph, or excuse me, Thomas Edison autograph I've been watching for a year now. A year. And they won't budge $50. Now, that's kind of crazy for both of us. I really want it. I don't want to pay the price they're asking. They've had it for a year and they won't come down a penny. But at the same time, it's like, if you don't have to, and it's an awesome piece, why would you, right? How often can you replace a Thomas Edison autograph? So that happens a lot. I'm sure that guy has that. He's probably had offer. He might have had an offer for $1,000. And he's probably been like, yeah, right, I'm not taking any less than $1,400 for this. Who knows? He might have had an offer for $11. I might message him and ask him. Have you had any offers on this for more than $1,000? I see that a lot with eBay sellers, man. They're so some guys on there, they've got wickedly autographed stuff like Pink Floyd related stuff, Zeppelin related stuff, and they won't budge a nickel. And they're just like, I don't have to sell it. I've had people reply to me in messages, I do not have to sell this, so therefore I will not be taking any less. And I'm like, golly, all right, well, sounds like I'm dealing with like a millionaire or something, like a billionaire. They got stuff listed for sale, but they really don't want to sell it. He did all the doodles and stuff too. That's pretty cool. But if you have any for sale, I'll buy them at $375, okay? I'm a buyer. I'm a buyer myself. $375, I'll take them. I'll take 5 of them. I don't think you can get them for that though. Maybe on a no reserve auction, like if one snuck through the gaps, maybe you probably could get a steal on one. You might get I mean, I just listed a bunch of stuff, no reserve auction, and some people got some steals, absolute steals. That's where sometimes you can catch deals on eBay. But I've also learned you got to wait 6 months, you got to wait 8 months, you got to wait a year, you got to wait 2 years. That's a long dang time to wait for something to come up, you know, to catch a bargain. 2 years, a year, whew. That's a long time. That's a 70th of your life. That's like 5% of your life you're waiting. Just pull the trigger, man. Buy it. You only live once. Can't take it with you. And here I am still thinking about that Thomas Edison. All right, I am going to officially go up front, eat a sandwich, and get to work. Thank y'all for watching. I appreciate your patronage. Y'all are great. Thanks for sticking with me. Thanks for haggling with me. Thanks for negotiating with me. Thanks for fighting with me. Thanks for everything, okay? I appreciate it. We're going to be live again tomorrow, probably from 5:30 to 2:30. And I will send you, Jeff, I can only send pictures that I've already have on my phone, but I will send them to you, okay? I will send them to you. I'll send them to you right now. All right. We're done. We're signed off. And thank y'all as always. I'll do this again tomorrow. Thank you and good night.